Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Lettuce Head Fanfics, back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Was Shown Future by an Angel. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. It was just after the USJ attack when it happened. Midoriya, Yagi and Tsukachi were quietly conferring in the hospital room after the detective had heard Midoriya's account of the incident as well as All Might's. Suddenly, they appeared in a blank void, grouped together. The light wherever they were was dim, and they could barely see the ground beneath them. It seemed to be concrete, and it stretched out in every direction as far as they could see, likely farther. Uniquely in the case of teacher and student, they appeared physically uninjured now, not even feeling the pain from their recent ordeal. Izuku Midoriya, Yagi Tashinori, Naomasa Tsukachi, welcome. From above, they heard a deep and powerful voice speak to them. Instantly, they rallied, prepared to fight after their ordeal. Peace, heroes. I do not intend to do harm. Your quirks are not needed this moment. All Might responded, asking, Who are you? Why have you brought us here? The voice replied immediately, I am someone who knows much, and who is willing to give such knowledge, particularly that of the future. Your quirk must be quite versatile if it allows you to do so many things, stranger, All Might said, standing his ground. Perhaps if you explained yourself a bit more, then we would be more trusting of you. Of course, Tashinori. The power you have witnessed is no quirk, as I am neither a being of the physical world or even of this reality. I am an angel sent from on high to bless you with knowledge of the coming times. Naomasa nodded, surprising both Midoriya and Tashinori enough that they lowered their guard, slightly. The angel then continued to speak. If you agree, I will show, to you and certain others, a vision of another world and its future. A world where things are slightly different than you know them, and one with different outcomes. But some things are unchanged. In both worlds, the two of you both wield one for all, and the USJ is still attacked. By seeing this other world, you might begin to understand your own more. Midoriya spoke up, asking, What about the past? Will you be showing us past events? The angel smiled sadly, answering, To some degree, yes. I will show all those present things that are kept secret, but I would only bring them here if they would use this knowledge for good. No villain would be among you, I assure you. You would expose one for all? That knowledge could be extremely damaging. But showing that young Midoriya's power comes from hard work, determination and pure force of will rather than luck will earn him their respect. And far more than one for all will be revealed, such as the identity of the UA traitor. Immediately, all three are floored. The possibility had crossed their minds, but to have such knowledge this early on would be a game changer. If their injuries were not present here, then they would be fully able to focus on the nuances of this alternate world and its future. Then, they could make plans using their knowledge, and even put into practice some of the techniques that young Midoriya's other self might learn. There are, of course, many advantages to agreeing. Within, time and age will have no power over you. Not to mention that among your fellow guests will be many of your allies, including Nizu himself. The facilities provided will be extensive to ensure that you will be able to fully reap the rewards of this blessing and change your timeline for the better. Midoriya looked at All Might, and then turned to the angel, saying, I think we've made our choice. All Might nodded, saying, What kind of hero would I be if I didn't take this golden opportunity? Tsukachi grunted, as he knew just how right Tashinori was. They could learn more about the League of Villains beforehand. Their benefactor smiled and began to speak quietly. Okay, but first, we need to cover some basics. First off, Tashinori, how about you explain to Midoriya about One for All's origins? It's quite relevant to the beginning of this vision. After All Might dramatically explained the saga of All for One and One for All, as well as mentioning his Nana, the angel smiled and continued speaking. Of course, everything in this other future won't exactly align with your future, so call out for me if you have a question. You can call me Magnus. That's not my real name, but it works enough for what we need. Tsukachi wanted to ask the angel what his real name was, but he felt that, at this point, it would be prudent to focus on getting the information first. Magnus raised a hand, and a shimmering portal opened. The three stepped through and entered into a well-decorated hotel lobby. Behind them, Magnus stepped through, beginning to explain. This hotel has everything you could need, nutritious food, private rooms for everyone, a quirk gym with an adjoining Olympic pool, conference rooms, and of course, the theater where you will see this alternate future. Right about now, the adults are in conference room 10, and the students are in room 11 along with Eraserhead and Vlad King. All Might and Tsukachi went into room 10, while Midoriya entered room Yagi and Tsukachi were immediately met with the faculty of UA Sans Aizawa and Vlad. The principal looked up and began to speak. Glad that you two could finally join us. I took the liberty of preemptively informing the staff about One for All and All for One, and we've been discussing possibilities for quite a while. Is your successor here too? All Might nervously replied, Yes, sir. Young Midoriya was with us until just a moment ago. He's with Aizawa right now. Is that a problem? In fact, it is. I was informed by our benefactor that your student was quite intelligent, to the point that several of my alternate selves took him on as their personal student. Something about that intrigued me, and I was anxious to meet the lad. All Might struggled to suppress his shudder as he responded, I thought it was for the best that Aizawa would be able to watch over him for the moment, sir, given that the USJ was just attacked. Nizu's wide smile fell a bit as he spoke. Yes, it is unfortunate that this happened so early on in their first year. Fortunately, this experience should tell us who our mole is. That information will be vital in the coming months, given what we've seen of the League of Villains. And based upon what I've heard of that villain, Nomu, it is entirely possible All for One is involved. All Might nodded grimly, and the real meeting began in earnest. Midoriya did not know what he had expected when he walked into the room, but being hugged by Eraserhead was not remotely close to being on the list. Sensei, I'm okay. Everything's okay. Eraserhead broke off the hug, his eyes glowing crimson as he stared into Midoriya's very soul. Why, problem child? Why did you not tell me about One for All sooner? I wouldn't have been as hard on you if you had told me first. I would have helped you get used to your quirk. That startled him deeply. Immediately, he began to panic, knowing that his quirkless status had been revealed. But no one else seemed to have heard Eraser's words. At his questioning expression, Aizawa explained. Nizu spilled the beans about One for All and its origins before you and All Might arrived. I thought that first day that you were like a kid who had just discovered his quirk, but I didn't think that I was true. If I had known, I would have gotten you some quirk counseling. Kaken also approached, looking less angry at him than was usual. He instantly knew that he was aware of One for All, which was enough to keep him calm for the moment, though he would inevitably explode at him later. Painerd, who wanted you to know? I shouldn't have said what I did that day. Izuku knew precisely what he meant, and he was surprised but grateful. He could see that Kaken had been worried about the others seeing that, and he was covering his butt, but on some level, he did mean it. As unhealthy as their dynamic was, he was able to tell when the blonde was actually sorry for something, and he seemed to regret his words. That was enough for him to forgive him those words, but it did not redeem him. Izuku hoped that eventually, he would be able to forgive Kaken and settle into the friendship they had had as kids. You do, eventually. It takes quite a while, and Bakugo really goes through the ringer to get there, but eventually you become proper rivals rather than whatever you call this mess. Magnus, hearing his thoughts, spoke, surprising both boys. Hey, Featherhead, what do you mean by that? Tell me or I'll blast you down to hell. Magnus seemed not to notice, muttering, If you want to bark, go ahead. But if you think you can use your little sparks that way, I can and will erase your quirk, without involving Eraser. That ticked Kaken off, but he quickly realized that he could not threaten the angel in any meaningful way and sat down next to Kirishima. Who all is here, Magnus? The angel began to count on his fingers as he said, obviously the UA faculty, as well as some of the more important pros, all of Class 1A, one student from the support course and Gen Ed each, as well as Kendo, Tetsu and Monoma of Class 1B. Oh, and the big three are here with Sir Night-Eye. I've already had to give the latter a stern talking to about his choices, but we'll get to that eventually. And given how many are here, I've had to split you up into groups. The students will be watching alongside All Might, Eraser and Vlad King, while the pros and the rest of the UA faculty will be watching in their own separate theater. Midoriya nodded and went to sit down next to Uraraka and Ida, who struck up a conversation with him almost immediately, asking whether he was okay and what he thought they were going to see. He was, of course, cautious to leave out anything he already knew about, knowing that they would learn of it soon. Hatsum was busy checking out the various workout facilities when she found the workshop. The ensuing bout of manic laughter was terrifying, but with no one around to hear her, it went unnoticed. This workshop, in her estimation, was almost better than the support course's workshops back at UA. The only thing that it did not have that UA's workshop had was, of course, her other babies. Without the ability to modify them when she had a slide of genius, she was forced to start from scratch and rebuild them. She did not mind having to do so very much, but she would have preferred to alter the originals, as that was a more effective use of her time that could be spent developing more babies. She was midway through reconstructing baby number 13 when she heard the alarm. From what she had been told, that alarm meant that the screening was about to start. Not wishing to miss any relevant data that could give her ideas for future babies, she ran to the theater. In the theater with the students, Magnus stood at the podium, enumerating all the rules that would be in effect when they were watching. First, if you tried to harm someone with your quirk, it would be erased. Here he nodded to Eraserhead. Second, if you had a question, ask. Third, the video would only progress so long as everyone was focused on it. If there was a question or something they wanted to point out, it would pause until they were satisfied. And finally, the teachers reserved the right to add rules as needed. With all this in mind, they began the reaction. As the vision began, they saw All Might on screen, walking towards Takoba Municipal Beach Park. It's been 2 years, and he was still reeling from that terrible battle with All for One. His body had become emaciated in his true form. He wasn't able to truly live, just barely clinging on to survival. Fighting as a hero was getting worse and worse, and he was sure he wouldn't be able to do it for much longer. He maybe had a few years, if anything, but he knew he was going to have to find a successor, and soon. That revelation surprised the students. Hearing that a powerful villain had managed to cause such lasting damage that All Might, their idol as the symbol of peace, was looking for someone to replace him within the next few years was quite shocking to hear. Toshinori gripped his bad side gently, watching the sunset from behind the piles of rubble. Even with the trash in the way, the sunset was still as appealing as he remembered it to be. Maybe he ought to come back here more often. Being in this place was nice. Calming. Though he could do without dredging up thoughts of his mentor. He just knew she'd be so heartbroken to see this place for what it is now. Probably would have demanded that they clean it. He would try, but he had precious little time with his power, only being able to hold his muscle form for a few hours a day, and he was going to need every second. Though, wouldn't it be lovely if someone could clean it? It was a wishful thought, if anything. As the All Might on screen thought of Nana, flashes of memories appeared on screen, showing his time with her with perfect clarity. The students were impressed by her, and quickly began whispering about his ideals with reverence. However, they were quickly distracted by what they saw next. They were hard to see, just a silhouette made by the setting sun behind them. They seemed small, with a head of fluffy curls being their most defined feature. Toshinori watched as he climbed to the top of the pile of junk, before pushing what looked like a medium-sized kitchen appliance, ruined by time, off the pile to the beach floor below. Phew, ouch. A man's voice rang from the beach. The person on top of the pile visibly winced before calling down below, their voice carrying on the wind to Toshinori. Sorry. You okay, Dad? It was a child's voice. Midoriya shot up, realizing just who was moving the trash. The girls, and some of the boys, were cooing over the adorableness of his other self. But why was his dad here? As far as he knew, his father had been working in America since he was 3. The child stood next to an adult, who was on the ground, holding his foot in his hand, hissing softly in pain. He looked to be in his late 30s, with a head of neat white hair. Something about his voice was familiar. For a moment, Toshinori was reminded of the deep tones of. But that couldn't be right. He was dead. Even if he weren't, he would never be here with the child, his son, by the way the boy had called him Dad. Now everyone knew just who the little boy they had been cooing about actually was. Most stopped, although Ashido and Hagakure were even more interested now. What Midoriya was interested in was, naturally, All Might's thoughts about his father's voice. He knew now about All for One, and the implication was unsettling. Means a lot to us too, the boy said, poking his head out from behind his father. Apparently when I was a baby he and my mom took me here. His father put a hand on his head, ruffling the boy's curls. That was a long time ago though. Since I was away it somehow became this. He gestured around. So, I figured between wanting to see my old date spot. With my wife back and Izuku here wanting to do hero training. It seemed like a good idea to spend our free time cleaning it. This fact made most of the audience feel quite warm inside, as the sheer adorableness of young Midoriya and the obvious love between father and son endeared them to the pair. Midoriya did not know how to feel about such private moments being shown to his class, even if they weren't exactly his private moments. Yeah. Izuku yelled. He left his father's side. I'm gonna be a hero. UA's entrance exams are only 4 years away, but I'm so far behind. I have a lot of catching up to do if I hope to make it. He's not kidding, his father said. His bedroom is a shrine dash. This admission made everyone laugh, as Midoriya was known to be quite the hero fanboy, especially about All Might. The idea that his bedroom could be called a shrine with a straight face made clear just how much merch he had to have in there. Because he's the best. Izuku rounded on his father. He's so strong no one has to worry about him dash used to be true. Not so much now, but he'd rather die before he let a child know that. He's always smiling so you feel safe dash, that was sweet. I want to be a hero just like that. When I say, I am here, I want people to feel saved. Izuku then gave Toshinori the brightest smile he'd ever seen from anyone. And right back into the feelings. While most were able to identify with younger Midoriya's view of All Might, the hero's internal reaction reminded them of the horrors he was hiding. And of course, the little Midoriya's smile was even brighter than they were used to, making Dark Shadow shiver slightly, fearful of such radiant power. It was nice meeting you, the man said, pausing with a questioning look. Yagi Toshinori. He smiled. Gotcha. Midoriya Hisashi. He smiled as brightly as his son did. Have a good night, Yagi-san. Hopefully, we'll see you enjoy the beach someday, he said, grabbing a large piece of trash himself and following after his son. Toshinori smiled after them. Ashido spoke up right then. You know, Mito, you look a lot like your dad. It's kind of adorable. Hagakure nodded, while Uraraka seemed to be looking away for some reason. Hisashi smiled at him. Hello Yadash. He broke off with another fit of laughter. Reason. How are you? He took several deep breaths, still shaking with laughter. Izuku flopped on his back, giggling softly. I'm doing well. I was just getting some groceries when I noticed how different the beach looked already. Then I heard you laughing and well, I was curious. Oh yeah, Izu. Show Yagi-san what you just showed me, Hisashi said. Izuku sat up, grinning wildly. Okay. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath before his face contorted. It looked rather like the face he made while in his All Might persona. That in itself was quite funny, but I am here. Izuku's voice dropped as low as the young boy could make it. It was so stupid. So ridiculous. So, Toshinori tossed his head back, laughing harder than he had in years. He laughed and laughed until he felt the familiar sensation of blood rushing up his throat, leaving him gagging, coughing, and hacking as he spat blood on the ground. He doubled over, dropping his shopping bags, but before he touched the ground, a pair of warm hands grabbed him, keeping him upright. The reaction in the theater was essentially the same as All Might's own reaction, except of course for Midoriya. But the laughing stopped the moment that All Might began spewing blood. There was further proof that All Might was not invincible, that All for One had caused him severe damage. Their hearts sank, and the levity they felt seconds ago was gone. Toshinori only smiled softly. It's quite all right. He placed a hand on Izuku's shoulder. I'm not sure. I was hurt very badly a long time ago, and it still causes me a lot of pain. But I am still here, and I intend to keep it that way for at least a little while longer. Aizu, why don't you get back to work? I'll have Yagi-san sit down for a few minutes. He told his son. Izuku nodded before running off to grab another piece of trash to carry away. Here, sit down dash. He led Toshinori to an old dryer, having him sit. Do you need something to drink or? That would be wonderful. I have a few bottles of water in one of my shopping bags, he said. Hisashi nodded and found the bottles in question. There were 3 of them. If you'd like, you and Izuku can have the other 2. The students seemed to settle, knowing that All Might was okay, but still unsettled that such things were completely normal to him. They were terrified about just how powerful the villain that had hurt him must be. Only Izuku and the staff knew precisely what a threat he was, and they were most terrified. Toshinori watched him with mild interest. Is that his quirk? Yeah, Hisashi said. It's his mother's quirk. He can pull objects towards himself. It's dependent on his physical strength though. Ah, Toshinori said, I see. Hence all the strength training and clearing the beach. That's right. Izuku has always wanted to be a hero, so I told him I'd help him get there. We're still doing some trial and error, seeing ways we can push his quirk. I have a few more theories on ways to make his pull stronger. We know it's a matter of what he can pull with his physical body, but his quirk is a mental one. That might mean there could be a way to increase the ability of pull without putting more of a strain on his body, but that's entirely theoretical. I'm sorry Yagi-san, Hisashi cut himself off, a flush dusting his cheeks between his freckles. I get carried away sometimes. Toshinori smiled. No, please keep going. I was interested. You seem very invested in his quirk. Not just Aizu's, Hisashi said. I'm a quirk consultant. Now the audience understood where Midoriya's intelligence came from. This, unfortunately, also counted as evidence towards Hisashi being all for one. Not to mention the fact that the other Midoriya seemingly had Inko's quirk. Toshinori blinked. Huh, was all he managed to say. He turned to watch Izuku. He held his hand out, pulling several cans littering the ground towards him with his quirk, letting them all fall into a cardboard box in front of him. Pull is his mother's quirk? He asked. Hisashi nodded. Yep. Exactly like Inko's. His voice was soft as spoke the name. What about you? He asked. Oh, just fire breathing, he said. He said something else under his breath, but Toshinori couldn't hear him. He probably wasn't meant to. What about you, Yagi-san? What's your quirk? Toshinori smiled. I'm afraid I was born quirkless. The initial confused reactions to the kid with the tape reel quirk faded away as the earth-shattering revelation hit their ears. All Might, the symbol of peace, the natural-born hero, was born quirkless. Jaws were dropped. The boy's smile softened. That must be rough, he said, but I understand. My quirk came late. So everyone thought I was quirkless until last year. He almost choked on more blood. What? But you're 9. I'm 10. Almost 11. Izuku said, putting his hands on his hips indignantly. You got your quirk at 9 years old? He'd never heard of someone's quirk manifesting so late. That should be impossible. The only way he would have gotten a quirk like that was, but he was dead. It must be something else. How on earth did that happen? Hisashi frowned deeply. He and Izuku shared a look. Finally, Hisashi spoke. The doctors think it was a stress response. The staff, of course, were fully aware that their Midoriya had, in fact, been born quirkless. While Class 1A was busy processing that little revelation, they were focusing on the new evidence presented to them. While latent quirks finally manifesting under stress were a recorded phenomenon, the look the two had shared made this story sound suspicious. I got it the night Mom died, Izuku said softly. I was talking to her and holding her hand. And she just died. Then after I wanted to pull her blanket up over her. Since she seemed cold and the blanket just came to my hand. Like she used to do when she tucked me in. It was a plausible story. Certainly, the tale of his mother dying seemed to ring true, but years of being a pro taught him to trust his gut. Something about that story wasn't right. The Midoriyas seemed like good people, but Toshinori knew there was more to be found here. While everyone was saddened to hear that the quirk manifested after his mother's death, everyone, including the students, noticed that All Might was suspicious. He had instinctively felt that something was off about this. The students were confused, but the pros instantly felt vindicated. Even if it wasn't direct confirmation, the fact that the version of All Might that was there wasn't buying it was proof that they were right to suspect something. Toshinori had grown quite fond of the Midoriyas. Izuku was so funny and very sweet. He also had zero sense of self-preservation. More than once, while pulling a piece of trash from a pile, he was almost covered in junk from a landslide. Toshinori also noted the boy seemed to have a higher-than-average pain tolerance, as one time when he was rammed in the head with a hunk of metal, he simply shrugged off the pain. When Toshinori asked him about it, all Izuku said was, "Hurts less than explosions." Hisashi sighed next to Toshinori, pinning Izuku with a hard look. "I thought you said Katsuki was leaving you alone now?" he asked. Everyone immediately noticed the same symptoms in their own Midoriya, and startled when Bakugo was mentioned. The pieces were far too easy to put together, even for Kaminari. Unfortunately, they had nowhere near the full picture. Izuku cringed. "Did I say that?" he asked. "I meant to say he mostly leaves me alone. You said it was better now that your quirk manifested." "Who is Dash?" Toshinori started. "It is better. He stopped calling me useless at least. Now he just screams about fighting me and stomping me," Izuku said. "He doesn't stop people from talking to me anymore. Not that they do, but Dash. I can talk to the school," Hisashi said. Izuku shook his head. "You and I both know that'll just set Kakin off more." He sighed and grabbed the metal piece that had reamed him. "It's fine, Dad, honestly. It's less of him picking on me and more of us having a fair fight. I can handle fighting." Now everything was out in the open. Almost everyone was either glaring at Bakugo or looking sympathetically at Midoriya, offering him silent comfort. Katsuki wasn't really bothered by their anger, because at least in this timeline, he hadn't said those horrible words. As long as that stayed buried, he was fine. And he really is getting better. I cried yesterday. You know what he said? He said when we get into UA, Izuku smiled. He thinks I can do it. Who is? Kaken? Toshinori asked. My best friend me, Izuku answered cheerily. His bully. Kaken was my bully. I told you it's better now, he turned to Toshinori. He used to make fun of me for being quirkless, but I'm not quirkless anymore, so now he's way better. We're more like rivals who sometimes go to the arcade together and gush about All Might, then we get into a fist fight. It's fun. The angry staring continued, as Bakugo bullying the class cinnamon roll for not being born with a quirk was disgusting to them. By now, they had puzzled together that Midoriya had been quirkless until at the very latest the entrance exam, and they were furious that he would be so callous towards such a kind and generous person for such a nonsensical reason. It's my birthday. Izuku cheered. Dad said we'd do something cool, but I wanted to train, he said. But it's all done, we're gonna get Katsudon and go bowling. He smiled, a bit sad he wouldn't get to spend the day with what was quickly becoming two of his favorite people. I see. Well, I hope you have fun. Izuku smiled, grabbing his wrist as Hisashi slung a warm arm up and over his shoulder. You're coming with, aren't you, Yagi-san? Izuku asked. You want me to go with you on your birthday plans? He asked softly. This, of course, distracted everyone who had been glaring at Bakugo, as they were much more interested in Midoriya's growing relationship with All Might. The fact that All Might himself had called them his two favorite people was news to them. Perhaps there was indeed more to their relationship in their own world as well. They both seemed extremely close-knit. Toshinori looked over his shoulder. Izuku was on his side, pulling the plush closer to his face. He's a very kind boy. You did a wonderful job raising him. Hisashi sighed softly, watching his son as well. I'm afraid that doesn't have much to do with me. I wasn't around much. Not until 2 years ago. Really? You could have fooled me. You're so close, he adores you. That's Izuku's personality. He never once held a grudge about me not being around. He doesn't ask about it. I know he wants to. He wants to know why I was gone for so long, but he trailed off. I had something I had to do. It failed. I didn't do it. I'm glad it failed though. I don't know if he shook his head as if to get rid of the thoughts. 2 years ago, something happened to me. I was hurt badly. But it woke me up to what was really important. I want to tell Izuku why I was away, but there are gaps in my memories. Whole years of my life I don't remember. Toshinori's eyes widened. Entire years? He asked. That's? I know, Hisashi said, and reached back to brush hair out of Izuku's face. But I don't mind. I don't think I want those memories back. I didn't used to be such a good person. Inko always saw the best of me though. She met me when I wasn't. I wasn't good. She still fell for me though. She still stayed with me. I met her on the beach, he said. The general reaction to their day at the arcade was overwhelmingly positive. But as the discussion of Hisashi's past progressed, that positivity turned into apprehension. When he revealed that he had returned 2 years ago, with gaps in his memories, immediately the heroes realized that he was almost certainly all for one, although the exact details were still not quite clear. And his elaboration did not paint a flattering picture of his past self, so it was likely true. I'd enjoy that, he said, since I probably won't be seeing you as much now that you've finished. Hisashi only smiled. What? Are you kidding? I'm not giving up my Saturday Katsudon. Aizu is being put into self-defense lessons starting next week. After them, I promised him the 3 of us would go get Katsudon. After every lesson? As long as you're free, Hisashi said with a grin. Toshinori smiled, brighter and wider than he ever could as All Might. Midoriya was surprised that his father had enrolled him in self-defense classes, but it made sense given his unwavering support of him going to UA. Everyone was surprised that Toshinori was smiling so widely and genuinely, reminding them that All Might's smile was not quite so genuine as it had always seemed. And as the screen faded to black, they relaxed. But not before a piece of text appeared on the screen. Izuku's quirks. The students were extremely confused now, as they had not yet learned about the quirk All for One had been born with. How could Midoriya have 2 quirks? By comparison, the reaction of those aware was one of horror, as their suspicions were more than confirmed. Not only was Hisashi certainly some form of All for One, but his son had inherited a copy of the same quirk. Pole was likely when that quirk first manifested, taking his mother's literal quirk on her deathbed. Class 1A, along with the other students, remained in the theater, save for Midoriya, who joined the adults in the conference room. Quickly, the pros came to an agreement. The other Midoriya was definitely the son of All for One in some shape or form, and he was born with a version of that quirk. So far, they had not learned much about the plans of the League, but a pertinent issue had reared its head. The relationship between Midoriya and Bakugo was far more tenuous than it seemed, as they easily put together that Bakugo had bullied Midoriya for nearly 11 years now. At Yagi's urging, Midoriya eventually divulged what had happened to him. The entirety of his experiences, from the moment he learned he was quirkless to the moment All Might saved him from the sludge villain. By the end of the tale, all of UA's faculty was fuming. Nisa's eyes were alight with unholy fury, as he swore vengeance against Aldra and their elementary school for the mistreatment of both Midoriya and Baku. Izuka hadn't thought about it much, but almost all of Kaken's issues were caused by his previous teachers. His aggression and his attitude were something he had picked up from Aunt Mitsuki, but the egotism and the superiority, that was a word-for-word repeat of everything that Kaken had been told growing up. The same was true of him. His insecurities could be traced to the words that he had been told when he was young, from the insults and cruelty of Kaken to the blatant abuse from the teachers at Aldra, all slowly convincing him that he was useless without a quirk. As he realized this, he felt his anger spike sharply. All his life, he had been allowing these terrible people to dictate what he could and could not do. Just because they thought themselves powerful, they had done as they had pleased. As a hero student, that sentiment was abhorrent to him. Most of these people may not have used their quirks to harm him, but all of them, in his mind, were criminals. All of them had engaged in blatant quirk discrimination against him, and some, like his classmates at Aldra, had used their quirks to harm him repeatedly. He understood now why his teachers were so furious. He felt the telltale moistening in the corners of his eyes as he began to cry. For such a long time, he had lived with only his mother to care about him, and he had kept the truth from her. He had thought no one important would care. But realizing just how many people really cared for him finally made him feel loved. When he came home, he promised that he would tell his mom everything, including about One for All. And then there would be no more secrets, no more lies. She deserved that. When Bakugo had been told what his punishment was, he had been furious for a second, until he saw the expression on their faces. All Might in particular was radiating killer intent. Immediately, he knew that Deku had talked. He knew deep down that he had no leg to stand on, but still he tried to defend himself. But nonetheless, he was on probation, not to use his quirk or speak to, not even to look at, Midoriya. He was furious, yes, but he was at least glad that they hadn't humiliated him by telling his classmates. As much as he barely tolerated them, he did have a certain soft spot for Kirishima. He may call him shitty hair, but he was one of the few whose names he actually knew. Midoriya was somewhere between being relieved and terrified, as he was certain that the blonde would try to take revenge on him the moment that they were alone. Fortunately, All Might was keeping close to him. And none of the other students seemed aware of Kaken's punishment, which made him somewhat relieved. If anything, he was always looking for admiration from everyone, and if they learned about his cruelty, he was likely to go off. They opened seeing the thoughts of the other Midoriya as he sat in class. In the last 3 years, he's grown to really love Yagi. He was one of the few people that got him and his dad's obsession with quirks, and he was knowledgeable about heroics, and a combat emissary. Izuku was fairly certain he was a retired underground pro, going by the way he talked. It also wasn't a secret that Yagi had been hurt. Izuku had seen the massive scar on his side. Had seen him cough up blood. Sometimes he wheezed as he breathed. Sometimes he couldn't keep food down. It was the kind of injury you'd get fighting a villain. Izuku was sure he had his reasons for not telling him and Dad. Just like Dad had his reasons for not telling Izuku about the years he'd been gone. At first, All Might and Aizawa laughed at the notion that he would ever be underground. But at the revelation of the extent of his injuries, the students became rowdy. They knew, of course, that heroics were dangerous, having endured the attack at the USJ just before coming here, but to see such gruesome proof of how deadly such work could be was unnerving. It took some time, but eventually they calmed down. Of course, they only calmed down at the mystery that the other Midoriya had just presented him. The pros perked up, noticing further evidence for their suspicions. Izuku wasn't an idiot or naive. He was pretty sure his dad used to be a villain. Up until his injury 5 years ago, the same time Yagi got injured. That, however, seemed more like a coincidence. His father had barely been in his life. He had a handful of hastily written letters in a shoebox under his bed from years ago. And it was also a picture of him, his mother, and his father from when Izuku was a toddler. He also only has a single memory of him from before he came back. Just one. He was only 4 at the time, and he remembered waking up to his father looking down at him on the bed but hadn't known it was him at the time. His father had just stood over him, his eyes cold in the dark of the room. But Izuku didn't remember being afraid. His father didn't speak in the memory. Just watched him before leaning down and pushing the hair out of Izuku's face. Izuku remembers smiling at him. Then his father simply walked out of the room, closing the door behind him. That coincidence made All Might's blood run cold. To have such obvious proof laid out was chilling. He was even more terrified to see that familiar silhouette near Midoriya's younger self. Ida, Kendo and Momo were quietly conferring, and they seemed to be starting to put the pieces together. Most of the other students didn't seem to be anywhere near the truth, but those 3 would likely need to be brought into the circle of trust soon. After all, they were class reps, and they needed more help to keep the students under control. To Izuku's knowledge, that and the picture of him as a toddler were the only times his father ever met him before he came stumbling through the apartment door late one night, covered in blood and crashing into his mother's arms. And just like that, Dad was living with them. Mother hadn't explained it very well. All she had said was, "Your father used to have a lot of responsibilities. He had a lot of things he needed to do. It didn't work. But that's okay. He's home now and he's not leaving ever again." So after a pretty short adjustment PRD, he just took it in stride. And true to his mother's words, Dad stayed. That one year, when it was the 3 of them, had been perfect. His parents got married. They hadn't been before apparently. But they got married, and Dad took Mom's family name, making them all Midoriyas. Izuku doesn't know his father's first family name. He asked once. His father said it didn't matter since his family was dead anyway. By this point, the teachers, as well as the pros in the other theater, had put together that Hisashi Midoriya was all for one. And the class reps were getting quite close to the realization. Maybe he should care. Care about the kind of person his dad was before he came home that night covered in blood. But he just couldn't bring himself to. Not when the person his dad was now was so. Doubly so after Mom passed away, Dad was all he had. These past 5 years with him have been amazing. Dad wasn't a perfect father. But who was? He tried so hard. He knew Mom's death took a toll on him, but he always kept a smile on when Izuku was around. He remembered his father crying alone in their bedroom late at night when Izuku was supposed to be asleep. Remembered his father's deep mournful cries for a woman who loved him despite everything. But Dad always smiled for Izuku. Dad always believed Izuku would be a hero. Even before Mom died and Izuku. Well, before Izuku got pulled. Dad always believed in him. Even when Mom didn't. Even when no one did. Midoriya was somewhat reassured by this information, until the death of his mother came up. That shattered his heart. Imagining a world without his loving mother was nearly impossible. But seeing his other self's father so confident in him helped mend his broken heart, at least for the moment. Izuku tossed his pen again, letting it flip in the air, the familiar tug of pull bringing it down back into the palm of his hand. Kaken was yelling about something. Then again, when wasn't Kaken yelling about something? Izuku didn't pay it any mind until one of his classmates, he wasn't sure which one, said, "Oi nerd, speaking of you, let me borrow your notebook again," Kaken said, slamming his hand down on Izuku's desk. "I want to read what you wrote about that All Might fight from earlier this week." Midoriya, Bakugo and the teachers stared open-mouthed at the interaction between the two. Never, not once, was Katsuki Bakugo ever that nice and that casual, especially with Midoriya. The rest of 1A was similarly surprised, Kirishima commenting how unlike Bakugo it was. Oh, sure, this version of the blonde was still quite Bakugo-esque, but his respectfulness towards Midoriya was unusual. "Can't. Training with Yagi-san today. I need it," he said, stuffing the notebook into his bag. "Tomorrow, though." Kaken groaned loudly. "Whatever. Did you see the Mount Lady fight this morning?" he asked, shifting topics. Things with Kaken got better all the time. Whatever grudge Kaken held against him as a kid seemed to vanish. Instead, as Izuku got older and stronger and his pull got more powerful, he and Kaken seemed to settle into, well, it wasn't quite a real friendship. More of a friendship of convenience. They were the only two they knew who were as obsessed with heroics as the other was, and also the only ones who not only wanted to be heroes but seemingly had a good shot at it. Kaken, while still feeling some sense of superiority over Izuku, at least respected his analysis. Izuku respected his strength. And there went all of the comfort. Now, everyone had all the information. While they may not know exactly how bad Bakugo had treated Midoriya, they could easily figure out that it hadn't been so kind. But the teachers noted that, compared to the existing dynamic, this version of their relationship was quite a bit healthier. Still unhealthy, but a far sight from the bullying of the past. I did. It happened on my way to school, he said, slinging his backpack around his shoulders. She's got a real chance at taking on the top 10 at this rate, he said. But that wasn't a request. Oh, Deku, get back here. This conversation was enough to intrigue Bakugo, distracting him long enough for Midoriya to get over the thought of his father dating All Might. The thought was ludicrous, and obviously not true. Izuku ran faster than he ever had before. Yagi-san, he cried. His feet moved without having to be told, his body colliding into the skinny frame of Yagi, sending him several feet back and landing harshly on his side. Izuku almost felt guilty. Then he couldn't breathe at all. Slime, disgusting slime was pouring into his mouth and up his nose. Gross, gross, gross. Oh hell yeah, you'll do way better than the old man. Pretty nice body for a middle schooler. Don't worry kid, it'll be over for you in about 45 seconds, then I'll use this to put down the skeleton over there, the slime told him. Everyone tensed the moment that the sludge villain appeared. Bakugo seemed not just traumatized, but horrified that it had attacked Midoriya. Before the teachers could stop him, he turned toward the boy and said, Oi, I mean Izuku. Everyone was shocked, most of all Midoriya, and he continued uninterrupted. I never wanted you to die, never. Even if you were quirkless, even though I hurt you so much, I never wanted you dead. Midoriya was not sure how to feel about that. While it certainly was nowhere near a real apology, he clearly meant it. By now, he had finally gotten over himself enough to regret his words that one day. He looked at Katsuki and nodded. The teachers looked at each other and shrugged. The students were silent as the grave. They had, on occasion, suspected what their deal was, but they had had no idea that it was this bad. Ida and Uraraka remembered their first combat exercise, and the utter disregard that the blonde had shown to their friend. They shivered, thinking of what horrors Bakugo could have done in their past. A villain? This was his quirk. That's such a gross quirk. Wait, but if it was a quirk he could just... Izuku's hands pulled at the slime around his mouth. This was a mutation quirk. He had to be careful with those. What would happen if he could even do that? He'd only ever used the quirk he was born with once, and that was on Mom's deathbed, and not on purpose. If he did this, would he turn into slime? What would happen to the guy who was currently choking him to death? Would he turn into a normal human? There was so much to consider. Suddenly, the confirmation of this Midoriya having all for one made itself known. Many of their conversations after the previous chapter had, at some point, included some speculation about whether he'd have some form of it, but now it was confirmed. The list of quirks they had seen at the end of the previous chapter now made quite a lot of sense. Izuku locked eyes with Yagi. He was sitting up, fear written across his face. Yagi was quirkless, ex-underground pro or not, he was an injured quirkless person. If Izuku didn't do this now they were both going to die. Plus, even if he did turn into slime he could try and give it right back, right? He had to do this, for Yagi's sake. Izuku nodded numbly, mind full of static. But All Might Yagi? He wasn't sure anymore, had given an order. He pulled the bottle from the bag, calling it to his open hand. He dumped the water out and with pull, collected the slime into the bottle before capping it. He held up the villain to All Might. This reveal naturally stirred up the students. He quickly stood up and introduced himself more fully, then detailed how he had first met Midoriya, minus some details. He was not proud of his failures that day, but he would not begrudge Midoriya telling them himself. Yagi deserved their ire for daring to crush the cinnamon roll's dreams. Izuku stared at Yagi. All Might? He stared for what felt like several days before his mind snapped into focus, like a taut piece of twine breaking. The floodgates opened. You're All Might? He screamed. Oh my god, have you been All Might this entire time? 3 years and you never told us? Oh my god, you've been in my room. You've seen my All Might collection. This is humiliating dash, he clutched his head. This is the coolest thing that's ever happened to me. He looked up at All Might, the same man he'd worshipped since he was a kid. And suddenly he could see Yagi in his face as well. This is the worst thing that's ever happened to me. His eyes became watery, weepy with tears. He punched All Might in the arm as hard as he could. It did nothing to him, but Izuku's hand nearly broke on contact. He held his throbbing fist to his chest, tears streaming down his face. How could you keep this from us? From Dad. 3 years, Yagi-sen. 3 years of Katsudon and bowling and movie nights, and you've slept on our couch? How could you just keep being All Might from us? Midoriya had gone catatonic. The thought of his mentor seeing his collection was so beyond embarrassing. The other students reacted with uproarious laughter at the mention of his collection, imagining a few shelves covered in little knickknacks. Only Bakugo was aware of just how expansive that collection really was. When the other Midoriya started getting emotional, their Midoriya finally rebooted. He was about to say something when the other All Might cut him off. Izuku. All Might said softly. I didn't intend to. There is a reason. I can explain everything. To you and Hisashi. Honestly, I've been meaning to tell you for quite some time, he said. And today, you saved me. Izuku asked. Before, he was going for me, he said, holding up the slime villain in his bottle. But there you were, pushing me out of the way. What happened? Can I ask what went through your head? Izuku blinked. I dunno honestly, he said softly. I just saw you about to be attacked and I knew I couldn't just stand there and do nothing. My body just sort of moved on its own. Both users of One for All remembered this conversation intimately, although it had been after rescuing Bakugo later on for them. All Might smiled. It was blinding. Izuku had to bite back the smile that was threatening to spill onto his face. He was still mad, damn it. 3 years and he couldn't trust him or his dad with this secret. Izuku frowned. He was a hypocrite. He'd been keeping a secret too. One he'd promised his father he'd try and keep at all costs. One he'd almost revealed to All Might just now. But if All Might was going to share his secrets with them, Izuku should repay him in kind. That's the mark of a true hero. All Might's voice pulled him from his thoughts. You know, Izuku, since I met you, I knew you were going to be something special. Today was the final confirmation I needed. Midoriya Izuku, you're going to be the greatest hero anyone has ever seen. Izuku wailed again. The students were intrigued by the thought of Midoriya Hisashi's secret, but they were distracted by what All Might told Midoriya. Bakugo, for a moment, was tempted to yell at Deku for daring to dream higher than him but held his tongue. He was on thin ice as it was. They sat in Izuku's living room. Each of them nursing a tea. All Might? Or was he Yagi when he was looking like this? They'd come home together after dropping off the slime villain at the police station. Now they sat, quiet and awkward for Dad to come home from work. Izuku bit the inside of his cheek. What would happen now? He got a laugh in return. I suppose so. I have been finding myself in you and your father's company more and more as the years go by. Their awkward conversation was quite hilarious to the students, even though Bakugo was quite irritated at Deku calling him loud and annoying. The thought of All Might spending his time with Midoriya suddenly made quite a bit of sense. Aizawa rhetorically asked All Might if he was doing the same thing with his successor and received a shrug in response. He sat up straight, his entire body buzzing with electricity. Make that happen? How could he do that? Training? They were already doing that. Unless there was something more to All Might's success as a hero? But what could it possibly be? The door opened into the apartment. Dad was home. He kicked off his shoes at the front door before wandering back into the living room. He blinked when he saw them both. Hey, what are you guys doing here? I thought you'd be at the beach, he asked. He leaned on the back of the couch Yagi was sitting on. Tosh, please tell me you didn't have the last of the jasmine tea, he pleaded. I did, but I bought more, he said. It's in the cabinet. But, we want to talk to you. I have something I've been meaning to talk to the both of you about for a long time now. For a moment, both student and mentor freezed. They knew at that moment that the secret of One for All was about to be revealed. Of course, Dad said without hesitation. Toshinori, Izuku, and I have your back completely. He placed a hand on Yagi's shoulder. Whatever it is, I promise I won't tell a soul. Yagi smiled softly. I know you won't, Hisashi, he said. I'm not sure where to begin. You see, Izuku and I were attacked on the way home today by a villain. What? Hisashi stood up at once. Are you okay? Izuku, why didn't you call me as soon as you got home? Are you injured anywhere? He asked, grabbing Izuku by the face and inspecting him for bruises and cuts. I'm fine, Dad, Izuku said, grabbing his wrists. All Might saved me. Dad's face paled. What? All Might, Izuku said slowly. He saved me. Turns out he's been pretty close by. For like 3 years now. Everyone in the theater snickered. Now they knew why All Might was hanging around Midoriya all the time. Oh, sweet summer children, no you don't, thought Aizawa. Dad turned to Yagi slowly. Izuku should have figured that would clue him in. His father had always been a bit too smart. He locked eyes with Yagi. What does Izuku mean when he says that? He asked him. Yagi stood. He means I'm All Might. Yagi inflated. His skeletal frame expanded into the massive and imposing All Might body. I have been this entire time. I'm very sorry I haven't told you before now. It's rather complicated. Dad was frozen to the spot. That injury you showed us, he said finally. The one on your side. That's why, right? Tosh, you're a very frail person. You're telling me that All Might is suffering from that injury? Izuku gasped. He hadn't even considered Yagi's injury. At the best of times, Yagi was puking up blood, or having to stop to rest. Oh god, All Might had Yagi's injury. Izuku clasped his hand over his mouth. That's why. Because All Might was. That fact pierced through the hearts of every student watching. They had seen Yagi's injury and learned that he was All Might, but somehow, they had not put the pieces together. The thought was sickening. In the other theater, Endeavor was silently having a meltdown over not being able to surpass a weakened All Might. Yagi deflated. Yes, he said, I can't maintain my muscle form like I used to. I'm only down to a handful of hours a day. It's not to say I'm not still capable as a hero, but my time is running out. In a matter of a year or two, I won't be able to use my power at all anymore. 5 years ago I was in a huge fight, one that wouldn't have been in the news. I defeated my foe, someone who I had been after for many years, but he crippled me. The reveal of Yagi's weaker form suddenly explained a lot to the students. Now his odd absences made quite a lot of sense. But the thought of there being a villain that could cripple the symbol of peace so brutally was terrifying. Dad gasped, a look of sheer panic crossing his face. His eyes were wide as saucers. He stood, and without a word bolted from the room, to his bedroom, slamming the door shut behind him. Yagi looked just as alarmed as Izuku felt. What in the world was going on? They looked at each other, then back to his father, bowed down with his forehead pressed into the hardwood floor. Hisashi, Yagi said, what are you saying sorry for? Because, Dad said softly. It's my fault. Immediately, Midoriya sprang out of his seat, their worst suspicions confirmed. His father, at least in that universe, was all for one. The reaction of the assembled students was much the same. Pandemonium swept the theater, despite the liberal use of both erasure and blood control. It took a shout from All Might to force them to calm down. Immediately, they sat, ready for some explanations. I'm the one that did that to you, he said finally. I'm All for One. All for One? Izuku hadn't ever heard that name before, but something about it struck him deep into his core. Was this it? What he suspected all these years? His dad really was a villain? That's what this was, right? A confession of past villainy? What do you dash? That's impossible, Yagi said, his voice like stone. All for One is dead. He is, Dad said, finally raising his head, most of him. Destroyed most of me that night. But there was a quirk. One I had stolen years ago. A man I met could split his personality up. By dividing his memories, he could create multiple selves. That night when you killed most of what I am, I was split. I didn't do it on purpose, but a part of me got away. The best of me. All my memories of Inko and Izuku. The memories of my little brother, Yoichi. The kindness I'd been shown in my long life. Some of what I had done as All for One remains. I remember Nana. I know I killed her. I don't remember how. That memory died with the rest of me. All I have is the guilt of taking a life. That's all I have of the people I've killed. The regret. Yagi backed away slowly. I don't understand. I am Shigaraki Hisashi, Dad said, standing on shaking legs. Izuku had never heard that name before. I am what remains of All for One. I escaped our battle that night with nothing more than my happiest and saddest memories, as well as a simple fire-breathing quirk. My original quirk died with the rest of me. Now that he had said the name, it was truly confirmed. The specifics of the separation quirk explained why he was here, uninjured, when All Might could swear that he had ended him. But he was beginning to suspect that the other half had also survived. The students were now properly terrified. They had heard legends of the infamous quirk thief, but never had they expected him to be real. Hatsum, on the other hand, was intrigued, wondering about the possibility of a quirk transferring baby. Izuku has nothing to do with this, Dad said to Yagi. After you kill me, please. I beg you don't let anything bad happen to Izuku. Kill? Dad, Yagi-san isn't going to kill you, right? He grabbed his father around the middle. Right, Yagi-san? He has to, he said softly, cupping Izuku's face in his hands. I always thought this might happen. That he'd find me. He looked up to Yagi, who was frozen on the spot. I do want to say thank you. If you hadn't broken me that night, killing the worst parts of myself, I would never have come home to the things that really mattered. He smiled softly. So, thank you, All Might. Thank you for giving me a chance to be a family, to be there when Inko died. To be a father for Izuku, even if only for a little while. His smile grew larger as fat tears rolled over his father's freckled face. And thank you for being a dear friend these past few years. Yagi smiled softly, pulling both of them into a hug. Because you're Hisashi, he said simply. The best person I know. They stayed there like that for a long time. The long scene was quite difficult for the students, and some of the teachers, to follow. But the thought that was prevailing was that, at the very least, the part of the villain who had crippled All Might, the part that was now Midoriya's father, was in fact his best self. This man, who was once a great villain, was now a grieving husband and loving father. They agreed with All Might, he was no villain. There's one more thing I'd like to discuss, Yagi said finally. Something I've been considering for a long time. But today helped me make up my mind. He turned to Hisashi. Your son is an incredible person, he said to Dad, reaching across the table and laying his long thin hand over Dad's own. Why yes, Dad said, he really is. When we were attacked earlier, the villain went for me first. Of course, he had no idea I was All Might dash. Dad flinched slightly at the name, but Izuku ran in, pushing me out of the way. Dad looked up from his food, eyes wide, and zeroed in on Izuku. He couldn't tell if Dad was proud or horrified at the idea of him stepping into certain danger. He said his feet moved before he could even think. Just about every hero I know, every great hero I know has a story like that. Really? Izuku asked, eyes wide. Yes, Yagi said. That's why. I want you to be my successor. The thought of Midoriya's recklessness being called heroic made Aizawa groan. Even if he appreciated the ideal of selflessness, there was a fine line between selfless and reckless. A line that Midoriya had ignored consistently. But the students were more interested in what All Might meant by successor. Perhaps they would finally learn the true secret behind their relationship. Yagi turned back to Izuku and smiled. My boy, do you remember when we first met? And I told you I was born quirkless. Izuku nodded. He did. He felt a kinship with Yagi over that. Even now he still remembered life when he was thought to be quirkless. It wasn't a lie. Izuku frowned. How did he get a quirk then? There was only one way Izuku knew of, but if his father and Yagi had been enemies, mortal ones from what they told him, that shouldn't be possible. I'm not following, Izuku said, that's not. I mean I guess it's not impossible but still dash. That Dad had a quirk that could give and take quirks for other people? Yes, Izuku said. We've talked about that. I always thought he lost that quirk the night he came home all beat up, he said. Yes, well. Yagi coughed a bit. That quirk was called All for One. The name, All for One, finally made sense to the students, as they understood that a thief of quirks would be able to take and hoard all quirks for their own. But the revelation that All Might was born quirkless was shocking. They'd been raised thinking that All Might was a natural-born hero, born a great kid, and who grew into the greatest of heroes. My little brother, your uncle, Dad said finally. When we were kids, we all thought he was quirkless too. Much more common in those days, he said. It was a long time ago. Izuku, there's so much you don't know, he said softly. At any rate, I was not a good man. I was already committing heinous acts because my quirk allowed me to pretty much do whatever I wanted. It was like being a god among men. Still I cared for Yoi. I didn't have the best way of showing it dash. He broke off, his voice heavy. Yagi nods. Of course. You see, All for One, who shared a name with his quirk, was also a great villain of his time. He paused. The power he created in his younger brother became a torch. Its strength grew over time, stockpiling power as it was handed from user to user. Each time it was cultivated and passed on, until it became what it is now. My quirk. One for all, he explained. The explanation of one for all interested everyone, as they listened rapturously. The mystery of the similarities between All Might and Midoriya's quirks was finally solved. They were the same quirk used by different people. Izuku. I'm over 200 years old, his father confessed. All Might pull isn't my quirk, Izuku said. It is now. It's Mom's. Yes. You've both said you got pull from your mother. You inherited her dash. It's hers. Literally, Izuku said. When she was dying he could see that hospital room, the way the light faded from his mother's eyes. How he held her hand, trying to hold on to her. Any part of her. He was crying now. I took her quirk. With more of the lore about All for One himself as well as the history of One for All explained, most of them were pretty confident that they understood. Midoriya saying that he had All for One's quirk was a sudden curveball. Would he still be allowed to become All Might's successor? Yagi-san, I wasn't born with Mom's quirk. He said, I was born with Dad's. I didn't know its name until today. I'd been calling it give and take, but All Might I have All for One. That's why I can't take One for All. He was quiet. Yagi opened and closed his mouth several times. I see, he said before he smiled. I still don't see how that changes anything. Dad stood up. Toshinori dash. I can't have both. Izuku said. Sure you can. All Might said, you're the one I want to carry on my legacy. I think it's poetic. The son of All for One, taking on the mantle of One for All. Wielding them both and being the greatest hero we've ever seen. Izuku, there's nothing you can say that will dissuade me. Take my quirk, he said again. Izuku looked at his father. Dad only smiled, tears astonishing his face. I'll support whatever choice you make, Aizu, he said. It's your power, not mine, he said. If you want to take One for All. He looked up at All Might. Izuku smiled through his tears. This was his friend. Someone he thought of as a father almost as much as his own. Izuku had been given many things, his father, pull, and now. I accept. Everyone looked at Midoriya after that, seeing the silent tears coursing down his face. Yes, he was worthy, even if he was related to absolute villains. This knowledge affected many people in many ways. Shoji and Tokoyami felt reassurance that they were not lesser because of their appearance. Aoyama, silently, realized he was not lesser for being quirkless, because All Might had seen promise in Midoriya. He vowed to change his ways and make amends for his sins. Shinso realized he was not unworthy, not a villain just because of his quirk. He would become a hero. If Midoriya could do it, so could he. Bakugo was not quite reassured. He had mercilessly tormented the nerd for being quirkless. He could have easily killed him several times if he hadn't been careful. Katsuki felt horrible still, but All Might's message gave him hope. He could be better, he could be worthy of standing next to him. The Katsuki he saw, while not quite perfect, was a role model for him, an image to live up to. Shoto, by contrast, was reacting to an entirely different part. The words that Midoriya's father had spoken to him. It's your power, Aizu, he had said. That sentiment resonated with him deeply. You know, during the sports festival, your future self tells him everything. All about your demon of a father. And during your match, his future self tells you the same thing his father said. Magnus was behind him, whispering in his ear. If I recall correctly, his exact words were, it's yours. Your quirk, not his. And because of that, you used your fire. Shoto Todoroki was stunned. He could easily see himself challenging Midoriya because he was All Might's successor and telling him the truth. But for Midoriya to try to make him use his fire, without Endeavor's influence? That was foolish. Indeed it was. But you know he's right, child. After all, your mother already gave you her blessing to use your fire. And Shoto remembered. She had said that, hadn't she? Before she was sent to the hospital, they had been watching a video of All Might talking about quirks. He was allowed to use his fire because it was him and not at all his father. Thank you. The one who you should be thanking is Midoriya. I am just trying to make things happen a little bit faster. After the revelations about One for All and All for One in the previous chapter, they were excited for All Might to finally pass his quirk on. As the screen showed them arriving on Takoba Beach, they saw what they had been hoping for. So, how do you pass on One for All? He asked Yagi quietly. I can just take it from you if you want? Yagi smiled. I'm afraid it doesn't work like that. Since All for One and One for All are brothers, so to say, One for All can't be stolen by All for One. It has to be passed down. Plus, even if you could, there's a possibility it would lose the strength it's cultivated from all the users in the last few hundred years. Izuku nodded quickly. That makes sense. So, how does it pass on then? Do you touch me? That's how mine works. I just touch someone with all 5 fingers and take it. Do you just touch and give it? He could practically feel his father perk up in interest behind him. Not exactly. We can do it right now if you'd like, he said. He jumped. Alright now? But what about you dash? Yagi smiled. Don't worry. It won't leave me once I give it to you. We'll both be able to use it. But eventually, the flames of one for all inside me, they're already just embers. Small sparks. They'll eventually be snuffed out. So it doesn't make a difference if I give it to you now or a year from now. But UA's entrance exam is only 10 months away. He smiled. I thought we could take that time to get you used to one for all. I'm very glad you're in great physical shape. If you were scrawny, we'd have to waste this time getting you bulked up. But with the way you take care of yourself, I'm certain you could handle the power. Mostly. Everyone was reassured that one for all couldn't be stolen, as the sheer power it possessed would turn any villain into a world-ending threat. That sentiment was even more accurate for all for one, who was already capable of taking on entire countries. The thought of him having one for all and its stored power was a horrid one, and it was comforting to know that it wouldn't come to pass. Aizawa now suddenly understood why Midoriya had been so gruesomely injured during the entrance exam. He had not even had one for all for a full day yet. It was incredibly foolish, but of course, he was here to watch. Shota could castigate All Might later. He understood that the time had been necessary to prepare Midoriya's body, but the thought that he could have been better in preparing him to actually use the power was predominant in his mind. What do you mean mostly? Dad asked, his eyes narrowing. Well, Yagi started, I never had this problem. For some reason one for all allowed me to use its full strength from day one, but Nana described the power as being so great it would destroy her body. She had to train a lot in order for it to not seriously hurt her. It's possible that Izuku might have some backlash problems at first, but I think with enough training we can make it so he can use the lower end of the power without hurting himself. He'll need it for the exam. I see, his dad said slowly. How badly hurt are we talking? I don't know. In all honesty, Izuku could seriously hurt himself. But I think between the two of us, with everything you know about quirks and my personal experience with this quirk in general, we can train him. Dad seemed to think for a long moment. I'm trusting you on this, Toshinori. He smiled and looked down at Izuku. Alright, so, shall we? Izuku bit his lip. He was going to do this. No matter how badly he hurt himself. Right here, right now. I'm ready, he said. Give me one for all. Again, Aizawa was grateful that, at the very least, the other Midoriya had his father present to help him learn to use one for all in a safe way. And through watching him, they could learn better techniques for using it safely. Of course, not everything would translate, as he wasn't all for one's son and heir, so he wouldn't be able to use the additional quirks. Yagi smiled brightly before he took a long look around. Good, no one else is nearby. He inflated into his All Might form. Seems fitting to look like this, he said and ran a hand through his hair. Izuku smiled up at him. It was still so odd watching Yagi turn into All Might. He wasn't sure he'd ever be able to get used to it. Yagi smiled at him, and from his head, he held out a single golden strand of hair and said words that would stay with Izuku for the rest of his life. Eat this. Izuku jerked back in surprise. His father gaped at Yagi. You pass it on through hair? Dad asked. You didn't know that? All Might asked. No. I thought it worked like mine, Dad said, his voice getting more hysterical sounding. That's so gross. You need to ingest my DNA. And this is the most palatable way to do that, I thought. I doubt you'd want to eat my skin or my spit dash. Izuku gagged. Stop, stop, he cried, grabbing the hair and shoving it down his throat just to make the conversation end. That was disgusting. Yagi-san, I really hope this hasn't been some weird long con prank to make me eat your hair. Nope. All Might laughed. Kaken laughed. And by laughed, he full belly cackled, in a terrifyingly accurate impression of Nizu. Everyone else who didn't know was simply shocked. The fact that such a power was passed on through DNA, and that Midoriya gained his power by eating All Might's hair? Completely unbelievable. Everything about this was completely unbelievable. Now, they were starting to realize exactly how they had never figured out what was really going on. While they certainly noticed that All Might was close to their classmate, and they had similar quirks, they had always settled on simpler explanations, completely ignoring the sheer lunacy that was actually happening. Midoriya was deeply embarrassed at this. All Might consoled him, saying loudly, My Imhar made me eat her toenails until one for all finally manifested. It took about an hour to manifest, and every second was terrible. At this, Bakugo let out a howl of laughter, laughing like a rabid hyena. Monoma, too, joined in, though his laughter was not as grating and abrasive as usual. He seemed to be genuinely amused for once, and not just mocking them. They were going to UA the first Saturday after Izuku received it. Yagi had explained that he was going to be a teacher there next year. Izuku's teacher if he got into UA. So he could go on campus as much as he'd like. He'd also explained that 2 of UA's staff knew about One for All and who he'd given it to, the principal, Nedzu, and the school nurse, Recovery Girl. Nothing about All for One or anything regarding him, however. That was a secret between the 3 of them, and Izuku would rather keep it that way. Recovery Girl was actually the reason they'd test the quirk on school grounds first. Just in case the backlash was as strong as they thought it might be, they'd need her to keep Izuku from, dying. Just in case using One for All broke every bone in his body, she'd be nearby to help patch him up. Once Saturday came, the 3 of them all piled into his father's old truck, and off to UA they went. All Might got them through its tight security, and soon the 3 of them stood in one of UA's massive fields. Okay, Yagi said, I have us here for a few hours. What do you say we try it out? He turned to Izuku. Give us a punch, kid. Yes, Izuku said and closed his eyes. He tried to reach inside him for the power. He hadn't ever had more than just pull inside him, and the feeling of more was new. In his head, he could feel the vortex of All for One, and in it, his mother's pull was swirling around in the void. But something else was here now. A new power. It fizzled around him, mixing and mingling into the void of himself, unlike pull which sat neatly, just within reach. Izuku held up his right arm, power coursing through his body. He drew back his arm, gut tightening. He could do this. Plus Ultra. I like that you actually have a plan for this. Granted, the plan was probably Midoriya Sr.'s idea, but it's good that there is a plan in place, Shota observed. All Might slumped. He fired off a punch. The burst of wind pressure was massive. The ground shook from the air, smacking back down on it. It was power, unlike anything he'd ever seen. It was amazing. This was his. Oh God, his arm was broken. Purple and flopping on his side. Explosive pain, the worst he'd ever felt in his entire life, crept up his spine. He might be ill. He was ill, guts spewing up onto the ground under him. His father was yelling. He couldn't make out the words, his ears ringing in pain. How the hell was he going to do this? His knees hit the ground. Ouch, he mumbled. He wasn't sure what was happening. How time worked. How did time work? How long had he been here on this patch of ground, his arm torn to shreds? Smooch. Wet lips pressed to his forehead. The pain faded at once. His arm was fat. He wiggled his fingers, grinning madly. Like the entrance exam all over again, groaned Present Mike, with Aizawa nodding grimly. The students outside of 1A were horrified, not being used to the sight of Midoriya's mangled limbs. Monoma looked disgusted, but thankfully it was a stockpiler, and there was no risk of dying if he accidentally touched Midoriya. Tetsu and Kendo were mortified, with even the stalwart steel quirk user thinking it was too much. Hatsum was horrified, for a moment, before of course, wheels and gears began to spin in her mind, and an idea for a baby began to germinate. That was way more backlash than I thought, his father yelled at Yagi. Hisashi, I had no idea it would be this bad. Yagi yelled back, Demon Kid, you fired that. Off at 100%. Once you're feeling better, we gotta get you to take a little back. Izuku forced himself to stand upright again. I'm okay, he said. Absolutely not, young man. Recovery Girl, at least he assumed that was who this old woman was, yelled. My quirk takes up your own energy to heal you. You need to take it easy. He shook his head. No way. We just started, he said, feeling more steady on his feet. I feel like I just ran 5 miles, but I run that much half the time anyway. I just need like 3 minutes and then I want to try again. His father gripped his shoulder. Aizu, are you sure? I'm fine, Dad, Izuku said, putting his hand over his dad's hand. I want to try again, please. Recovery Girl sighed deeply. Toshinori, I can't believe you managed to find a successor almost as reckless as you. Aizawa looked at All Might and Midoriya, and the two, thoroughly chastised by Recovery Girl's counterpart, had the common sense to look ashamed. Kirishima and Tetsu, however, started to question the boy about his workout routine. With a sigh, he turned back and continued to watch. Yagi smiled softly. Are you sure? He asked Izuku. It's not a problem to stop dash. I can do it, Izuku said, more firmly this time, I want to. Dad and Yagi shared a look before nodding. Recovery girl only sighed and took a step back, clearly hesitant to walk away completely. Dad chewed on his lower lip. Let's not throw a punch this time, his father said. Try a finger. That way if it gets out of control, it's not as painful and healing it won't cost nearly as much energy. Great idea, Hisashi. Yagi said, I'm glad you're with us. Izuku nodded and held out his hand, getting ready to give his middle finger a single flick. He held his wrist to keep his arm steady. His father put a hand on his shoulder. Don't go full power. We know that your body isn't ready to handle that yet. Do you think you can try using less than that? I can try, Izuku said. He closed his eyes again, finding his mind back in the vortex. He reached out for one for all, this time easier now that he knew what he was feeling for. The power flooded his finger, and his entire arm shook. Pull back, he mumbled. There's an idea. Could pull help? He reached out for it, the familiar sensation of it swirling around his body. Like his mother's hand on his shoulder. Pull back. Pull back. How low could he go? 100% felt all-encompassing. 50% still makes his body shake. 35% is too much. 10% burns. 1%, he could handle that. Izuku flicked his finger. He could feel the air quiver. His finger didn't break. I did it, he cheered. Midoriya had already picked up on the trick of using individual fingers on the first day of class, but the concept of percentages had not occurred to him. All Might had said after the exam to find a way to vary his power between 0 and 100, and it seemed so obvious now in hindsight that he wondered how he had not thought of it sooner. In front of him, Aizawa sighed, relieved that now his main problem child knew how to control his power to a more manageable and less destructive degree. The amount of times that he had gone to Recovery Girl was high, for a first year, and the USJ was an isolated incident. Something told him that there was more on the horizon. The League of Villains would surely rear their heads again. Every Saturday was the same. Wake up, go to UA, and practice using one for all, and then the three of them would go and get Katsudon. Progress was slow. My crybaby, he added with a playful laugh. Izuku, I understand you're frustrated. We'll get through this. The three of us. Midoriya could relate to his counterpart very deeply. He was struggling to make one for all work, and he had yet to find a solution. The thought that he was a failure was frequent, his insecurities tormenting him as his attempts to improve proved fruitless. Though he was somewhat soothed to hear the voice of his other father reassure him so. What if I can't do it? Izuku asked, more tears spilling down his face. What if I never get it? What if you pick the wrong person? He asked. Yagi frowned and leaned down. He grabbed Izuku's face in his long skeletal hands. Young Izuku, I am not a perfect person. I have a lot of regrets. I have failed and I have been wrong many times in life. But this, he said, picking you as my successor? It's the best choice I have ever made. A sob broke from Izuku's throat. Yagi was too kind to him. Izuku was AF up. He'd stolen All Might's power and he couldn't even use it. But All Might believed in him. Still, even months later he still thought Izuku could do it. I'm sorry. Izuku cried softly. Dad and Yagi both hugged him. Dad wrapped his arms around him, and Yagi around his neck. Izuku, you have no reason to be sorry, Yagi told him. It's okay. Do you want to take today off? Not pity. Izuku hated pity. It reminded him of being quirkless. You poor dear, and you had dreams of being a hero? I'm so sorry, Izuku. It reminded him of after Mom died. I'm so sorry, you must feel awful. Do you want to take it easy? He was not to be pitied. No, Izuku said firmly. I can't. We only have 6 months until the exams. I need every second dash. He pulled himself from their grip. He put the water bottle down and stood up. He wiped his tears away with the sleeve of his hoodie. I'm never giving up. I'm never giving in. Yagi smiled and said something that would stay with Izuku for as long as he could remember. That's exactly why I picked you. As his counterpart voiced those same fears, he felt a stab of guilt, bracing for the weight of All Might's coming rejection of him. And when Yagi stood by him, he felt his doubts dissolve, momentarily forgotten. His tears began to flow, slowly. He didn't notice, transfixed by the vision of his other self. Let's go kick butt. He held out his hand to pull the water bottle toward him. He would take today with his entire being. Throw himself into every exercise. His whole body. The water bottle didn't move. Instead, the entire truck was pulled towards Izuku's hand. Dad and Yagi jumped out of the way as Izuku dragged it to him. Izuku looked down at the truck. "Did you see that?" he asked them. "You pulled the entire truck," Dad said, his eyes wide. "Can you even lift the truck?" "I'm strong, yeah, but I'm not that strong," Izuku said back. "I just dash," he grinned. "I have an idea." Dad raised a brow but nodded along. They moved the truck back into place and ran off toward their normal field. "So, what's this idea?" Dad asked as he and Yagi sat off to the side. "You seem fired up." Izuku grinned and turned toward them. "I was thinking that I have to put my entire self into this. If I'm only using a little part of my body to hold all that power, it's like it can't handle it. My finger can't handle more than 1%, but if I use my whole body at a low percentage, maybe I can up how much overall power I can put out. Even if I can only get to 5%, that might be enough. Especially if I combine that with pole, I'll have enough to compete with UA's students." "What if you break all of your bones?" Dad asked. "I just don't want to see you get hurt like that." "That's a risk I'll have to take," Izuku said, "one for all. 5%. He closed his eyes and fell into the void of his mind. That crazy power that filled his veins. Power coursed through his entire body for a moment. He opened his eyes as green electricity sparked off his body. Yet another idea that made him jump. As he saw All Might's wide grin at the edge of his vision, he smiled, confident that he would succeed. His mentor leaned over and whispered, "I have been waiting so long for you to figure that out. Fortunately, it seems like your other self is a better teacher than I am." Dad and Yagi both stood up. "Can you move like that?" Yagi asked. "I dunno," Izuku said honestly. He took a step forward. He felt energized. But he wasn't breaking. "It doesn't hurt," he cried and took off. He ran through the field and he was fast. He jumped, soaring about 10 feet into the air. He landed into a roll and stood up again. "This is great," he cried and turned running back towards them. "Look. He's really doing it," Dad said. Izuku jumped in front of them, the power fading. He smirked and tapped Yagi on the chest. "Tag!" he cried before the green electricity of One for All covered him again. He ran off and looked back at his teacher. Yagi looked down at his chest where Izuku had tagged him. He blinked a few times before he grinned. "Oh my goodness dash," he inflated into All Might. "I have been tagged." He turned and began to sprint at Izuku. He laughed as he tried to outrun All Might. It was clear All Might was holding back for the sake of the game, but Izuku had fun all the same. And thus, full cowling was born. The silly scene of Midoriya playing tag with All Might made the entire theater giggle. While it was obvious that his mentor was holding back, it was still a funny sight. The symbol of peace, using his powers for a game of tag, of all things, was uproariously funny. Soon, the UA entrance exams were upon them. Izuku was going to pass. He told himself that in the morning while getting ready. He told himself that in the truck sitting behind Dad and Yagi. He told himself that when they waved to him as he walked away from the truck. He was going to pass, damn it. He was going to... "Stop standing in my way," Kaken yelled. "I talked to a girl," Izuku whispered reverently under his breath. Everyone tensed minutely when Bakugo appeared, but relaxed when Deku replied so casually to his taunting. His first meeting with Uraraka, and his reaction garnered laughs. He was so adorably shy around girls that it made everyone laugh, save for Mineta, who since they had arrived, had been bound and gagged. Kaken rolled his eyes. "You're so effing pathetic." He grabbed Izuku by the collar and dragged him along. "Come on, nerd, we have a test to pass. I'm obviously going to get the top score, so shoot for second place and we'll crush the extras." "Oh, thanks Kaken." The interaction between the two, so very similar to the ones they knew, but so much healthier, was quite unusual for the other students of 1A. All 4 of the other students had little frame of reference as to how they usually behaved, not really having seen much of any other classes thus far in this term. But still, they did notice the slight differences between the two versions, such as the other Midoriya not being nearly as nervous around Bakugo as the one they knew. Turned out Kaken would have to wait to see him in action. They were sent to separate grounds for their practical exams. The area they'd be fighting the robots in were massive cityscapes. Izuku ran towards the front of the group, stretching his legs and getting down into a lunge before switching to the other. His plan was simple. Run in there and pull as many robots as he could towards his fist, and punch them with full cowling, and hopefully, that would be enough to destroy it. He was going to pass, goddammit. He looked up from his stretch, his eyes landing on someone just a few feet ahead. The cute girl. He smiled. She had saved his face earlier from certain doom on the sidewalk. He took a step forward. He should wish her luck. What do you think you're doing? A voice asked, a firm hand on his shoulder. Izuku turned and was met with the handsome face of a taller student. Strong jaw, dark hair, undercut, glasses. Athletic build. Handsome. You didn't come to obstruct your fellow test takers, did you? Hey Ida, it's your big introduction. Uraraka chirped. Tenya sighed and, turning to Midoriya, said, I'm sorry for what I said that day. I was quite nervous, you understand, and I know I can be quite strict and harsh. Izuku easily waved off the apology, as Ida had already apologized after the exam. Besides, he had a feeling his counterpart would be a bit more eloquent than he had been. Izuku gaped. Obstruct her? If anything, this guy was obstructing him. Handsome or not, Izuku didn't take that sheet. Maybe he'd been picking too many fights with Kaken and that little Pomeranian was rubbing off on him. No. I was going to wish her luck since I met her outside, he said simply. Mind your business. You're kind of rude, you're lucky you're so handsome. Izuku laughed, feeling giddy. So? I still want you to pass. Honestly, I want everyone to pass. The more people who pass here, the more people who can become heroes. The more heroes, the better the world, right? He grabbed the glasses guy by the wrist and hauled him up on his feet. Do great, handsome guy. Everyone in the audience audibly and visibly shuddered at the thought of Midoriya behaving more like Bakugo. Even Midoriya himself was not quite comfortable with the idea, even though Kaken remained his image of victory. The following few minutes were surprising, as everyone knew that their Midoriya hadn't scored any villain points. So seeing one who was blitzing the robots so effectively was quite jarring. His point to Ida was a good one, and many agreed heartily with it. Tsu spoke up, asking, So Midoriya, do you find Ida handsome? Midoriya turned red and started muttering faster than usual, but eventually calmed down and confirmed that, while he did think Ida was attractive, he would prefer they remain friends. With that, Izuku was off, not giving him a chance to respond. Their time was running out soon and Izuku needed more points. He'd been destroying robots left and right, so he was sure everyone else had been as well. He needed more points if we were going to make it. Izuku was brought out of his musings by a scream. Run! The ground underneath him shook wildly. A massive 0-point robot came onto the scene, knocking into the buildings around it. Crap, that thing was massive. Izuku turned on his heel ready to run. 0 points meant not worth engaging with. Oof. He glanced back. The cute girl was there, pinned under rubble. She couldn't move. She must have worn herself or her quirk out too much from destroying the robots. Once again, his legs moved before he could think. In the vortex of all for one, he called forth one for all. 5% wouldn't be enough. 20% in his legs. He could feel his bones splinter. He didn't care. He jumped. It was enough to get him into the air, heading right for the 0-pointer. 100%, no time for holding back in his arm, and he punched with all his might. The wind pressure sent him back as the 0-pointer folded in on itself. He did it. He saved the cute girl. He was falling. His legs were fractured and his arm was soup. He was falling to his death. Sorry, Yagi. Would his funeral be big or small? The ground was coming fast. He could move his legs. Maybe if he landed on them they could absorb the shock. They'd be broken but he'd live. He stopped just short of the ground, weightless. Our release, the girl said. Izuku thumped to the ground. He was on his back, her cute round face over his chest. Thanks, he said to her, unable to feel anything. Then she puked on him. Everyone who didn't know of his valiant rescue of Uraraka had their jaws dropped on the floor. Those who did were sporting various looks of exasperation with the infamous Bonebreaker, who was at this point already a good 30% of Recovery Girl's caseload. Kirishima and Tetsu were the first to break the silence, and they of course said the most predictable thing they could ever have said. That was so manly. Stepping in to save someone. Even though you knew you would injure yourself. Now that's heroic. And real foolish. If he pulls something like that as a student or as a hero, he would get seriously hurt and maybe even killed, Aizawa interrupted, growling out the last word. I am here, he yelled, with a letter. Izuku dropped his half-eaten toast, running from the kitchen so fast he might as well have been using full cowling. Yagi stood in the hallway holding up an envelope. Figured I'd drop by in person. They had me recording messages for all the exam takers, he said. But since I'm here all the time anyway, I thought me in person might be better suited. Tashinori. Dad smiled. I'm glad you're here. Are you hungry? Starved, he said cheerily. Did I pass or not? Izuku asked, skating Yagi by the arm. You can eat after, did I pass or not? Yagi only laughed. Well, why don't you tell me? He asked and handed him the envelope. It's the top 10 scores, he said. Kaminari, with the help of those around him, began to take bets on who got what placement. Hagakure had to be reminded that Momo and Shoto had taken the recommendation exam and were probably scored and admitted separately because it was a completely different test. She reluctantly put her money on Bakugo, knowing that he got a large amount of points. Bakugo himself chose not to get involved in betting, instead deciding to split the pot with Izuku. Izuku tore the envelope open and unfolded the letter. His name was the first thing he saw there. Midoriya Izuku, 45 villain points. 75 rescue points. Total Bakugo Katsuki, 77 villain points. 0 rescue points. Total Kirishima Eu, 39 villain points. 35 rescue points. Total. Not only did he get the top spot, but he also beat Kaken out by 43 points. Tears sprang into his eyes. His father jumped to his side, reading over his shoulder. Dad laughed, grabbing Izuku around the stomach and lifting him up into a hug. Aizu. He cried, you did it. You got the highest score too. Oh Aizu, your mother would be so proud of you. At the mention of his mother, Izuku sobbed harder. Great job Izuku, Yagi said, inflating into his massive All Might form. He grabbed both Izuku and his father and pulled them into a bone-crushing hug. You've made us all so proud, he said. Izuku couldn't speak. Every time he opened his mouth, all he could get out was another sob. He did it. He passed. He was going to UA. He was going to be a hero. Those watching were not celebrating. After all, they already lived in a world where Midoriya had made it in, his classmates counting their blessings for this daily. The primary focus of most of the audience was on collecting the money that was owed. Almost no one had bet on Midoriya, and aside from those few people getting a refund plus some extra, the rest of the pot was split between Midoriya and Bakugo. Of course, while the money was being collected, Aoyama approached Midoriya and All Might and began to speak in hushed voices. They seemed to not want their conversation to be heard, but no one seemed to notice. Once they were finished, Aoyama went back to his seat, and Yagi leaned over to Eraser, who began to type rapidly on his phone. Magnus smiled. He had given Aoyama some good advice that would hopefully help them gain an advantage. Soon, the boy and his family would be free. All Might and Aizawa sighed. They had suspected there was a traitor within the class, but to have their suspicions confirmed was heartbreaking. What had truly broken their hearts was the tale that Aoyama had told them, of a quirkless child whose parents had effectively sold their souls in exchange for a quirk. Midoriya had been sobbing relentlessly in one of the side rooms for half an hour after he left the theater, and had come back looking much worse for wear. But they steeled themselves, because there was more for them to learn, more information that could be useful. So, they sat down and began to watch. Izuku fumbled with his tie in the mirror. He'd never been any good at this, no matter how many times his dad showed him. He gave up and sighed, the tie hanging loosely around his neck. He settled for ruffling his hair in the mirror. He'd had it cut before school, he figured new school year, knew him right? Plus being a hero meant all those curls would get in the way. He'd insisted it go short. At least on the sides, cropped above his ears with a long poof of messy curls on top. It made him look older. As old as he could with his still very soft and round cheeks and the smattering of freckles courtesy of his father. He sighed loudly. He'd be doomed to have a baby face forever, wouldn't he? This domestic scene helped them to focus, as the anguish of Aoyama was banished for the moment. Most of the students were complimenting Midoriya's looks, the girls adoring his baby face. Ashido was suffering a fatal cuteness overload at the thought of Midoriya as an actual child. Aizu? His father called, knocking on the bathroom door. It's almost time to go. He opened the door and smiled upon seeing him. Look at you, son. You're a high schooler now. I can't believe it. He approached him. Need help with your tie? Please, Izuku said. I can't get it. It just looks stupid when I do it. Dad laughed and leaned down to fix it. Izuku could smell the fire in his father's throat, calming his nerves a little. He tied the tie with ease, then smoothed it down his chest. There we go. Picturesque, he said with a laugh and ruffled Izuku's short curls. I do miss the mop top. Absolutely not. No more broccoli hair for me. His father laughed again, harder this time. What? You wouldn't want to be Broccoli Man, the vegetable hero? Most of the theater laughed at the idea, finding it a little silly. The warmth of the interaction was heartwarming. Todoroki was looking contemplative, envious of Midoriya for having a better father. Then again, it was easy to be better than his SPRM donor abuser. Want me to drive you? Dad asked. I don't have any appointments until later. Plenty of time to drop you. Izuku shook his head. It's okay. It won't take me long if I leave now. It's only one train ride, and the station isn't far from the apartment, he said and pushed past his dad to leave the bathroom. He grabbed his signature yellow backpack, pre-packed last night. If you're sure, he said, do you have everything? All packed, he replied and walked into the living room. In one corner of the room was a small shrine. A picture of his mother, looking young and appealing, sat there. Izuku stopped, sitting in front of it. I'm going to UA today, he said softly. Izuku could feel his father's eyes on him. I made it. I know if you were here you'd be so happy. Dad and I miss you all the time. He sat there in silence for a minute. I'm gonna go. Wish me luck. He stood and ran to the front door, slipping on his bright red sneakers. Aizu, his father called. Izuku looked up only to be met with his face being pulled into his dad's chest. Warm arms wrapped around his shoulders and squeezed tight. Good luck. He hugged back and smiled into his dad's chest. He could do this. I'll see you after school, he said softly. I look forward to it. Izuku pulled back and with one final wave, he was out the door. The quiet moment of remembrance for his mother made Midoriya's heart break. He didn't know what he would do without her. Nobody spoke, not wanting to disrespect Mido's mom. She was clearly a lovely woman, and the few times he had mentioned her, he had spoken only praise of her. You shouldn't put your legs on the desk. It's rude to your classmates as well as the school. The handsome guy with the glasses stood over Kaken, his arm chopping in the air as he scolded him. Izuku couldn't help but smile. Who cares what you think, you two-bit extra, Deku? Kaken's eyes landed on Izuku. He sprang up from his desk, stomping up to him and grabbing him by the front of his jacket. Just what kind of stunt are you pulling, huh? Scoring higher than me on the entrance exam, huh? He yelled in his face. Izuku sighed deeply. Never change. He grabbed his wrist, pulling it from his jacket. It's not a stunt, Kaken. Don't call me that here, he snarled. Kaken, he drawled, giving him a sheet-eating grin. Anyway, no stunts involved. I just did better than you. Maybe get better yourself before you worry about what I'm doing, Bakugo seethed in silence. Though he could see that this relationship between him and the Chosen One was a lot healthier, he was still irritated by stuff like that. Being so casual while lording your superiority over him always infuriated him, challenging his idea of the world. If he wasn't the strongest, what worth did he have? But he was slowly learning that this was not the case. Perhaps All Might could be right. Power and victory wasn't what mattered, but force of will and determination. Chosen One over there may not have been born with a quirk, but his hard work made him worthy of inheriting one for all, worthy of standing in the ring with him. Shitty hair and dunce face, as annoying as they could be, were pretty cool themselves. Not that he'd ever say so where others could hear, but they were all right. They definitely weren't extras, and they certainly complemented his skills, Kirishima especially. Perhaps having sidekicks wasn't a sign of weakness like he thought. Completely unaware of Bakugo's thoughts, Midoriya was in shock at the easy friendship his counterpart had with Kaken. Being able to insult Kaken in his face when he was already mad? That was something he would never dare to even think of doing. Did it really make such a difference just because he had a quirk? Internally he knew that yes, it had. But that was more on Bakugo and Aldera than it was on him. The glasses guy was on him in a moment. You, he said and bowed his head, thank you so much for your help during the exam. I must also apologize. You scored the highest with all of those rescue points. I thought you were just showing off at the time, but now I see you saw the test for what it truly was. I have so much to learn from you. My name is Ida Tenya. It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance. He grabbed Izuku's hand and shook it hard. Thanks. I'm Midoriya Dash. Ah. Another voice called from the door. Curly-haired kid. She said and ran to his side, grabbing the hand that Ida wasn't currently holding. I'm glad you're here. I wanted to thank you for saving me at the exam, she said happily. What the F, are they talking about, Deku? Kaken snapped. Oh, during the exam I dash. I wonder what kind of teacher we'll have. The cute girl said. Wait, she was still holding his hand. His entire face was turning pink. Cute girl. Talking to him. Touching him. Handsome guy was touching him too, actually. Oh God. Oh God, he was too bisexual for this. Do you think the opening ceremony will be fun, oh dash? Ida was just barely able to restrain himself from entering into a little speech and was beaten to the punch by All Might. Do not forget, students, there is a reason why we are called heroes. When someone is in danger, we go to help them. Everyone nodded, Aizawa adding, but this does not mean you rush in like a fool. Be smart, and use every advantage you can to make sure both you and the citizens are safe. When Midoriya began to blush on screen, everyone laughed, knowing that their Midoriya was just as bad. Only when he mentioned that he was bisexual did they stop, realizing that he was not quite as he seemed to be. True, he had called Ida handsome earlier, but they had just played it off as a friendly thing. Could their Midoriya also be bi? Something yellow was crawling on the floor outside of the classroom. He blinked. What the hell was that? He pulled the cute girl and Ida behind him on instinct. If you're here to make buddies, leave, it said. Was it a person cocooned in a yellow sleeping bag? The man stood up, stepped out of the massive bag, and tossed it behind the teacher's desk. I'm Aizawa, your homeroom teacher. Welcome to the heroics course. Go get your gym clothes on and meet me outside, he said and left without another word. What a weird guy. Was he a pro? He had to be to work here. He sighed and went to leave the classroom, but no one else was following, still processing everything that happened. He looked back over his shoulder. Well, you heard him, he said and stalked off to the locker room. The students of 1A were completely unfazed by this. Monoma, Kendo, Tetsu, Shinso and Hatsum, however, were completely caught off guard. They had not seen Class 1A at orientation, but they hadn't expected their sister class to start work on the first day. Izuku ended up being the first to meet his teacher outside. He began stretching at once. He'd been instructed to put his gym clothes on, so they must be about to do something physical. Maybe a day 1 test? He'd been in classes like that in middle school. Something ungraded, just there to gauge how much you already knew. That made sense. Another person joined him in his stretch. Izuku glanced out of the corner of his eye. His heart stopped. The most attractive person he'd ever seen was standing next to him. He was tall, with a head of white and red hair split down the middle. One eye was gray and the other an icy blue. The blue eye had a gnarly red burn scar around it, but it seemed to only make him more appealing. Pale skin and nice arms. He reminded Izuku of a prince. Was everyone in the hero course this stupidly good-looking? That's just unfair, he mumbled. Excuse me, the handsome boy asked, his voice cold. An ice prince, apparently. Izuku went red in the face, standing up straight like he'd been electrocuted. And nothing. He was met with a glare before the boy turned away from him. Great, just great. He meets the most handsome boy in the world and he's already set him off. Just his luck. The other students finally met them outside, saving Izuku from more awkward interactions with pretty boy Scarface. We're doing a Quirk apprehension test, Aizawa said once they'd gathered around. The evidence for Midoriya being bisexual continued to pile up, as his first interaction with Todoroki left him flustered. Todoroki was intrigued that Midoriya found him attractive, even with the blatant scar over his eye. The 5 students from the other classes understood now exactly what they were doing, and they now wished they had done the same, rather than listening to Principal Nizu for hours on end. This somewhat explained how 1A had gotten so far ahead of 1B, given that they had had a slight head start. Sir, what about the entrance ceremony? The cute girl, Izuku really should find out her name, asked. Aizawa gave a non-committal shrug. If you're going to be heroes you won't have time for such frivolities, he said simply. You're all familiar with UA's reputation for freedom. That applies to the teachers as well. We're going to do a few simple middle school tests, but here's the catch. Whoever scores lowest is expelled. A gasp rolled through the students. Izuku frowned. He should be fine. Even without full cowling, he was pretty athletic to begin with. He was pretty sure he'd place in not last without it. And with full cowling he might even place decently well. You're really going to expel a student on the first day? Ida asked. Expelled my whole homeroom class last year. You takes my expulsions very seriously, he said with a shrug. Let's get to it. Midoriya, he said, you got the top score on the practical exam. Izuku felt his peers' eyes on him. How far could you throw a baseball in middle school? The threat of expulsion on the first day still rung true, even for those in Class 1A. They were still operating under the assumption that he had been lying, but to hear that he had done so in the past was terrifying. Then, Aizawa-sensei spoke up, and their scattered conversations hushed. I would only expel a student if I thought they had zero potential. This year, every one of my students had at least some potential, so none of you were expelled. So I said that it was a logical ruse to make you feel better. If one of you didn't show any potential, I would have expelled them. After all, it's cruel to let someone keep dreaming of something that will never come true. This made sense to them, though they were of course still terrified that they could have actually been expelled on the first day of class. This fear extended especially to Class 1B, who knew they were a bit behind 1A in regards to combat, and they might not have made the cut had they been in 1A. Izuku thought for a moment. I dunno, 50 meters? Aizawa held up a baseball. Throw it with your quirk. Izuku nodded, taking a step forward. He held up his hand, pulling the ball into his palm before Aizawa could even toss it. How best to do this? 5% of 1 for all was pretty strong. He felt into the void, calling the strength and letting it pile in his entire body. He reeled back, ready to let loose when pain erupted in the side of his head like a knife. He looked back at Aizawa then. Nothing. The pain vanished. 1 for all vanished. Full cowling, all for 1. He couldn't feel any of it. Aizawa's eyes were glowing red, his hair floating around his head. Why couldn't Izuku feel? It hit him like a truck. A wide grin spilled onto his face. Your eraser head, he said, lowering his raised arm. Midoriya flushed red, beginning to explain what he had done during his exam. All Might looked exceedingly proud, while Aizawa's smile looked almost manic. Even Hatsum was disturbed, though only slightly. That seemed to surprise Aizawa, making him blink. The feeling of having his quirk given back and then taken away again immediately did not feel good. How do you know me? Izuku blushed a bit. Sorry, I know you're underground. My dad, he met you once. You hired him. Gosh, I dunno how long ago it was. I think I was like, anyways, my dad Midoriya Hisashi is a Kadash. The quirk consultant? Aizawa asked before humming. Yeah, I suppose. I thought the name Midoriya was sorta familiar. You don't look like him. He rubbed the back of his neck. Yeah, well, I take after my mom. But I remember your case. It was one of his first. He recommended a support agency that was able to make you better eye drops. It took him a few weeks because your eyes actually have a slightly different chemical makeup than most. Something with your quirk factor. Normal eye drops weren't cutting it. I remember. Izuku smiled. I'm glad. Erasure, right? It works by maintaining a sight line with a person. You can deactivate the quirk factor of one person as long as you're looking at them. So you can't blink or lose sight of them. Something occurred to him. Hey wait, why ask me to use my quirk if you were just going to erase it? I saw you at the exam. You threw a punch so powerful that it shattered all the bones in your right hand. If you did that in the field it would take you out of the fight dash. Izuku rolled his eyes. I know that, he said. I wasn't going to use that much force. If you saw me at the exam you would also know I can use a lower percentage of my overall power without hurting myself at all. He tossed the ball into the air, using pull to have it come back down into his palm. Can I throw the ball now if I promise to be a good boy and not break my arm over a baseball? He heard a few students gasp. Talking back to a teacher who was threatening to expel students without a second thought was probably not a good idea. Kaken looked almost proud. Damn it, he really was rubbing off on him. The other Midoriya muttering up a storm over the technical specs of the help his father had given Eraserhead made most of those watching nod, well used to the infamous Midoriya mutter. The one in the theater was frantically writing in the notebook, trying to make sure he had all of the specifics down so that Sensei could get better eye drops. For this diligence, Aizawa shot him a genuine smile, which was only mildly reassuring. When Midoriya began to sass Eraserhead, everyone was shocked. Bakugo, like his counterpart, was almost jumping for joy at Izuku finally showing some backbone and standing up for himself. The idea that he was making the nerd more able to stand up for himself instead of less able made him feel a bit more at ease. He felt less guilty when he saw himself being kind to Midoriya. Aizawa seemed to debate something. Izuku felt a roll of doom in the pit of his stomach. Then Aizawa smiled. It did not give Izuku any sense of comfort. I like you, problem child, he said finally. Throw the DMN ball. Izuku dared to smile back. Once again he used one for all, calling upon full cowling and threw the ball. It shot through the air, flying into the distance. Aizawa looked down at a small reader, holding it up. It must have been connected to the ball to measure its distance. Not too bad, problem child. 312 meters, he said, holding the reader up for the class to see. Izuku grinned. What the hell was that? Kaken yelled, stomping forward. That wasn't your quirk. I've seen your quirk and that was not pull. The hell, Deku? Izuku's grin only grew. I told you at the exam, didn't I? It's push and pull now. That was the push. Kaken's jaw dropped. The sheer terror of Aizawa smiling terrified the assembled students and All Might. That fundamentally did not belong in existence. Such eldritch and unknowable things were not meant for the eye of mortal man. Of course, he himself was quite pleased with the effect he had caused. Bakugo understood now just what was going on with Daizuku. He knew that what was going on with him, and he knew that it didn't mean he was weak now. But, through Midoriya's perspective, he saw what he looked like, a hot-tempered fool who thought only of himself. The visual disgusted him because he knew deep down that it was true. He was a selfish idiot who blew up at the slightest provocation. It didn't help that his explosive personality manifested as literal explosive powers. And he had used those powers to, he stopped himself before he could fall into a downward spiral. Now was not the time for recriminations. He would make amends one day, and one day he might earn the right to be called Izuku's friend again. The rest of the tests went about as well as Izuku suspected they might. He did just fine. With full cowling making him faster and stronger than the average person, he was able to do perfectly well in all the tests. He wouldn't say he was the best, but he was scoring in the top 5 in every test Aizawa was throwing at them. After it was all said and done, he placed 4th. Not too shabby. Handsome guy, whose name was apparently Todoroki Shudo, placed 2nd. Endeavor's son. Izuku hadn't ever liked the number 2 hero that much. Call it a hunch, but he seemed like an a-hole. His son, as pretty as he was, wasn't helping Izuku with that impression. During the entire test, he was standoffish, impolite, and carried an air of holier-than-thou, which Izuku found rather distasteful. Still, he was so pretty. The kind that would probably come back to haunt Izuku in the shower, or in the dead of night when it was just him, his hand, and a bottle of All Might endorsed lotion. But that was between him and God. What pretty boy a-hole Todoroki didn't know wouldn't hurt him. Back on track. When the tests were completed, Aizawa kept to his word. The worst performing was expelled. A tiny guy with weird purple ball on his head. Mineta or something. Izuku felt bad for the guy for all of about 3 seconds before the girls in the class mentioned some creepy things he'd said to them. Good riddance, great boy. Other Mido's assessment of Endeavor, it seemed, was spot on, as Shoto nodded vigorously. The thoughts about his looks were ignored, for the most part, as no one wanted to touch that with a mile-long pole. Though the blushing of their Midoriya was put on the pile as evidence for him being bisexual. When the other version of Mineta was expelled, the theater was overjoyed. But Aizawa had a question. Why was he invited if he got expelled so soon? Of course, Magnus answered. This Minoru Mineta is still part of Class 1A, and will have to endure what is to come. And the actions of the other will serve as an example of what not to do. Believe you me, this is not the end of his story, but a beginning. With that, the audience began to contemplate what the future held for them, and what was so bad about the other Mineta. It was the end of the school day now. Izuku was very tired. He was ready to go home, curl up on the couch and watch TV with Dad. He left the classroom but didn't get far before a hand was placed on his shoulder. He looked back and smiled softly at Ida. I have to say, Midoriya-kun, you keep impressing me. The exam, saving me, scoring well in the tests, and knowing the professional history of our teacher. I really do have much to learn from you. He laughed. I just know a lot about heroes from my dad's notes. And my own notes, but mostly his since he's worked up close and personal with so many pros. He stopped before adding, your brother is Ingenium, right? Ida smiled brightly. Oh yes. My elder brother, Tensei. Yeah, he's employed my dad a few times. Never for himself, since he has that famous Ida family engine quirk. You do too if I'm not mistaken. But he's hired him to help out with some sidekicks here and there. My dad says he's super nice. Ida was of course, slightly embarrassed at the attention, confirming that he was in fact the younger brother of Ingenium. The revelation of the family legacy that Tenya was carrying now made his strictness a little more understandable. After all, he had heavy expectations to uphold. Before Ida could respond, a voice cut out, hey, wait up. The cute girl was running down the hall to catch them. Izuku tried not to turn beet red on the spot. Ah yes, the Infinity Girl, Ida said. He was right. She'd floated her baseball up into the sky, getting the highest score on that test. She smiled. I'll have you know my name is Uraraka Ochako. What a cute name. Fitting for such a cute girl. You're Ida Tenya and Midoriya Deku, right? Izuku choked on his own spit. Or is that not right? The really loud explodey guy kept calling you that. Kaken? Yeah, he does. It's not my name. It's Izuku. He's been calling me Deku since we were little kids. It's an insult. And he's a jackass, so dash. And there went the cozy atmosphere, as the reality of Bakugo's cruelty reared its ugly head once more. Everyone could piece together what exactly he had meant by that, and the fact that he had been saying that so flagrantly and consistently made his cruelty all the more damning. Uraraka frowned. "Oh man, I'm sorry. But I kind of like Deku. It sounds like, I can you know? Well sheet, just fire an arrow of cuteness right through his heart, why doesn't she? You can call me Deku if you want. The name doesn't bother me. I'm pretty sure it's a term of endearment at this point anyway. Most of the people in middle school did." She smiled brightly, stepping between them, and grabbed each of them by the elbow. "Okay then, Ida-kun and Deku-kun. We're gonna be great friends," she announced. Izuku rather had the feeling he didn't get a choice in the matter. But he wasn't about to complain. And back came the cozy atmosphere. Magnus spoke up again, saying, "Uraraka turned that name around for you so much that you actually used as your hero name later on in your future. Can do hero, Deku. And Katsuki, King Explosion Murder, won't fly, nor will Great Explosion Murder God Dynamite, or any variation thereof, for obvious reasons. Though I do have a few that I like. Maybe Explosion Hero, Ground Zero. Or maybe you like Dynamite, spelled like All Might. Just throwing it out there." Katsuki huffed, but nodded contemplatively. If his first picks were definitely off the table, then he would have to go for something different. And those two that he had suggested were definitely good. He would have to think on it for a while. Dad looked up as Izuku came into the house. He kicked off his shoes as his father came to meet him at the door. "So, how was it? Tell me everything." "I'm starving. Can we go get Katsudon?" he asked in lieu of a response. "Put your shoes back on," he said, grabbing his wallet and keys. It was only another 15 minutes before Izuku was seated across the small table in the dingy little restaurant they frequented. Curious. A hole in the wall with the best Katsudon Izuku has ever had in his life. He dug into his bowl happily. "So, first day at UA, his dad said, starting to eat himself. Izuku swallowed his bite. "My homeroom teacher is Eraserhead." Dad blinked at that. He looked up, smiling with the chopsticks in his mouth. "You're kidding," he said, speaking through his food. "I'm not. He remembered you too." His dad made a soft squeal noise at that. "We did a Quirk apprehension test. Scored 4th overall." Dad nodded in approval. The last place kid got expelled, but he was apparently harassing some of the girls, so not a loss. "Did you have a Quirk counselor watch your tests?" He shook his head. "Actually, I don't know if the school has one." Dad frowned. What kind of hero school doesn't have an on-staff Quirk counselor? He sighed. "I'm talking to Toshi about that. Wonder if I should apply." Izuku choked on his Katsudon. His father quickly distracted him by suching topics to one Izuku was sure would only kill him faster. "So, any cute girls catch your eye?" Izuku was dying. He was going to die here in this booth. He coughed on his food. His mind supplied the image of pretty Todoroki with his face, eyes, strong jaw, tall, broad shoulders, and his perfect hair. God, he'd love to see him grow it out. He'd look like an angel if he did that. There's this girl named Uraraka. She's super cute," he said instead. He felt a little bad for not telling his dad the full truth. It wasn't that he thought his dad would love him less if he told him he liked guys as much, if not more, let's be real here, as girls. He just didn't want to change their relationship. He knew Dad wouldn't judge him. At least not out loud. He didn't want to change the way his dad looked at him or disappoint him. Maybe that was stupid and irrational of him. Being bi was nothing to be ashamed of. The point of them not having a Quirk counselor was quickly noted, Eraser immediately getting a message from Nizu about his plans to remedy that oversight. Of course, the students were more focused on Midoriya's little coming-out crisis to notice, save for a few of the more academically gifted students. Yaoyorozu looked like she was thinking about it seriously, as did Todoroki. Speaking of Todoroki, he was blushing deeply at other Midoriya's idle fantasizing, while Uraraka was similarly red over hearing Deku calling her cute. Kirishima and Tetsu were cheering on Midoriya, encouraging him to come out, saying he wouldn't lose his manliness in doing so. He'd made the connection that he was bisexual when he'd always sort of intrinsically known he was different from other boys. Of course, getting into street fights with a sweaty, often shirtless Kaken had definitely helped him awaken to his less than platonic feelings towards boys. Not that he'd ever date Kaken. That would be like dating a cousin. Too close. They'd shared bathtubs as 2-year-olds, there's no coming back from that. Not for Izuku at least. But he'd be an idiot and liar to say he hadn't thought about Kaken in that light at least once. But that was between him and God. The point being, Talking to his dad about Uraraka was safe. Bringing up Todoroki and his perfect face and abs and, well, he wasn't even sure if he was ready to have that talk with himself. Todoroki, as pretty as he may be, was still AD-. Uraraka was soft and sweet, and he could easily see himself on a date with her. Oh yeah? His dad asked, pulling him from his thoughts. He took another large bite. What's she like? Gushing about Uraraka was easy. Aside from being cuter than a kitten, her quirk is amazing. When she touches something she can make it weightless. I think the more she does the sicker she gets. She was the girl that puked on me during the entrance exams. Oh yeah? I'd love to meet her and learn more about her quirk. It's not the most straightforward when it comes to combat, but she'd make a great rescue hero. Dad said thoughtfully. Not to say it wouldn't be dead useful in a fight. Not many people around that would be able to fight in zero gravity. Plus all the creative positioning you could make. Pair it with the right quirks and you'd be hypermobile. That's what I thought too. Pull and her quirk would go great together. I'd be able to pull. Anything really since she'd make it weightless. You could throw people around with push too, his dad said. When in public, all talk of one for all became talk of push instead. Izuku grinned. I hope we get to work together soon. I'd love to see what we'd be able to accomplish together. And she's super cute, his dad winked. Izuku rolled his eyes. Anyone else stand out? Ida seems nice, he said, the younger brother of Ingenium. Dad smiled. Nice. I'll shoot Tensei a text. Tell him you met his little brother. Tenya or something, right? Tensei only has good things to say about him, so I hope he treats you well. Is Katsuki in your class? At the praise, Uraraka flushed, so flattered to be thought of so highly. Bakugo, in comparison, almost retched. He did not want to think about that at all. He wasn't interested in the Deepening in Midoriya, like that at all. It was disgusting to think of someone who was like a cousin to him like that, someone who he had shared baths with. Though he was also pleased that the green-haired boy at least thought he was handsome. Todoroki was surprised that Midoriya thought that he was cold and impersonal. It was unintentional, for sure, and a result of his trauma, not that he knew that. He heard a voice speaking in his ear. You know, there's someone at Shiketsu who hates you for treating him like Endeavor did at the entrance exam. Not to mention your eyes, cold like Endeavor's, he said. Name of Inasa Yorashi. He's the entire reason why you fail the provisional license exam. If you reach out before then, you can mend that harm. Magnus' advice was surprising, but helpful. He took note of that information and was disappointed that he had acted like Endeavor in any way. The aspiring hero vowed he would surpass his father in his own way. He may use his ice and even his fire, but not in the way that his shitty father had. Shoto would be better than his father. He would be. Yeah, but he was honestly fine today. He was pretty confused when I used push, but he took it pretty well. Maybe I'll be nice and goad him into a fight tomorrow or something. Izuku said, "Dud, it's been a minute since he and I fought. Maybe I miss it? As long as there's no quirk usage dash." He cut his dad off. We know Dad, we're not stupid. Izuku pulled his phone out and opened his conversation with Kaken. It was a simple back and forth, mostly just fist emojis and times and places to meet. Fist emoji, TMRW after school? He hit send. It was only 2 seconds before he got a reply. Hope you're hungry for sidewalk Deku. Dad sighed into his food. Aizu, please stop fighting the kid who sweats nitroglycerin. I shouldn't have given him pointers to make bigger blasts last year. Oh come on Dad, it was the right thing to do. Plus it's not like I'm completely helpless. I can handle Kaken no problem. Besides there are kids in that class that seem way spookier than a puffed-up Pomeranian. His father put down his chopsticks slowly. Has anyone bothered Dash? Katsuki and Izuku were shocked. The casualness with which the other Midoriya had thought of actively goading Katsuki into a fight was shocking. They had thought that their dynamic was better in that world, but not as much as it had appeared. Oi D-Dash. F-Dash, Izuku. Do you do shit like that to me? Midoriya shook his head. No Kaken, I never do that. I would never look down on you like that. Fighting you isn't a chore, it's a workout. His agitation soothed, Bakugo sat down, appeased for the moment. Izuku cut him off by waving his hands frantically. No, it's nothing like that. No bullies. There's just this one guy. His quirk is insane and he's a bit of a D-Dash? Not in the way Kaken is just. I don't know how to describe it. Something about him just keeps sticking to me. His father quirked an eyebrow, clearly waiting for him to elaborate. His name is Todoroki Shuto. Okay, while talking about how pretty he was might be off the table, Talking about him was something he clearly needed to do. He's got this half-ice half-fire quirk. I don't remember him using the fire today. Anyway, he's Endeavor's son. Dad nodded. I met Endeavor once. I was doing a consultation for one of his sidekicks last year. Burnin. Nice woman, but he passed me on the way up to his office. Cold guy for someone with a fire quirk. He took another bite of food, chewed and swallowed. I didn't like him. He bit his lip before adding, I couldn't imagine living with a guy like that, and I only had a short interaction with him. A nothing. A blip. Then again, Endeavor could be a big soft family man at home. I doubt it, Izuku said. Todoroki was just very. I dunno. At first, I chalked it up to him being stuck up, but I dunno. Something isn't right there. The more I think about it, the more it bugs me. Intuition. I tend to trust mine, Dad said. I wouldn't go poking the bear on this one. If you outright ask the kid, hey, is your dad as big of a D as I think he is? And he's not, you're just going to PSS him off. Or if he is, you might spook him. I just wait and watch. Izuku frowned. If his dad's impression of Endeavor was matching his from seeing him on TV, then there might be something there. He thought back to the way Todoroki didn't engage with anyone. He put on a new lens. Instead of stuck up, was he scared? That image certainly changed things. Suddenly the image of himself carrying Todoroki bridal style away from a suddenly large and imposing, maybe even villainous, Endeavor appeared in his head. He squashed it. I'll keep an eye out. I can tell you the telltale signs of child abuse, his father said quietly. Please. At the mention of child abuse, everyone straightened up. The adults turned to Todoroki, fear in their eyes. He nodded, slowly. Magnus spoke up quietly, but it echoed in the silent theater. Enji Todoroki was not in the room during that last part. I used what powers I have to make him need the restroom desperately. Nizu is already organizing a case, and Endeavor will pay. But later, we still need him for the moment. Everyone nodded, and indeed, Aizawa, Vlad and Yagi all received texts from the principal. They nodded and continued to watch. The tension in the theater was palpable. All Might, Aizawa and all of Class 1A knew just how badly their first combat training had gone, and no one was looking forward to revisiting that. Least of all those who were most involved, such as Midoriya and Bakugo. But they steeled themselves, beginning to watch. Ochako was having a great second day of school. So far, it's been much more normal than the first day of school. Regular school subjects were in the morning where she got to meet more of her teachers. Present Mike was so cool. Then a great lunch where she sat with her two new friends. Was it weird she already considered Ida and Deku her friends? Ida was a bit of a stick in the mud, but he was so earnest and honestly, very funny, though that was probably not on purpose. She enjoyed the tall boy's company a lot already. Then there was Deku. She could tell she was getting a massive crush on him already. It was just so hard not to, okay? He was so cute. A short mess of green hair, big expressive green eyes, and all those freckles. That wasn't even getting into the little bit of his great body she'd seen. He hid it well under his school blazer, but she saw those powerful forearms when they were in their gym clothes. He was attractive, it was undeniable. But there was more to Deku than freckles and nice forearms. He was kind. That was apparent from the moment he saved her during the entrance exam. But he'd only proven it more over the last day. Sato, she was sure that was his name, the guy with the sugar quirk, broke his pencil during English that morning, and Deku had a spare pencil on his desk before he could even ask. Deku had already approached Tokoyami about his quirk and ways he could apply it. He was always thinking about others. Oh, and one more thing she could add to her growing list of reasons she'd maybe like to be Midoriya Ochako maybe someday after she becomes a rich hero all on her own or something. Deku wasn't just nice, he wasn't just handsome. Deku was smart. Or rather he was observant. The way he'd seen Sato break his pencil, that he'd already been thinking about Tokoyami's quirk. Those acts weren't just kindness, they were also proof of how much thinking was going on inside that cute green head of his. It was insanely attractive. Ochako's thoughts about Ida were quite heartwarming, but that was quickly outshone by the sheer intensity of her feelings for Midoriya. Everyone present saw these actions through a similar lens, and couldn't help but start feeling the same way. Except of course, for Bakugo. He was used to Midoriya's brain and his kindness, so he was not really affected by this in the same way. But he could see that there were distinct advantages to being like that. For one thing, people seemed to like the nerd, and get behind him and his plans. That kind of charisma could be useful, as any hero worth their salt had a few sidekicks. And he was going to be the number one, regardless of Izuku being the chosen one. When Uraraka's crush on Midoriya was revealed, both of them had blushed furiously, causing Mina to start teasing them playfully. It took several minutes for them to stop blushing, and slightly longer to make Ishido stop teasing them, but eventually, everything returned, more or less, to normal. It was time for their afternoon classes. Ochako leaned on her hand, with nothing to look at aside from the back of Ida's head. She spared a glance across the classroom. Deku was talking quietly to Bakugo. She wasn't sure how he tolerated that guy, but Deku had assured her they were friends. Deku laughed at something Bakugo said. He was so cute. The way his smile spread over his whole face, the little dimple on his freckled cheek. I am here. A booming voice filled the classroom and broke Ochako out of her reverie as the door slid open. Every nerve on Ochako's body stood up with excitement. All Might appeared in the door, coming through the door like a normal person. Yeah, he writes them all in code. Even I can't even crack it, he sighed dramatically. But he can't crack my notes. The only person who ever did was Kaken. And I'm pretty sure he did that just out of spite. Everyone chuckled slightly at the blatantness of Uraraka's crush, before standing up when they heard the voice of All Might. When they saw him, though, they began to snicker. In no way is that normal, All Might. Jiro yelled, in between fits of laughter. Everyone else was laughing, including the teachers. However, those who knew what was coming were starting to feel a growing sense of unease. The thought of Midoriya's father being even more obsessed over quirks than he was hilarious and mildly terrifying, but it made sense. After all, he had once been part of All for One. It made sense that he would be a huge quirk nerd. Hearing that Bakugo had managed to crack the code on Deku's notes made most of them look surprised. Bakugo himself looked quite proud, knowing that while the nerd may have the bigger brain, he was no slouch in the brains department. The thought of Deku being a challenge to him to continually overcome, a rival rather than a punching bag, was exhilarating. As much as he loved total victory, he couldn't deny that fighting and defeating an equal opponent was far better. Bakugo snorted behind them. Kako jumped. She had no idea he had been walking behind them this whole time. I cracked them because I wasn't going to let you have that kind of head start, Deku. Most of the boys were already out waiting for them. Her eyes quickly scanned the room. Everyone looked so good. One boy, she thinks his name was Kirishima, was practically shirtless. Ida was wearing armor, looking rather like a knight, and holding his helmet under one arm. Even Bakugo looked great. Then her eyes found her real target. The casual bickering between the two, once again, threw everyone off. They were used to a more antagonistic dynamic, and such friendliness was mildly disturbing. When the girls changed into their costumes, the boys briefly covered their eyes, before being told by the girls that it had cut to them already dressed. Midoriya agreed with Uraraka. Her outfit was indeed adorable. The heels were cute, but if they were hindering her, then it would be better to remove them. Sue, on the other hand, was as cute as ever. A similar sentiment went through each of the students, seeing their other selves in costume. Bakugo, though slightly annoyed by Uraraka's backhanded compliment, nodded in acceptance of his greatness. Those who weren't from 1A were interested in seeing the designs of their classmates, particularly Tetsu, who was enamored with Kirishima's manliness. He was in a tight black sleeveless turtleneck, with green panels on the sides. Long black fingerless gloves extended up his arms so only his defined shoulders were bare. A metal mouthguard covered the bottom half of his face. His breaths were tight with green knee pads, similar to the elbow pads on his gloves. His shoes were the same bright red he normally wore, but with some black metal along the bottom giving him some extra height. He had a utility belt, but she couldn't make out what was on it. And to top it all off, he had a hood that was currently down with long, she wasn't quite sure what that was. Bunny ears? It was also sinfully tight. How Deku hid such a great body she'd never know, but there was no hiding it now. Stacked abs, bulky arms, broad shoulders, defined shoulder blades, impressive thighs and calves, and his butt. Ochako mentally slapped herself. Get it together. Deku-kun, Ida-kun, you guys look great, she called as she approached them. Deku turned and smiled. At least she thinks he did, with the way his eyes crinkled. The sheer horniness that image caused was legendary. Hatsum was honest to God drooling, with Ishido and Toru looking at him with obvious interest. Uraraka seemed like she was in the middle of a heart attack. Hell, most of those in the theater were looking at him with indescribable animal lust. You look great too, Uraraka-san, Deku said. His eyes quickly scanned her before he sighed. They put you in heels? He asked. That's so stupid. How are you going to fight in those? Let's go. All Might called, stopping her next thought. As the conversation about heels quickly spawned a spirited debate about the sexualization of female heroes, Todoroki took notice of how his other self was looking at Midoriya. He wasn't good at reading the emotions of others, but as for his other self, well, despite him clearly trying to hide it, the other Shoto was clearly feeling some attraction towards Midoriya. And why not? He was very attractive and a nice guy as well. Once the debate started to wind down, the subject changed to his own costume. Evidently, his classmates had a lot of thoughts about it, and some of their ideas were very good. Something simpler would probably work better. Not to mention that it would need to be fireproof, since his previous costume wasn't. All Might explained the indoor battles, then showed them their randomly selected teams. Team C was herself and Deku. That was going to be fun. Team D, who they'd be facing, consisted of Bakugo and Todoroki, two powerhouses. Not as fun. Ochako and Deku would be playing the villains in this scenario, while Bakugo and Todoroki would be attempting to secure a missile from their base. I can do it, she said. If he's weightless, there'll be at least a second or two where he won't know what to do. I can capture him then. Deku treated her with the brightest smile she'd ever seen. That's perfect, he said, let's do this. This was similar to the battle that had happened to them, but not quite. Fortunately, Midoriya was able to explain that they had faced Ida rather than Todoroki in their version of this battle. Once again, the casualness with which the other Midoriya talked about goading the nitroglycerin-sweating blonde was unsettling. But his analysis of the situation was flawless. Of course Bakugo would take any opportunity where he could use his quirk in a fight. Todoroki was the unknown quantity here, and he was planning on confronting him with an advantage in numbers to make sure they won. The plan was quite good, given what information they had. But no plan survives contact with the enemy. Those who did not know what had happened hoped it wouldn't go too badly. Those who knew wished it hadn't gone as it did. Trial of the indoor battle dash. All Might's voice rang out through the building. Now Uraraka-san, he said, grabbing her hand. Ochako touched him and herself, making them both weightless as well as the missile. Her stomach rolled in protest. Deku pulled her to his chest, using his quirk to pull the missile to them as well. You look like a rabbit, she shouted after him, unsure why but he needed to know. At the wide stares of the 5 students from the other classes, Shoto nodded, admitting that he had, in actual fact, frozen the building in his own combat training. Everyone looked at him with respect. But the same respect was extended to Midoriya for anticipating that move. In our battle trial, we were the villains, clarified Ida. We had more time to prepare, and we still lost to Midoriya and Uraraka. Everyone nodded, knowing that the villains were given an advantage during battle training. When Uraraka's counterpart shouted that Midoriya looked like a rabbit, everyone snickered, acknowledging that, in fact, he did. But Midoriya raised the point that looking like a rabbit would endear him to kids during a crisis and help them trust him, to general approval. Shoto was feeling uneasy about having to face Midoriya, and having to do so with Bakugo no less. He didn't know either of them, having only met the pair the day before, but something about both of them was bothering him. Bakugo was far more simple to explain. Shoto simply didn't like him. He was loud, brash, and very obnoxious. Working with him on this exercise was going to be a chore. Midoriya, on the other hand, was harder to explain. Something about the green-haired boy put Shoto on edge. He'd already made an impression on day 1, being the first to confidently follow Aizawa outside. Stretching like he knew what they'd be doing. Shoto had followed suit because he didn't. His quirk was impressive, a duality much like the one Shoto had. Though Midoriya didn't shy away from one side like he did. Shoto froze the entire building. Everyone quickly put together just what Todoroki was feeling, and sent out looks that he took to mean that they shared his feelings. Midoriya was quite an interesting boy, a perfect hero in many ways. It made sense that they would adore him so as he did. Those watching were somewhat confused by the ignoring one side comment, but they quickly put together that it was related to endeavor and moved on, not wishing to pry. All of the people in the theater agreed with Bakugo. Knowing how smart Midoriya was, and that he actually was doing just what Bakugo thought he was, they face-bombed when Todoroki froze the building. Their own Todoroki was among those with his hand on his face, though because it was his left hand, his palm wasn't touching his face, positioned carefully so as to not irritate the scar on his left side. You stupid ifing dash, Bakugo yelled. If we lose, it's all your Demon fault. We won't lose, Shoto said, sliding his hands into his costume's pockets. He strode forward into the building, not minding the ice at all. Bakugo sighed and followed after, muttering the whole way. "Just stay close to me," he ordered. As they were walking along the first floor, Shudo stopped. The sound of metal clanging on the ice was heard above them. For about half a second Shudo's brain supplied the image of Midoriya naked, with only a rabbit tail and bunny ears. Next thing he knew, he was running up the stairs, leaving Bakugo in the dust. He was going to catch that rabbit? Something deep inside him demanded it of him. He heard a few small explosions as Bakugo zipped past him, expletives lost in the wind. "Get back here to you and I'll show you who's useless." The reactions of everyone as Midoriya rounded the corner and made it to Todoroki and Bakugo were unified. "Yes, Midoriya, you do look like a rabbit." Todoroki took note of Bakugo's weakness to the cold, when a very distracting sight caught the attention of everyone watching. Midoriya didn't seem to notice, completely unaware as he scribbled frantically in one of his notebooks. All of the students looked upon his counterpart with an unquenchable hunger, covetous of such beauty. Of course, the adults were extremely uncomfortable and were very grateful when Midoriya bunny hopped away. When Todoroki fantasized about a bunny Midoriya, for a second time, most of the students drooled at the thought, before snapping out of it, reassuring their Midoriya that they wouldn't do anything like that. Soon, he came back to himself, appearing to have either completely missed the absolute horniness of the past 15 seconds, or choosing to repress it. Of course, everyone focused up as soon as Todoroki and Bakugo began chasing Midoriya. Now was not the time for simping, but a time for focus. Shudo and Bakugo made it up the stairwell, turning the corner. Midoriya was standing there, waiting for them. His face mask was up now, covering his lips. Shudo didn't hesitate this time, ice shooting from his right side across the ground. They ran down the hall towards the steps. Shudo laid back, the bitter taste of defeat in his mouth. Along with some other feeling. He wasn't sure what. This wasn't like him. Losing like this. Getting frozen up like this. What would his father think? Not that he gave a shit what that human garbage thought. He mentally scolded himself. This was Midoriya's fault. Stupid, clever, cute Midoriya. Wait, what? All of the frankly ridiculous stuff that had happened had nothing on what they were seeing now. Midoriya was soloing Todoroki and Bakugo, throwing them around like ragdolls and tearing through their defenses without effort. Of course, there was still some nonsense going on, particularly the obvious stirrings of feelings of Todoroki for Midoriya. Without even knowing it, the green-haired menace was using Todoroki's feelings as a way to defeat him. It was adorable how absolutely smitten the Ice Prince was for All Might's successor, to the point that he had trouble focusing around him during active combat training where Midoriya was his opponent. The reference to Endeavor as human garbage once more made the audience aware that something was wrong in the Todoroki household. Aizawa got a text from Nizu, saying that Endeavor was having a tantrum and quietly swore. As soon as Todoroki thought of Midoriya as cute, Ashido and Hagakure started cooing, loving the fact that one of their resident dreamboats had a crush on arguably one of the cutest. Ochako heard the explosions first. Oh no, Bakugo was hot on Deku's trail. By the sounds of it, he was on his way here. Todoroki was captured, so Deku was probably leading him here for backup. She had maybe 30 seconds by the way their voices sounded. He sighed deeply. Kaken was enough, and now Todoroki-kun? He hung his head. If I have to start penciling in street fights once a week for him too, I'm not gonna have time for my own training. She giggled and patted his back. There. The reaction of the viewing audience was generally the same as what the other Midoriya had said. But the students outside of 1A were confused. What happened in the real training? I know that something really bad happened. Could you tell us? Shinso asked. Aizawa spoke up, clear and to the point. Bakugo used his sweat storage gauntlet support item at full capacity on Midoriya. We didn't know just how powerful it was until right before he used it, and he severely wounded Midoriya. That explained everything to them. Bakugo was highly temperamental, and him using too powerful of a blast would be a bad thing. Hatsum was obviously debating whether or not she should try to tinker with his gauntlets, before deciding that the teachers would stop her and giving up for now. Shudo was sick. That had to be the only answer. He was ill and needed medical attention. Once school was over, he bolted from the classroom, stomping down the hallway to Recovery Girl's office. He slid the door open with a loud thud. Recovery Girl smiled. You're a smart boy. You'll figure it out. But I promise you're not sick or in any danger. Go home, do some thinking on why you think this boy makes you feel this way. Shuto stood angrily, squaring his shoulders. Fine, he said, And without a word he left, slamming the door closed behind him. Absolutely zero help. When Midoriya finally kills him, she'll know how wrong she was then. He checked his phone. He'd missed his normal train over this waste of time. If he hurried he could catch the next one and still be home before the old man. Hearing that Todoroki had confused the symptoms of a crush for being sick made a lot of people laugh. They were so surprised when he left so suddenly, and by his vitriol towards his father. It was obviously worse than they had thought, if he did not know what a crush was, and thought so low of his father. He sped off, leaving the school. Shudo made his way down the steps, walking around the grounds to leave. He only paused when he heard a loud, pained cry. Hero instincts taking over, Shudo turned on his heel and ran in the direction of the sound. Same as us then, he motioned to the entire group, "Wanna walk together?" He threw his coat back on and shoved his red tie into one of his jacket pockets. This is how Shudo knew he was sick. Had it been anyone else he would have simply said, "No," and walked off without a second thought. But Midoriya. When he looked at him with those big green eyes, the word tumbled out of his mouth without his permission. Sure. While everyone wanted to attack Bakugo for picking on Midoriya, they held back at his insistence, their eyes sparkling with fury. Bakugo himself looked disgusted at his other self, and that helped them to calm down. If he didn't like the sight of this, then perhaps he had grown as a person. The reaction to Shoto's fledgling heroic instincts and his crush on Midoriya was much better received than the fight between Midoriya and Bakugo. For very obvious reasons, such as the fact that the resident cinnamon roll crying out in suffering wasn't involved in that. By comparison, the casual friendliness was reassuring, in a way that was eerily similar to All Might. That made sense after all, he was the successor. After the fiasco that was the previous episode, the teachers were certainly ready to move on. The version of the combat training exercise that had been shown was not as bad as the one they had experienced, but they had had to endure the effects of Midoriya's counterparts' looks on the already rampant hormones of their students. Uraraka had been catatonic for a short while, and students of all genders were distracted by Midoriya's charms. Fortunately, the horrors of that regrettable experience were over, and they could finally move on. Izuku sighed as his father fixed his tie. "I really don't need a ride," he said. "The train gets me there in plenty of time." Dad laughed as he smoothed down his tie. "Relax, kiddo. I actually have a meeting there myself this morning. It just makes sense if we go together." Izuku raised an eyebrow. "Nothing to do with you, I promise. It's a personal meeting. I have a job interview." "Huh?" he asked. "For what?" "To be a quirk counselor." "Yeah," his dad smiled. "I mentioned to Tashinori that it seemed like a huge blind spot that a hero school wouldn't have at least one dedicated quirk counselor. Lo and behold, I got a call from your principal yesterday, and he wants me to come in today to talk. Would you be okay with that? Me working at your high school?" He considered it for a moment. "It would be weird, but I think that'd be fine. It's not like you'd be in my classroom every day," he said. "Plus, I think you could really help. I got to see everyone in action yesterday during our foundational hero training, and some of them could use a bit of help using their quirk at its full potential." "Let's hope I get the job then," his dad said, eyes crinkling at the corner. "Come on, grab your bag," he ordered before going to grab his car keys. The drive was quiet, but parking had been a hassle. As they walked towards the gate, they quickly figured out why. Everyone was interested that Midoriya's father would be coming to work at UA. The thought that such a clever man would be there to help develop their quirks was reassuring. And of course the fact that he had once been a part of All for One made his insights into the movements of Shigaraki and his league all the more valuable to the faculty. They groaned as they remembered the press invasion of the school and the chaos it had caused. Reporters were crowding the gate and harassing anyone wearing a UA uniform. Izuku and his father were forced to basically push their way in, all the while trying to ignore people calling out to him. A reporter practically grabbed Izuku by the back of his jacket and shoved a microphone and a camera in his face. He gave his dad a quick hug and made his way toward homeroom. It was still early, so he was one of the first to arrive. The only people who'd beaten him were Yaoyorozu, Ida, and Todoroki. He has a point, young Midoriya. Learning how to deal with the press is an important skill, even if you would rather ignore them. You can't outrun them forever, especially if you want to be an above-ground hero. All Might said. Aizawa nodded before saying, "It was a good thing that your father was there to help you through that situation. He knows how to deal with unwanted attention from the press." "Ah, good morning, Midoriya-kun," Ida said, immediately locking in on him. "Did you complete the homework assignment we got from Yamada-sensei yesterday?" "For the last time, they aren't dating," Izuku said. I think I'd know if they were. The reminder that his mother was dead in this other world made Midoriya's heart clench painfully for a second, before hearing the way his counterpart described pull. That sounded like a nice way to describe it, and in a way it was true. Part of her lived on in him, helping him reach his true potential. When the conversation turned to Yagi, he started becoming flustered. The thought of his father dating All Might was just too weird, especially since he knew All Might so well. Oh, who's not dating? Ishido called from the door. Her, Uraraka and Hagakure were all coming in together. I want to hear the hot gossip. Deku's dad and his weird boyfriend, Kaken said. That's exactly why it should be a vote. If someone manages to have convinced at least one other person to vote for themselves, they clearly have the makings of a strong leader. Ida smiled brightly. So let's vote. As the conversation slowly shifted from his father dating Yagi, which wasn't true in the slightest, toward the topic of choosing a class rep, people began to remember how they had chosen their class reps. Class 1B had decided their class rep through an arm wrestling tournament. It had turned out, while Hatsum was unanimously made class rep for 1H simply because the other support corps students were terrified of her. It seemed that only 1A had gone for a democratic approach, and even that was at Ida's insistence. In the end, however, it's a tie? Aizawa pulled his head up from resting on his desk. Great. Ida is president, and Yaoyorozu is vice president. Glad that's over with. Ida beamed. I really don't have time for any of that kind of responsibility, especially not if it involves public speaking, Midoriya said, shuddering at the thought of making a speech. Ida nodded, putting his hand on Midoriya's shoulder in comfort. Oi nerd. Midoriya turned towards Kaken, confused. If we did the votes again, you'd definitely win. Maybe I might even vote for you. This uncharacteristic compliment from Kaken, of all people, made Midoriya start to feel the telltale sign of imminent tears. As he turned back, he heard him say softly, You earned it, Izuku. Lunchtime. Izuku stood from his seat and met Ida and Uraraka at the door. The three of them took off for the lunchroom together. Hisashi mentioned it to me earlier this week, and I said something about it in the teacher's lounge. Aizawa took it upon himself to pass his name to Nedzu, All Might explained. Of course I did, it was an obvious choice. If we are missing a quirk counselor, and a talented practitioner makes an offer, I'm going to take him up on it. Aizawa said. Midoriya didn't hear him, disgusted at what he was seeing. All Might, for his own part, was interested in the actual conversation. The teasing of the students ramped up slightly, as the confirmation of Hisashi and All Might being quite friendly opened the floodgates for all sorts of comments. Though this didn't last long, as Bakugo turned towards them scowling, sparks in his palms. Uraraka and Ida had caught up with him. You know this guy, Deku-kun? She asked quietly. His dad choked on his own breath. Served him right. Midoriya seemed to have finally gotten over the disgusting image he had seen and laughed at his father's dismay. At least one of you has some good explanations for what's going on, said Yaoyorozu. Otherwise, everyone would have found out by the end of term. Kendo turned towards her fellow class rep and shook her head. We still wouldn't have figured it out, because it was too far-fetched to possibly be real, remember? Momo nodded, but answered, We would certainly have figured out that something was happening by that point. Thank goodness we know now. That keeps the secret from getting too far outside of the circle of trust. Izuku knew he made the right choice picking Ida for class president. When the chaos broke out thanks to the security system and the media rush, Ida was the one who calmed everyone down. Ida was a natural leader and a calming presence. Plus he knew how to handle a crowd. Interesting, Todoroki said, pocketing his phone. His intense gaze turned to Izuku. His heart was caught in his throat. He was way too pretty and spooky to be looking at him like that. No fight with Bakugo today? He asked. Everyone fondly remembered that day, when Ida earned the moniker of Emergency Exit and became the class rep. They were startled when Todoroki snuck up on Midoriya and spoke so suddenly. I see, it's a form of organization for your thoughts. How clever of you, Midoriya. This is something that should be celebrated, not made fun of. Ida said, his arm chopping in the air as he spoke. Those in the theater understood, knowing how much Midoriya was thinking and how complex his mind must be. Hatsum spoke up next, saying, I do the same thing a lot of the time when I'm busy making my babies. Talking to myself helps keep me focused and grounded on my work, and that helps me avoid mistakes. Midoriya nodded, understanding how helpful it could be for her. If Izuku thought Todoroki could make a joke, he'd think he was making a joke, just by the slightly smug edge to his perfect deep velvety voice. No. He gets one a week if he's lucky. Don't tell me you already want to try and get revenge for me kicking your butt in foundational hero studies yesterday because I'm way too tired. All Might had me running laps dash. Arguing with oof. The train jolted. Izuku lost his balance, falling into Todoroki's warm and solid chest. Sword dash, Izuku started, placing his hands on his chest to push himself upright only for the cart to make another jolt, sending him back down again. Midoriya just barely managing to think up a lie was somewhat hilarious, as his innocence made most of the audience's hearts feel warmed. But when the train jolted, Ashido squealed as Todoroki and Midoriya were squished together. Evidently, she was in heaven, adoring the plentiful eye candy and beefcakes. An impossibly warm arm wrapped around his back to keep his balance. This was humiliating. Getting his face shoved into some pretty boy's chest. What the hell? Was this a shoujo manga? He stood up properly this time, the arms still on his back. Sorry. Lost my balance. Maybe the guy wasn't used to praise when it came to his look? Something Izuku filed away in the what was Todoroki Shudo's deal file in the back of his head. It's quite a lot, Midoriya. And we're not quite there yet, answered their angelic patron. Todoroki scowled at the implication that his past would be told, or worse, shown to his classmates and his teachers. The audience was trying to understand how Todoroki was so unaware of his good looks and so completely socially inept. What could his father have done to make him so clueless and so furious at him? The adults were pretty close to the truth already, Nizu's educated guesses getting them most of the way with little effort. Yeah, you're buff, he said, offering up a smile. I mean, I think in terms of arms a few of the other guys have you beat, he said. I mean, there's no competing with Shuji. Plus Ida's built like a brick house and Kirishima is stacked, but you're definitely built. Can I confess something? I've never really been an Endeavor fan, Izuku said, watching Todoroki's reaction. Strikes me as a D-. An understatement. He averted his eyes, a sad sort of look crossing over his face. It made Izuku's heart clench. He wanted to reach out. He really did. At the deduction that he had sisters, both older and younger, Shiro nodded to Midoriya, confirming his counterpart's guess. Aizawa, on the other hand, gave no information. He didn't even look at Midoriya or change his expression. His face was a literal poker face, giving nothing away. Todoroki's confirmation that Endeavor was certainly a grade A-hole, and probably far worse than they expected made most of them feel a sudden and cold fear, like an icicle piercing their heart. Vlad King spoke up instead of Aizawa, saying, "You are correct, Midoriya. Deductive reasoning is a good skill to have as a pro, especially if you are working with the police on cases. Being able to figure things out about people and groups can be crucial at times." The train jumped slightly, causing Izuku to trip forward again, back into Todoroki. "Bumpy today," he said in Todoroki's arms with a chuckle. "You know, you don't really look like him. Your dad, I mean, I don't really look like mine either." Todoroki made a sort of quiet choking noise. "Not a bad. I'm not at you to make friends." The doors opened with a loud groan, and Izuku stepped off with a smile. "It's cute you think you have a choice in this. See you tomorrow, Todoroki-kun." Todoroki looked quite touched hearing that Midoriya didn't think he looked anything like Endeavor. It was quite a nice thought, not looking like his abuser. Hell, his mother had burned him for looking like him, and she had only been going crazy because of him. He did not blame her, he only blamed his father. Everything wrong with their family was because of his father, in his mad quest to be the strongest. Ashido, seeing ever more evidence for the two boys getting together, held back a squeal. She agreed with Midoriya. Todoroki was very handsome. When Midoriya said that Shoto had no choice in this, she did squeal, enamored with the growing bond between the two. Everyone in both theaters were feeling apprehensive. They were about to watch the USJ attack over again, albeit a different iteration. The tension was palpable, everyone prepared to analyze the footage for important clues. Izuku wasn't sure if he was pleased that he was spending his father's first day of work at UA in another facility or not. On the one hand, it wasn't likely their paths would be crossing much today anyway. Dad was just going to be setting up his office, doing some basic onboarding and paperwork. But even still, Izuku felt a bit guilty as he and his classmates walked towards the bus. Izuku jerked slightly. Girl was touching him. "Oh dash," he fumbled. "My quirk, it a dash, oh yeah, he had a lie for this ready to go. It requires skin contact. If I didn't have all 5 fingers out I wouldn't be able to pull anything towards me." The real reason was actually all for one, not that he'd tell her that. He needed all 5 fingers to make contact with someone's face in order to take a quirk. Not that he thought he'd need it that often, but you'd never know in a life or death situation. The pros were still quite apprehensive about the whole idea of all for one, especially in the hands of a hero course student. But that did not mean they didn't appreciate the care and attention that the other Midoriya was showing in making sure he could use it if needed. His classmates were reacting much the same way as the pros, though they did chuckle at his reaction to Uraraka touching him. Midoriya, cinnamon roll that he was so utterly shy around girls that it was honestly quite adorable. Uraraka dropped his hand. I get ya, she said. Hey, we should sit together on the bus. Izuku shrugged. Dunno. Gonna find out though. I've tamed Kaken and that only took, he paused, thinking for a moment, our entire lives. Todoroki-kun is gonna be a breeze after that. But you haven't tamed Sheet. Bad Kaken. Izuku scolded, poking his side, right where Kaken was the most ticklish. No barking. I'm not a haha dog, you a dash. Bakugo's reaction was almost one-to-one with his counterparts, although of course there was one major difference. The one in the theater was not being tickled, and thus he loomed menacingly at Midoriya. He wasn't going to do anything with so many witnesses around, but he could still act tough. Todoroki had quite an odd expression. It seemed that he was extremely confused by Midoriya trying so hard to befriend him after a declaration of war. Classmates, please get on the bus in an orderly fashion. Ida yelled, chopping his arms in the air. Call me Tyu-chan, she said. Sorry Midoriya-chan. I'm the type of person who says what's on my mind and I've been thinking dash, she paused, holding a finger to her mouth. It was rather cute. Your quirk is kind of like All Might's, isn't it? Everyone in the student theater laughed hysterically. They hadn't made it even a week before people started to catch on. Sue was looking supremely smug that she had been right. He could feel everyone's eyes on him. He hazarded a glance around the bus and found that, yep, he was correct. Everyone was staring at him. Most notably a pair of mismatched, intense, and unfairly pretty eyes. What, Uncle Hisashi is? Kaken asked, taking the new juicy topic bait like Izuku planned. As a quirk counselor? Midoriya breathed a sigh of relief that he would no longer have to keep up the charade around his classmates. Looking back, he was honestly extremely bad at this. The fact that Tsu-chan had managed to catch on to their similarities was not a good sign for his ability to keep things secret. Oh, the one with the boyfriend, right? Ashido asked excitedly. Ida-kun. Izuku hissed. To his credit, Ida recognized his faux pas at once, placing his hands over his mouth. But the damage was done. Once the Hisashi Yagi debate was brought up again, Midoriya tried to focus on something else to occupy his attention. He was thoroughly embarrassed at the idea, but his outlook changed when All Might leaned over and said a single sentence that changed everything. I would be proud to call you my son, young Midoriya. That alone single-handedly changed Izuku's mood. Ida, contrary to his expectations, seemed absolutely delighted to be called that. At least, he looked delighted for about 2 seconds, until he recognized his other self's mistake. Oh well, it's not like the real Midoriya would be mad about that. He looked at Midoriya, and in his smile, he saw forgiveness. Whoa, your dad worked with All Might? Ashido squealed, and he's gonna be our quirk counselor now? Oh my gosh, this is great. He's gonna give us so many great tips on how to make our quirks better. We're here. Get out, Aizawa said. When did the bus stop? Izuku only shook his head and followed behind Kaken as they made their way off the bus. Kaminari nodded, confirming that he did, indeed, enjoy both men and women's bodies, though he preferred women. Mineta would have called him a traitor if he wasn't still bound and gagged. The blatant evidence that most, if not all, of his class was crushing on him hard hit Midoriya quite suddenly. He hadn't been paying attention 2 chapters ago, his head buried deep in his notebook at that moment, as he reviewed potential costume upgrades for his classmates. It was quite surprising for him to learn that a majority of 1A, as well as the 5 students from other classes, were quite taken with him. Everyone shuddered as they realized that the fun times were over. Now it was game time. In the other theater, the USJ was massive. Izuku smiled brightly as his eyes catalogued the entire building. Shipwrecks, massive fires, landslides, torrential downpours, and earthquakes. He bounced on his feet, the slight metal clang under his foot getting louder as he got more and more pumped. Not only by the USJ, but by 13. Izuku looked up, the pain fading away into a mild, dull one. Aizawa was now standing at the front of the group, his goggles on and looking down the steps. Izuku followed his eye line to the fountain. In front of it, a black misty portal had opened, and a group of people were stepping out. Upon seeing the first signs of the league's appearance, the pros got to work analyzing every bit of the footage. Obviously, this was the warp villain, Kurojuri, who was in charge of transporting the villains and actually eliminating All Might. The sharp stabbing sensation was unusual and not something that had happened in their iteration of the incident. It was likely something to do with One for All, and thus it wasn't relevant to their investigation right then. Is this a test? He heard someone say. Midoriya-kun. Ida called, we have to go. Right. Izuku replied, turning on his heel to follow. At the sight of the Nomu, Hawks and Mirko shivered. That thing looked disgusting, sure, but they could instinctively feel how dangerous it was, even through the screen. Everyone nodded in approval at the Todoroki boy's good instincts. Clearly Endeavor had taught him well. Those among the UA staff looked at him suspiciously. After all, they had a case against him, opened on young Shoto's behalf. They would make Endeavor pay as much as they could without destabilizing society too much. Hearing Eraserhead's comment, Best Jeanist nodded. He was a prime example of this, as Fiber Emser was only powerful due to his exceptional skill in using it. When Ingenium's brother led the charge to evacuate, the teachers smiled in pride as Class 1, as representative worked to keep them alive even though he was a student himself. Pain erupted in his head again. It wasn't as mind-numbing as before, or had it never left? Black mist formed in front of them. A low voice surrounded the group, I'm afraid we cannot allow you to leave. A vaguely human shape formed in the mist. We are the League of Villains. I apologize for us entering UA in such a manner, but we've come here to engage with All Might. We were hoping to use this as an opportunity to destroy the symbol of peace. Pain, more pain in Izuku's head. Why did it hurt so much? It appears as though he is not here. Our intel said he was meant to be. Was there some change in plan? Oh well. I shall simply play my part and dash. Kaken and Kirishima jumped into action, a hardened fist and explosion ready to take on the villain. Did you think we'd just stand by and let you hurt our classmates? Kirishima cried. The mist reformed around them. Wait, you two step back, it's no use. 13 yelled. HM. It's no surprise you're ready to battle. You are the next generation of heroes after all. More pain. Black mist surrounded them. Izuku caught a glimpse of Ida and Sato grabbing a few classmates and escaping his view. His eyes screwed shut. You will be scattered. Tortured. Intense pain. And slain. The reaction of the pros to Kurojiri's threat was instinctive. Hero course or not, these were still civilians. Kids even. To hear him speak of such cruelty with so much nonchalance made them furious. Endeavor, in particular, was quite irate. He was intent on not losing another child, especially not after what happened with Tuya. His heart stopped cold at the thought of Shoto going the same way, and his flames sputtered for a moment, before his resolve returned anew. Izuku was burning hot. 2 more villains attacked him at once. He wasn't sure what their quirks were, other than making their appearances messed up. They looked the weakest thus far. He jumped into the air once more, slamming their heads together with a loud clang. It seemed one of them had a skull made of metal. Oh well. Izuku grabbed that one and flipped him over his shoulder into the nails girl who had just been standing up. They both flew into the building. The pros looked on at Midoriya approvingly, liking his strategic thinking in combat, not to mention the fact that he wasn't panicking in a real situation like this. While most of the others were either panicking slightly or all too eager to brawl, All Might's successor seemed at home in the chaos of the situation, coming up with clever on-the-fly strategies to make up for his relatively weaker use of his quirk. Only 2 villains left. Shield Guy and an unknown. The unknown user went first, calling the fire. Why hadn't he done that sooner? Had he been too nervous to approach? He called the fire from the surrounding area, hurling it at Izuku. The wind pressure was intense. Izuku flew back several feet, landing on his butt. But the shield had shattered. This was his chance. He summoned Pull. He held out his hand, calling with all his might, full cowling still activated. The shield guy flew towards him, his face connecting with Izuku's open and waiting hand. Sorry about this, he said. I really am. I am so sorry, Izuku said softly, before applying all 5 fingers. Immediately, they knew precisely what he was doing. They had known that this was possible, but to see him actually take a quirk was something else entirely. It was logical, of course, given that it was preventing him from actually taking down his opponent without injuring himself badly. But still, the thought was very discomforting. Mom, Izuku sobbed, pressing his face into her hand. I'm not ready. Sorry, Izuku said, before punching him and knocking him out. Just you and me, he held up his hand. The one with the broken finger. It was screaming with pain, but the high and the adrenaline rushing through his system was preventing him from feeling it at all. A green shield, brighter and thicker than the one he'd seen the man use, appeared in front of him. In the student theater, Midoriya wept silently, unable to look away as he watched his mother's counterpart's final moments. When his counterpart took the shield villain's quirk, he was surprised, but happy that he had thought of a way out of his situation. Meanwhile, the pros were speculating on the precise feeling that All for One had given Midoriya. A rush of serotonin from taking a quirk could easily make the action habitual, explaining All for One's kleptomania of quirks. The ramifications were quite interesting, as like some blood quirks, the user could become addicted to illegal and immoral activities. As much as there were no true villainous quirks, All for One was one of the few that might truly deserve that designation. The pyrokinesis villain's eyes widened. Is that Dash? He growled, only to throw fire at Izuku. The shield blocked the flow of the flames. They rolled off it like water off a duck's back. Izuku calmly walked forward, using the shield to protect him. Stay back, he warned, calling more and more fire. I'll kill you, brat, I mean it, he shouted. Izuku ran out of the fire disaster zone, a new quirk swirling in the void inside him. All Might confirmed to Midoriya that what he did was, in that moment, the right call. If he could render a villain unable to do harm with their quirk in a dangerous situation, that was definitely heroic. However, like the other pros, he noticed the observation of the other Midoriya, the vague feeling that giving away quirks was unpleasant for the user. That would explain why he only gave quirks as needed, to make people more loyal or more powerful. He only gave quirks if it served his plans, because he wanted to minimize the feeling of losing one. Mirai had heard about the USJ attack, and he had been horrified by it, but somehow, he had not connected it to Midoriya, All Might's chosen successor. Seeing him in action, even if he still preferred Togata, he could clearly see the merits of Yagi's choice. The boy was clearly highly intelligent, cunning and determined, his sheer force of will and heroic instinct a wonder to behold. But he saw something more in the boy, something similar to All Might. All Might was, at least to the public, the unbreakable symbol of peace who single-handedly conquers all evil. Midoriya was similar, but not exactly the same. In the young, formerly quirkless young man, he saw a symbol, not of peace, but of hope. One of the failings of All Might was that he could not be everywhere at once, and that with him around, many assumed he would be able to bear the load. But they all forgot that though he was powerful, he was still a mortal man. Midoriya's aura evoked the same unbreakable determination, but he worked to inspire others to stand beside him as equals, where his predecessors stood above and beyond all others in power and skill. Another fact that made him accept Midoriya was that, at this point, it would be more of a detriment to Mirio to accept one for all. He had only barely managed to emestier permeation, and the extra time needed to emestier one for all would be detrimental. By comparison, Midoriya was only just now starting out at UA, and with the insights of his future self, he could easily progress far faster than normal. Night Eye sighed, setting aside his thoughts about OFA and Mirio, as he focused on the screen ahead of him. Hisashi put the cardboard box down on his new desk. His office was decently sized, a simple room with a desk in the center and 2 chairs across from it, as well as a comfy-looking green sofa against the side wall and a brown coffee table separating them. It had a large window, facing out from the front of the building. It didn't have much in the way of personality, but it wouldn't take long to fix that. Hisashi reached over and flicked him in the nose. Anyway, I thought you said you were going to the USJ today? Rescue training, right? I was. But well, on my way to work this morning I got a bit distracted, he said, his hands fidgeting in his lap. Mirai groaned, as Toshinori still could not resist his heroic instincts. He may admire that, but as a mentor, it would be better to prioritize training your students. Of course, he also noted that Midoriya wasn't responding, and knowing full well what was happening, he knew exactly why. Next to him, Gran Torino was cursing viciously, muttering about Toshinori's incompetence. He reached into his pocket, pulling out his phone to text him, and he was ignoring his messages. Well, at least he tried to warn him. To be fair, the scolding he was soon to receive was certainly well-deserved. Tosh, he put the cardboard box down on the floor and sat at his desk. You have to stop doing this, he said. You made a promise when you took this job to put the education of those kids before anything else. Now that Izuku has one for all, you're only going to get weaker. I know it's hard to ignore someone in need of help, but there are so many great pro heroes in the field right now. Isn't that dash? Toshinori started, already standing. Ida Tenya. Hisashi finished. He doesn't look good. Izuku was in danger. Everyone agreed with Hisashi. All Might did need to stop doing this. After all, he was a teacher now, and with his own powers waning, he needed to focus on actually teaching them. When Ida arrived, they relaxed slightly, knowing that the pros would soon be there to fend off the league. Though the ever-present fear of what would happen before they arrived was gnawing at everyone present. Izuku ran as fast as his legs could carry him. The central plaza was coming into view. On his left was the flood zone, and to his right was the landslide zone, where a mountain of ice stretched as high as the ceiling sat. Todoroki. Izuku almost ran in that direction but stopped. Todoroki was a competent fighter. He would survive. Aizawa-sensei is a pro, Azui said. We need to trust him. Hearing Midoriya say that they were likely fully capable of killing All Might was disturbing. As much as they knew All Might and his surprising intelligence during fights, it was still unnerving to hear that such a thing was possible. Mirai remembered the vision he had seen 6 years ago, and even knowing that Yagi had survived this fight, he could not force the idea out of his mind. Everyone, including Togata, Amajiki, and Nijire, sighed hearing Midoriya's suggestion. Keeping out of range was the ideal approach, given they were not just first years, but beginning of the first semester first years. They were honestly closer to civilians in this situation than they were to heroes, regardless of the power and skill they had with their quirks. They were soothed slightly when Azui and Ojiro were more cautious about the idea. Izuku sighed, relenting. I know you're right. The fountain was in view now. Pain hit Izuku again. He hissed, covering his left eye where the pain was the most prevalent. This weird migraine is killing, oh god. He stopped. Azui and Ojiro nearly smacked into him, each of them letting out a horrified gasp. He was faster than he looked, running and getting into Azui's face before Izuku could react. His head was screaming. His hand was on Azui's face. Nothing happened. Man, Eraserhead, he chuckled, dropping his hand and turning. You're way too cool. Any slower and I'd have disintegrated this girl. Seeing Eraserhead so bruised and bloodied by Nomu was horrifying, even to the veteran heroes who were somewhat used to blood and gore in these kinds of situations. When Kurogiri appeared, saying the name of the villain in charge, everyone committed the name to memory. The analysis of Midoriya's counterpart was sound, and unless there was something they didn't know, he was likely connected to All for One, given that he was using his surname. The threats that this Shigaraki spewed in response were disgusting. Not so much the content of his words, as they all knew that he had a decay quirk of some kind. What really disgusted them was the way in which he said it, so casual and nonchalant, as though murder was entirely natural. Everyone jumped when Shigaraki leaped at Azui, calming when Eraserhead managed to erase his quirk in time. Although the way Shigaraki spoke about him was quite unsettling. In many ways, it was akin to the muttering of young Midoriya. Aizawa had forced his head up while the villain was distracted, his hair floating around his head, eyes glowing. He'd erased Shigaraki's quirk and bought Izuku precious time. All Might was going to die. Unless. The reaction of Shigaraki when he was hit was interesting. Given that he had apologized to the hand over his face, addressing it as father, something was seriously wrong with him. Not that that was uncommon. Many villains were merely people down on their luck, using their quirks to make their lives better. And of those, many had some traumatic experiences. All Might's arrival, like with Midoriya on screen, was both welcomed and feared by the heroes. The fact that he was there to handle things while the students escaped was comforting enough, but not so much knowing that Nomu was fully capable of killing him. Shock absorption was a pretty effective method of neutralizing the power of One for All, though it had its weaknesses. When Midoriya moved, they instantly knew precisely what he was thinking. It was a risky move, but one that could pay off quite well. And Eraser was unconscious for the moment, so losing Erasure wouldn't be a detriment to him. Ojiro, Azui, Todoroki. Take Aizawa back, he said, placing all 5 fingers on Aizawa's face. I'm so sorry, Aizawa-sensei. He whispered, I promise, as soon as this is over I will give it back. Izuku reached into the void. He remembered that night in the hospital. He remembered wanting to leave the fire zone alive. He wants to save All Might right now, and to do that he needs All Might. Izuku yelled, punch him, he screamed, his eyes glowing and his hair floating around his body. I've got you. The side effects of taking a quirk were another interesting piece of information, which somewhat explained its original user's kleptomania. But what was unexpected was Eraser's sudden growth in power. Now it worked on more than one person at one, and there was no obvious explanation, one for all. Of course, one for all strengthened every quirk it was paired with. By taking erasure, it became more powerful. Hearing the full plan was quite disgusting. The simple elegance of splitting All Might in half by closing a warp gate on him while he was between was disgusting. But the true horror of the plan was revealed once Nomu began to regenerate. Before, there were only tenuous, incidental connections to point towards All for One. Now, though, they had definitive proof of his involvement. How else could a person have more than one quirk, without All for One being involved? "I've got you!" Midoriya yelled. Shudo watched as his hair floated wildly around his body. His eyes were glowing. Which Shudo thought back. Midoriya had said he'd give it back when he'd touched Aizawa. But there was no way, right? "I borrowed something from Aizawa-sensei." "Yeah," he said as if it were natural. "You're so pretty, I bet you'd look even prettier with long hair," he said. "Is it as soft as I think?" "Touch?" he asked, but without waiting for an answer he put his good hand in Todoroki's hair. "Oh, soft," he said. "Hey, I'm gonna go to sleep now dash." And with that, Midoriya was out cold. The students were surprised to see erasure being used to deliver such a brutal beatdown. First, All Might sent Nomu flying through the ceiling of the USJ, and likely into low orbit. Then Midoriya went toe-to-toe with Shigaraki without a DMN scratch, though he was clearly suffering from a backlash of sorts, as he slumped to the ground. Luckily, the pros arrived. Shigaraki and Kurojiri managed to escape, but at the very least, they were safe. Mito was obviously a little loopy, and they guessed he wasn't proficient enough with All for One to carry so many quirks at once. In his loopiness, though, he was a lot more adorable, touching Shoto's hair so freely and giving him advice before conking out, dead to the world. Shudo picked up the pace. I'm not sure. Other Shoto's obvious confusion over All for One was palpable. As it was, Kaminari only barely knew what was happening, and he had had it explained to him. The others seemed to react a little interestingly when he appeared defensive over Midoriya, some giving him sympathetic looks while others congratulated him on his heroic instincts. He shrugged. Any of them would have done the same after such an ordeal. It was good that he had not attacked Midoriya's father, though. That could have been messy. But what really got to Shoto most was the sight of Midoriya Sr. cradling his son as if he was a gift from the heavens, and he really couldn't argue that that wasn't the case. After all, he was so adorable, strong and pure. Combined with his powerful quirk, all of the requirements for him to be some sort of demigod were met, and Shoto believed wholeheartedly that he had been sent to save this world from itself. Now that the actual incident was over, the atmosphere in both of the theaters was much calmer. Though of course, it was still slightly tense, the fallout of the incident still not fully known and the scars it had caused too fresh. Still, they continued on. Izuku woke up with a start. He sat up in the bed, his head ringing. Where was he? It was so bright his eyes couldn't adjust to the light. They were hurting like a motherfucker, dry and raw. His finger hurt. Actually, his entire body was sore. He blinked a few times, the room finally coming into focus. He was in a hospital room? "Aizu," his father's voice came from the door. He looked exhausted. "You're up, thank God," he cried. In an instant, Dad was at his side. "We should get a nurse." "You really scared us," he murmured as he smoothed Izuku's hair back off his face. "How do you feel?" He blinked a few times, trying to absorb what his father was saying. Finally, he spoke. "I think I'm okay," he rubbed the side of his face. "Everything is kind of fuzzy." "That's okay. I hate to talk about this now, but there's a detective who wants to speak to you, but I told him you'll see him when you're better and ready, so take your time, Aizu. Do you want to talk me through what happened, or do you want to just relax for a little while longer?" Dad asked, sitting on the edge of the hospital bed. "We were at the UAJ and villains attacked us," Izuku said, closing his eyes and thinking back. "They said they could kill All Might." "Oh." He remembered the fire zone. "I stole one of their quirks," he said. "Sorry, but it was the only way I thought I could survive." Dad shook his head. "Don't apologize," he said, cupping his face in his hands. "Never say sorry for surviving. What kind of quirk was it?" Izuku held up his hand and created a small green shield. "I'll have to mess around with it, but it's pretty strong. Fireproof too," he said. "I'm sure we'll find a good way to use it." "No way we can give it back to the guy I took it from dash." Izuku paled, remembering what happened after. "Oh my god, Aizawa-sensei." "He's fine, don't worry," Dad said. They weren't sure about his eyesight, but they're pretty sure he's going to make a full recovery. He shook his head frantically, grabbing his father by the wrists. No, Dad. I took his quirk too. I have to give it back. He moved to stand, pushing his way off the bed. Dad stood up. You did what? I had two. The villains, they had this guy. Nomus. He had a shock absorption quirks and a regeneration quirk. He had 2 quirks. 3 I guess, if you count the strength as well. I don't know how they found someone with quirks like that, but there was no way All Might could take him down while those quirks were on the table and Aizawa was unconscious and someone had to do something or they were gonna kill All Might. Wait, Dad, wait, the leader. The one covered in hands, they called him Shigaraki. Dad paled. Are you sure that's what he said? And you said this Nomu person had multiple quirks? Izuku. Normal people don't just have multiple quirks. Most people can't handle having even 2, he said as he ran his hands through his hair. F dash. He stood, distress clearly written on his face. Aizawa is here in the hospital, Izuku. I'll talk to Toshinori. Maybe we can get you in and out before he's awake, he said to him as he walked to the door. Stay here. Do not move, he ordered. With that he left. Izuku sighed and fell back against the pillow. This was bad. He felt so awful. He had stolen his teacher's quirk. It was a life or death situation, he argued to himself. But was that an excuse? Could that be a reason to just take things from people? Was there a right way to use all for one? He certainly didn't feel guilty for taking shield. Well, he did a little, in the moment. But ultimately, that man was using it for evil. Izuku was going to use it for good. But does that justify taking something that integral from someone? There was also how good taking shield felt, a high like no other. It felt good to take that quirk. Like all for one was rewarding him for using it. But Izuku shook that thought away. He didn't want to think about it at all. Either way though, Aizawa was his teacher. It's not like he wasn't going to return it, he just doesn't regret it. He'd undoubtedly saved All Might's life with that quirk by erasing the Nomu's shock absorption. Was All Might okay? He'd been at his limit before he'd even shown up, and he was steaming a lot while Izuku was going toe-to-toe with Shigaraki. That was another thing to consider. Shigaraki. Why did that man share his father's family name? It couldn't be a coincidence. Izuku was starting to think there wasn't any such thing as one anymore. Not to mention the way Dad had reacted when he said the name. He knew something. Or at least he had a hunch. The reaction of the students to Midoriya was generally quite positive. Though he had been right there with them as they watched this alternate world, what they had seen was in the recent past. If he was here with them, then he would naturally be all right. The reaction of Hisashi to the news of Nomu having at least 2 and likely 3 quirks was interesting. They were not quite sure what to think of it at first before they remembered. All for one, the villain Hisashi had once been. He had been split off from him after the fight with All Might, and though the original had looked pretty thoroughly dead, it now looked as though he had recovered quite well. But the way that the students reacted to the sensation of taking a quirk was by far the most interesting. Toru looked most interested, likely because she hated not being able to be seen sometimes. Kaminari was one of the few not to volunteer for such experimentation. Naturally, Hatsum immediately started making plans for a quirk transfer and storage device. She was quickly told off, until after considering the various merits of such technology, she was given tentative permission to proceed. Of course, she would have to be watched extremely carefully, just to make sure she complied with their instructions, and the prototypes would need to be kept under lock and key to prevent theft. But ultimately, it was to their benefit. Those who had a pattern of misusing their quirks would lose them. He shook his head to clear the thoughts away. He glanced at the side table next to the bed. His phone was there, plugged in. Izuku reached over with his good hand and grabbed it. He had a few notifications. Uraraka, Ida, Kaken, and an unknown number. He started with Uraraka. Hey, please text us when you wake up. No school tomorrow. I hope you're okay. I'm worried, Deku-kun, you didn't look good when Todoroki carried you out. Todoroki had carried him out of the USJ? That's a bit embarrassing. He had a vague memory of talking to Todoroki, but he wasn't sure how much of that was true or not. He shook his head and moved on to the texts from Ida. Midoriya-kun, I sincerely hope you're okay. I heard you had injured yourself fighting against the villains. Please message me back when you are awake so I know that you're okay. I do hope that you'll be in school once classes resume, but if you do need to take a few days to recover, please do not hesitate to tell me. I'll be sure to take extra notes for you. Once again, I hope you're okay, I'm quite worried. Bless Ida. He really was way too sweet and so reliable. He smiled at his phone. He was already thinking ahead if Izuku would need notes. Kaken was next. What the actual F was that? That's right. Kaken, Kirishima, and Todoroki had seen him. Dad was going to be said. Don't think you're going to wiggle your way out of explaining what the F happened there. You know what the F happened, and so do me, shitty hair and half and half. You're going to tell us what the F you were doing. Also, text me the second you see this sheet. I am not going to lose sleep over you, a-hole. She said. Deeply. Not good. Very not good. They'd clearly seen him use the quirk. Azui and Ojiro hadn't actually seen him use erasure. He was sure they'd also have questions, but they could at least be explained away. Finally, the unknown number. This is Todoroki. I got your number from Uraraka. Midoriya, you did something very odd at the USJ, and I have a few questions about it. Don't worry. I won't say anything about what I saw. Also, please message me when you wake up. You were in bad shape after your fight. Your nose had been bleeding and you had said, too many quirks, whatever that means. I don't know much about your situation, but it was quite concerning to see you in that state. You said some odd things to me, suggesting your brain had been rather scrambled. I hope you're okay. A flush crossed over his face. He was concerned? Izuku had said odd things to him? He wasn't demanding answers like Kaken was. Todoroki was almost nice in these messages. He sighed to himself and texted each of them that he was alive and awake and going to be fine. He added a second text to both Todoroki and Kaken telling them both that he'd talk to them in person after discussing it with his father. A few minutes after he hit send, the door opened again. All of those messages were entirely normal and warranted under the circumstances, although Bakugo was pushing it given Midoriya was in the hospital right then, and they raised valid concerns. Of course, these messages didn't really contribute much to their viewing experience, other than injecting some happiness into what had been quite a grim atmosphere recently. Dad and Yagi both walked into the room. Both of them looked nervous. Aizu, come on. We're going to see Aizawa right now, Dad said. That's currently the most important order of business. He motioned for him to follow. Izuku stood and unhooked himself from the medical equipment, pulling the needle out of his hand with a hiss of pain. Come on, quickly. Izuku followed them down the hospital hallway. Aizawa's room wasn't far. Yagi led the way. He turned the corner and pointed to the correct door. I'll go first, he said, just in case. He opened the door. Harash, he squeaked. Yamada, Aizawa, you're up. Dad cringed. Hey, All Might, you okay? We heard you'd overexerted yourself pretty badly. Present Mike said. Yagi coughed a bit. I'm quite all right. I was able to defeat the villain without overextending my quirk too badly. He hesitated. Might we come in? He asked. It's myself and the Midoriyas. Izuku has something for Aizawa. Izuku could hear Present Mike hesitate. Now's not a great time. Something is wrong with Shoyuta. My quirk factor is gone. They found it when they tested my blood. Aizawa sounded awful. Izuku pushed past his dad and Yagi-san into the room. His blood ran cold. Aizawa looked awful. He was like a mummy, wrapped up in the hospital bed. Hey little listener dash, Present Mike stood. I know you're worried about your teacher but dash. I have your quirk, Izuku interrupted. Aiza dash, Dad cried, stepping into the room. Izuku held up his hand to quiet him. He turned back to Aizawa. He could see the hints of his eyes between the bandages. I have it. I'm sorry. I took it because All Might needed help but I can give it back. I'm so sorry Aizawa-sensei. Izuku bowed his head. Aizawa sat up in his hospital bed. You took it? He asked. Explain. Izuku sighed. Here, let me give it back first. He said and crossed the room. He moved some of the bandages on his face, placing all 5 fingers on Aizawa's skin. He closed his eyes and felt into the void. I've never done this before but... He found erasure and let it fall away from him back into his teacher. A wave of nausea hit him in full force. It passed quickly but... Without erasure he felt a sense of emptiness and loss. Can you use your quirk? Aizawa's hair floated around his head, the glow of his eyes behind his bandages. Izuku felt his quirk vanish. Then the sensation was gone. Thanks, Midoriya. Now start talking. He frowned, pulled at the hem of his hospital shirt, and looked up at Dad and Yagi. Well, it's just... My quirk, he started. It's weird. And All Might knows about it dash. Just like you seem to know about All Might, Aizawa said. I knew you and the Midoriyas were close but... I've known them for years, Yagi said. Izuku nodded. Yes, so. We know all of each other's secrets. I know about his quirk and he knows about mine. Well, it's not a normal quirk. Well, obviously it's not. I call it dash. He glanced at his father. Dad placed a comforting hand on his shoulder. Give and take. I can steal quirks, hoard them, and give them away. Present Mike gasped. Aizawa's face was covered by all his bandages, so Izuku had no idea how he felt. Present Mike reached out and touched Aizawa's hand gently. That was interesting. But Izuku quickly filed that away. I see, he said. Have you used this quirk before? Counting you. 3 times. I took my mother's quirk on her deathbed. It's the one I've been using up until now. Okay, your mother, me. What's the third? Izuku looked down at his hands. That was also today. I took a quirk from one of the villains. I was pretty sure it was the only way I was going to get out of there alive. He held out his hand and summoned the green shield. It saved my life. His teachers seemed to have a silent conversation before Aizawa turned back to Izuku. Your classmates have some very impressive quirks. Dad growled. If you're implying dash. I'm not implying. Your quirk is a liability. You a whole dash. Izuku held up his hand. It's okay, Dad, he whispered. Yes. They do, and yes I am. But I hate the quirk I was born with. When I was little, they thought I didn't have one at all. I was bullied pretty badly for it. I got beat up every day after school. No matter how hard I fought back, I was just useless. I couldn't do anything at all. Back then I wanted a quirk so bad. Any quirk, even a small or weak one, would have been better than no quirk at all. His father's grip on his shoulder was tight. Out of the corner of his eye, Izuku could see his jaw clenched. Izuku lifted his hand up and laid it over his dad's. That killed the mood quite thoroughly, with several dirty looks being shot towards Bakugo. He didn't seem to mind so long as the worst of his deeds remained under wraps. Aizawa could feel some dirty looks of his own, but he didn't care. His counterpart raised valid points that needed to be addressed, and besides, Midoriya was a good kid. He wouldn't be too hard on him. He continued. Then when my mother died, I accidentally stole her quirk. But I wasn't happy. I'd go back to being quirkless in a second if I could just see her one more time. He took his father's hand off his shoulder and stood up straight. He looked Aizawa in the eye. I swear that the only time I will ever use this quirk is in a life-or-death situation. I'm not interested in collecting quirks. I don't want a horde of them. All I want is to be a hero. Present Mike leaned down. His teachers seemed to have another quiet conversation before they pulled away from each other. Okay, Aizawa said. You fought tooth and nail to save your classmates. Yes, you took my quirk, but you came here and gave it back. We'll keep this between us. Izuku bowed. Thank you, sir. Present Mike smiled at him. Good work, little listener. Now that that's handled, get out. I need rest. Yes, sir. Hearing that Midoriya would rather be quirkless than use his BRH quirk was shocking. Even Todoroki was surprised, as he had seen that he was fully willing to use it when necessary. But when he explained, all doubt was removed and they began to cry openly. Even Bakugo was crying silently, though he hid it well. Not even he wished for Midoriya to feel such deep anguish. As cruel as he had been, he knew that what he was doing was wrong. He was slowly coming to terms with that and learning to be better. Bakugo knew that if he didn't, then he would have no place at UA, or any hero school. Aizawa and Present Mike took it better than Izuku thought they would. They were also on board with lying about it, which was a shock. He was touched that his teachers would protect him after knowing him for less than a week. Aizawa and Present Mike definitely more than earned his respect. Now Izuku sat in his hospital bed, given the all-clear to go home and get back to school. He'd been poked and prodded by the doctors and given a healing quick for his finger. They were just waiting on his discharge papers. He grabbed his phone to let his friends know, and then he remembered. Hey Dad, he said softly. What's up, Aizu? He asked. He was sitting in the chair writing a notebook quietly. Yagi had gone off to help the police with their investigation, leaving Izuku with his father. He rubbed the back of his head. 3 of my classmates saw me use Aizawa-sensei's quirk. The notebook snapped shut. Oh, have they told anyone? Kaken, Kirishima, and Todoroki, he mumbled. Todoroki said he wouldn't say anything. And I do trust Kaken to stay quiet too. I think he and Kirishima are friendly? Hold on, he texted Kaken. Hey, can you ask Kirishima to stay quiet too? The response was immediate. Shark Mouth isn't gonna say she don't worry dipshit. They're all staying quiet, he said, but they're going to ask. And might get antsy if we don't explain things, he continued. I mean, they saw me. Azui and Ojiro saw me when I took his quirk, but they didn't see me use it so I could make up something to tell them. But the other 3. Dad gave a long sigh and began to massage the bridge of his nose. It's your quirk, Aizu. Do what you think you need to. He sounded so tired. Izuku cringed. How many more messes would he have to help Izuku clean up? Tears formed in his eyes. I'm sorry, Dad, he said softly. I really screwed up. No, Izu, his dad said. He stood and walked back to the bed. No, kiddo, he said softly as he pushed his hair out of his face. Izuku, you did what you had to do. Who knows what would have happened if you hadn't? I told you, don't you ever apologize for taking a quirk if it saves your life. He pulled Izuku into his chest. Listen to me. This might be the villain that I came from talking, but if you ever find yourself in a situation where your only options are to do something a hero shouldn't or die, don't die. He leaned back to look up at his dad, still crying. Dad held his face between his hands, leaning in close. He continued, I'm serious, Izuku. Even if it means doing something bad, something that you think might get you in trouble. If it means hurting someone, please don't die. His eyes were so focused. Izuku couldn't ever remember seeing his father look like this. Not once. I hate to do this, but please promise you will do whatever it takes to come home when you're out being a hero. Izuku hesitated. Was that a promise he could make? But the way his father was looking at him. Dad, I promise. Aizawa looked at Midoriya and said, It's what we do, problem child. We are both heroes and teachers. If you are going to use a quirk like that for heroics, we won't stop you, so long as that's it. You're already enough of a DMN hero, so we'll keep your secret. Midoriya nodded, teary-eyed. That was happening more and more frequently. Some of his classmates thought he should be called Deku, the Tears hero, as it was definitely very fitting for him. When Hisashi advised him to prioritize survival over unheroic acts, All Might and Aizawa nodded grimly. It may not feel good, but keeping yourself alive is one of the most crucial parts of being a hero. You cannot protect others if you cannot protect yourself, young Midoriya, All Might said sagely. And that is the finest example of the pot calling the kettle black I have ever seen, DecemberKing commented. The two of you are like peas in a pod, sacrificing everything to save others, beyond all reason. Aizawa groaned in exasperation at this, confirming that fact. Izuku watched himself in the mirror. Something had changed deep inside him, but he couldn't put his finger on it. But Izuku felt like he looked older. It hadn't even been a week since his first day of high school, but he felt like months and months had passed. He felt like he'd aged several years. Was this how it was always going to feel when something awful happened? Or would he grow numb? Did it matter? He was on this path, and he wasn't going to stray from it. He was going to be a hero. All Might had given him this power. His father had passed his power on. Izuku was picked, if only by fate, to wield these quirks. He was going to have to do it. Even if it scared him. Who else could? Aizu, are you about ready to head out? His dad asked, stopping to peer into the bathroom. Need help with your tie? Said tie was hanging around his neck. Please, he said. Dad smiled and approached. Here, watch, he said. Around like this. Now pull this through here. He looked down at Izuku, meeting his eyes. Did you get that? I think. Don't worry, Aizu. I'll tie your tie for as long as you need me to. What about when I'm grown and married? He asked. We won't be living together. Dad smiled. Lots of girls can tie ties. His next words tumbled out of his mouth without permission. They weren't planned. They were barely thought about before his brain decided to just throw them into the wind, without stopping and examining them and contemplating what saying them out loud would do. If anything, it felt like after everything that happened, it wasn't even something he needed to be scared of. What if I have a husband? Dad's eyes widened. His mouth opened to say something, but he paused. Izuku can see him considering his words. He can feel the way his father inspects each word he's about to say, and form them together in their best possible formation. Most men can tie their ties, Izuku. I don't think that'll be a problem for any potential future husband of yours. Relief. Instant relief, like a shot of warmth straight through his veins. He almost cried. Almost. Yeah, I guess. Though with my luck whoever I end up with probably won't be able to tie one either, he said. Dad smirked. I dunno. That Todoroki kid seems like the type who can, he teased. He was funny. Didn't know who I was and was very reluctant to hand you over to me. Izuku blushed. Todoroki didn't want to let me go? Really? He whined, covering his face. Let's just go. He ran out of the bathroom, face flushed, his dad's laughter following him. But Izuku was the happiest he'd ever been. Shuda wasn't sure how to feel about Midoriya-san talking about him. He was clearly trying to nudge his son in his direction, but it didn't feel the same way that his father's attempts did. He already knew that Midoriya's father was better than his own, but this solidified it. Shudo knew that Endeavor would definitely try to set him up with someone, because not even his masterpiece would be perfect. The thought made him disgusted, being made to create children like his father had done to his mother. It sickened him. Midoriya felt a similar sense of relief to his counterpart. While he had doubted that his father would have such antiquated ideas, the fear had never quite left him. Knowing that his parents wouldn't mind that he was bisexual was comforting. After all, since the rise of quirk-based FRTLTY and gender swap clinics, including the notable pro-hero chromoswap from Thailand, most objections towards LGBT unions had dissolved. But nonetheless, some still fell into old belief systems advocating hatred. He had never understood that kind of vitriol, and that was one thing he planned to help eradicate once he became a top hero. They got to school early. Dad placed a hand on his shoulder as they walked to the bench Izuku told Kaken, Todoroki, and Kirishima to meet him at. "You sure you don't want me to stay?" Dad asked. He shook his head. "It's my quirk and they're my friends," he said. "I told them I would tell them everything. So I'm going to." "If you're sure, do what you need to do. I trust you," Dad said. "Good luck." With that he waved and left Izuku alone. He sat down and waited alone with his thoughts. He pulled out his phone, trying to distract himself, his leg bouncing as he leaned over on his knees. Finally, after what felt like years, he heard footsteps approaching. He looked up to see Todoroki standing in front of him, holding his backpack on one shoulder. "Are we waiting for Kirishima and Bakugo?" Izuku nodded. "Wanna sit?" he asked. Todoroki sat on the bench, putting his back on the ground behind his legs. "How are you holding up?" Izuku asked. "We fought villains." Smooth Izuku. That shouldn't have happened to us. Not yet. So, I guess how do you feel?" Todoroki hesitated. "I don't know how I feel," he said honestly. "I'm relieved we're alive. I'm angry they were able to get into the school. He trailed off. "I guess I'm scared they'll come back." "Me too," Izuku said. "I'm very scared. They wanted to kill All Might. They would have done it as well if things had gone any differently. I'm sure we'll have to deal with them again. People like that aren't going to go away on their own." They sat there in silence. The only sound between them was the wind, twirling around them. "Oi!" Kaken yelled, breaking Izuku out of his thoughts. He and Kirishima approached. "I'm waiting." Kirishima pushed past Kaken. "Hey Midoriya, I'm glad you're okay," he said, "but Bakugo's not. You were kind of insane back there." Izuku nods. "It's okay. I know you guys are curious. I lied about my quirk," he said. "At this point, there are only a few people who know. My dad, some teachers, and now you guys." He paused, clasping his hands together. "I was born with a quirk that I call give and take. I can take a quirk from someone, making them quirkless. I can hold those quirks and use them freely, and I can also give away any quirk I take," he explained. "How long?" Kaken asked. "Probably my whole life, but we only found out when Mom died," he answered. Todoroki nodded. "You mentioned you had her quirk, right?" Izuku said. "It's her actual quirk. Like I physically took her quirk from her as she died." Kirishima put a gentle hand on his shoulder. "Dude, I'm sorry about your mom, but wow. What an amazing quirk." He looked up. "It doesn't scare you?" "Not at all. That's so crazy strong." Kirishima smiled at him, his shark teeth showing. It was endearing. Man with a quirk like that dash. He trailed off, trying to find the words he wanted to say. "Well done, Midoriya, you'll be unstoppable." Kaken smacked Kirishima on the head. "It's more complicated than that, dipshit. He can't just go around taking quirks when the mood strikes him." "I know, but he can take down villains super easily." Izuku bit the inside of his cheek. "I'd have to touch all 5 fingers to their skin. Preferably their face, I think. That feels the best. But I can't just go taking a villain's quirk just because I can. Who am I to decide who gets to keep their quirk and who doesn't? Plus, if word got out about it, who knows how many villains would target me? I'm only going to use it as a last resort option. Only when absolutely necessary." He looked up at them, his eyes moving to each of their faces. "Please, don't tell anyone. Too many people already know. Those villains might already know." Todoroki moved next to him. For a moment he looked like he was going to reach out and place a comforting hand on Izuku. He stopped, his hand falling back into his lap. "Don't worry," Todoroki said softly. "We know now." He motioned to the three of them. We won't let them come after you. Todoroki is right, dude. Kirishima said with a grin. We're all training to be heroes too. Hell, the four of us are probably some of the toughest guys in our class. He smiled. We're here for you, man. The entire class is too, even if they don't know what's going on. Kaken punched Izuku in the arm. What he said. His eyes began to well up with tears for the second time that day. Thank you, guys. The reaction of his three classmates, including his former bully, was comforting to Midoriya. Even if he had an evil quirk, he would be accepted by them as an equal. The same sentiment applied to Shinso, who felt some of his disgust towards the hero course dissipate at their acceptance. Monoma's reaction was perhaps the most profound. All his life, he had been thought a mere side character. But even his classmates in 1A, who had been involved in a major attack, were willing to share the spotlight with him, giving him his own time to shine. It went quite a long way towards undoing the growing dislike he had begun to feel towards them. Homeroom began with Aizawa pulling himself into the classroom, looking just as bad as he had at the hospital. He sat stiffly at his desk, peeking through the bandages around his face. Izuku had to admire the man's dedication to his class. He offered him a small smile. He had no idea what sort of look Aizawa gave back, if he did at all, if he even saw him. The UA Sports Festival, he said as the class calmed down from his arrival, is in 2 weeks. Is it a good idea to have that right after the break-in? Kaminari asked. Aizawa shrugged. The school is insisting on going through with it. They'll be beefing up security considerably. Besides, you don't want to miss your shot. Yeah, the sports festival can make or break your hero career, Izuku said. Pros will be watching to scout us. Midoriya is right, Aizawa said, drawing the class's eye back to him. After the sports festival, you'll be doing your first hero internships. You want to make sure you're attracting the right kind of attention from the right pros. In order to help you get there, the school has recently added a new staff member. Midoriya, get in here. The class glanced at Izuku before another person came in the door. His father stood, wearing a simple dark suit and tie. This is Midoriya-san. He'll be helping you push your quirks and making profiles on them. Ashido mumbled, though it was loud enough that Izuku could hear her from across the room. Are we sure that's Midoriya's dad? They don't really look alike. Dad walked to the front of the room. Hello. He offered the class a brilliant, Midoriya-style smile. Oh wait, now I see it. I'm Midoriya Hisashi, he smiled. Your teacher is right. I'm a quirk counselor. Probably the best out there if I do say so myself. Is to help you analyze your quirks, and help find ways to allow you to make the best use of your quirks. Whether it's through certain kinds of training, diet, or support items, I promise I'll help each and every one of you go plus ultra and excel in the upcoming sports festival. Now dash. He pulled a fresh notebook from his bag and clicked his pen. His father's smile turned into a confident smirk. Now, who wants to go first? Once that chapter concluded, Aizawa spoke up. I have received a text from Principal Nizu, instructing me to have all the students work on improving their overall skills for the next week, while the pros work on building a case file on the league. As the students filed out, Magnus approached Aizawa, Hatsum not far behind. These are the research journals of Dr. Kyudai Garaki, the personal physician of All for One and creator of Nomu. I thought it prudent for his full works to be available to the pros and, eventually, to the support industry. Some of his procedures are groundbreaking, including actively duplicating quirks. At that, Hatsum nearly fainted, her mind whirling at the possibilities that could create. Aizawa took the package, putting it into his bag to give to Nizu. Now that they had caught up to the relative present, the students of UA were being put through their paces to hasten their combat training. All Might himself had taken the first shift watching over the students, and though he might not be a perfect teacher, he was excellent as a workout coach. His time training Midoriya had helped him learn how to coach others in improving themselves, though his methods were not quite as polished as Aizawa or Vlad King's. One major sticking point of the training regimen he had put them on was that they would have separate times to train their quirks and training their bodies. This he was adequately prepared to handle, as even he knew how crucial it was to be in good physical shape as a hero. And his lack of teaching skill could easily be made up for by Midoriya's analysis of his classmates, with Midoriya learning more about One for All's quirks from All Might. Though that phrasing was ridiculous to them, there was no way One for All had any quirks dormant within it. One plus side of the revelation of One for All's existence was that Midoriya and Yagi could work on his skill set without worrying about being discovered. Everyone already knew that Deku was All Might's chosen successor, and few were anything other than ecstatic. After his initial egg metaphor, Hatsum popped up, bringing up a better metaphor to help him visualize percentages of his power, suggesting thinking of a dam that helped him control one for all enough to be able to use it without breaking his fingers. Though she had pointed out one very obvious fact that he had somehow ignored: he had legs. This completely changed his fighting style, as he was no longer as reliant on his arms alone. In quirkless spars with Ida, he learned how to use his legs more effectively. At the moment, Midoriya was working on perfecting full cowling. He had yet to be able to hit any large amount of one for all, stuck at 5% overall and 8% concentrated in his legs or arms. Midoriya was not the only one pushing himself. Bakugo had taken to training with a vengeance, working himself almost to the bone in a bid to secure victory. Already, his control of his explosions was growing more precise. And his physique, already quite toned and athletic, grew almost Herculean under All Might's tutelage. Kirishima and Tetsu, as expected, were over the moon to be trained by All Might. Jiraiya had commented that it was like they were having a religious experience, a pilgrimage to a temple of ultimate manliness. The two of them had been sparring non-stop with everyone, rotating around to ensure everyone had a turn with them. They had clearly taken All Might's instructions and ran with them, as they dived in with feverish zeal. Nomus' quirk training was perhaps the most simplistic of all of them, as his ability to copy was directly linked to the strength of his body. By improving his physique, he would be able to hold on to copied quirks for longer and use them more heavily. Like Kirishima and Tetsu, he was making his way around the gym, using the quirks of his fellow students to challenge each of his partners. His progress was impressive, though part of that might be due to spending more time observing the quirks he copied. For instance, after observing Bakugo's spars with Shoto, he was able to replicate more of Bakugo's technique with explosion. Shoto was focusing more on his fire than he had had to thus far. Once he had come to the realization that his fire was his and not his BSRD father's, he became much more willing to use it. But his control of it was far less than his control of his ice because of this, and he was focusing on using as much of his fire as possible. While he had not yet spoken to his father, All Might had begun to set up training sessions where the two would be constantly observed. Hagakure's stealth was her primary focus, as she could not become more invisible. This was, in some ways, quite difficult. Toru was a naturally bubbly girl, a social butterfly who had worked hard to counteract the lack of attention her invisibility caused. It would take a lot of time to be able to consciously stop doing all the habits she had picked up to make herself noticed. Fortunately, Shoji and Shinso were perfect training partners for her. Shoji's dupli arms would try to find her, while Shinso prodded her with questions, trying to get her to respond. It would be her duty to evade them and ignore Shinsu's words. Shinso was not just training with Hagakure, though, as his quirk was incredibly versatile. One thing that everyone was working on was learning to escape his quirk in order to build up resistance towards mental control quirks. Simultaneously, Shinso was training to make his quirk more potent and subtle, to make it require less effort to activate and more effective against strong-willed people with resistance to his quirk. Midoriya had briefly been put under, but almost immediately became the first to break out through his own efforts. They had tried to replicate that success, but so far, they hadn't succeeded just yet. As it turned out, the vestiges within One for All had spoken to him in that moment, and he had managed to summon forth the necessary willpower to break free of his own accord. This, of course, made All Might extremely pleased, as it was a sign that his successor was rising fast. Sato and Momo were using their quirks, as in 4-drip pumped pure sugar and fat, respectively, directly into their systems. Sato was working on increasing his limit of sugar-fueled strength by pushing his quirk further, slowly increasing the threshold at which his intelligence began to lessen. Momo was constantly using her quirk to create various items of different shapes and sizes, including the 4 bags of sugar and fat that were fueling them. The 4 drips were being used because they were more convenient than having to constantly eat, not to mention they replaced the loss of fluids much faster. Kendo was sparring with Ojiro, and the two were on relatively equal terms in every spar. Regardless of whether or not they used their quirks, they always fought to a draw. Her fists were easily countered by his tail, but the reverse was also true. And their shared martial arts expertise canceled each other out, making almost every fight a drawn-out battle of attrition that ended when they were too exhausted to continue and had to take a break. Ashido and Jiraiya were busy trying to destroy a stone wall using their quirks, building up the resilience of their bodies as they did so. When it came to quirkless spars, they were pretty evenly matched, although it did take quite a while for Mina to stop reflexively using her acid. Koda was nearby, performing vocal exercises to strengthen his voice and allow him to project further. In his actual sparring, he was falling a little behind, given his rather shy and gentle nature. But with Jairu's help, he was coming out of his shell a little bit more and making decent progress. Sue was busy crawling along the walls using her amphibian features, strengthening her muscles as she did so. But of course, when she had to spar, she did so with Uraraka, who did not allow her friendship to get in the way of their fight. If anything, she was all the more motivated by the fact that they were friends, enthusiastic at the idea of getting stronger together. Both gave as good as they got, regardless of whether or not quirk use was part of the spar. Kaminari was not just upping his wattage capacity, but he was also learning how to integrate his electricity into his fighting. Hatsum had created guiding discs for long-range attacks, but Kaminari had personally made the innovation of fighting hand-to-hand while channeling his electricity across his skin. Seeing this, he had also requested a collapsible metal staff for slightly further ranges. Siro was working on increasing his tape dispenser's capacity and speed while he practiced moving through the air by swinging on his tape. He preferred to spar with Kaminari, using his tape to insulate himself against the blonde's bolts and separate his weapons from him. Aoyama was doing much better with his naval laser than before, being able to hold it for up to 10 seconds or fire a barrage for about 5 seconds. Hand-to-hand, he was probably one of the least skilled, given his reluctance to engage in such uncouth and barbaric behavior. Despite this, he was coming along quite nicely. Though he was obviously best suited to be some form of sniper, it would be best if he knew basic hand-to-hand skills. Tokoyami and Dark Shadow were not just training in absolute darkness, but in bright sunlight. The former helped Tokoyami learn to keep control of Dark Shadow in darkness, while the latter served to make him more resilient to light, allowing him to be a daylight hero if needed. Their cooperation allowed them to combine together, Dark Shadow serving as a form of armor for Tokoyami. But they had more interesting ideas. What if Dark Shadow could take the shape of a simple weapon? Or other constructs made of dark energy? In darkness, he would be a completely unstoppable hero. These ideas were definitely interesting, though for now, they seemed out of reach. And finally, Ida was running on a specially designed treadmill made by Hatsum and Power Loader, which ran off of its own battery. The treadmill was made to be able to keep up with him as he sprinted what would have been extremely long distances. One interesting feature of the treadmill was that while its motors were powered by one battery, the actual movement of the treadmill powered a generator, charging up batteries. These were used for one final baby that Hatsum had designed for Kaminari, electrical capsules that would unleash a massive blast of electricity when they broke. Unlike the rest of his classmates, Mineta was not training his quirk. Instead, he was undergoing behavior reconditioning, brainwashing, in order to get rid of his more irritating tendencies. He would not have any training, quirked or not, until he had been proven to be changed. This was a direct mandate of Principal Nizu, who was disgusted by the boy's existing personality and sought to change him into something more worthy of being a hero. He had not even been let out of his restraints before his attitude adjustment had begun. Interspersed with the most RSNG of images were images of eternal torment, along with many painful sensations flooding through his body. His very worldview, and in particular his view of women and girls, was rewritten from the ground up. Mineta learned of the many issues that women face daily, and how wrong his actions were. All that he had done, all that his future self would have done, and all that he fantasized about, he would feel as though he were the victim. The endless agony and pain nearly broke his mind. Such harassment was foreign to him. Usually he was the instigator rather than the target. He could feel the righteous anger of every girl he had tricked and harassed, and that anger became a part of who he was. No more would Minoru Mineta be an unashamed and guiltless pervert. Now he would be a model student, a gentleman hero with chivalrous ideals. This much was Nizu's design, and Magnus was all too happy to facilitate it. After all, the staff had much to discuss. Hatsum wasn't training with the other students either, though not because she was being punished. Quite the opposite, in fact. Given the data she had already gathered about Class 1A and personal observations of all her schoolmates, she had come up with so many ideas for new babies. Kaminari had been one of her main sources of inspiration, as she tried to find ways of helping the electrification user channel his power correctly. Guiding discs for ranged attacks, a collapsible but durable metal staff, electrical grenades, these were child's play for her. She wanted to make an EMP, but that was apparently too dangerous. But Gravity Girl had suggested some anti-nausea measures as well as grappling cords and a low-power jetpack, and she had diligently delivered. That much was easy, the rest was up to her quirk. For legs she had made a more improved cooling system, as well as an improved fuel injection system. Those specific fuel sources were being debated, as the usual fuel he used was orange juice. She had yet to determine what part of the juice was actually serving as the fuel for his engines, anyway, so she moved on to other potential customers. Little Miss Heartthrob had put in a request for speakers compatible with her earjacks, and Hatsum had delivered. Not only were there powerful amped speakers in her shoes, but now there was a hidden vest as part of the costume which had concealed speakers, in case she couldn't reach the ones in her shoes. That had been an issue during the USJ incident, and she would be a fool not to take care of that little flaw as soon as possible. Let it not be said that Mei Hatsum was a fool. As much as she knew she lacked social skills, she was even more keenly aware of the issues her classmates faced. Seeing exactly what her future clients would be facing was, on some level, deeply terrifying for her, but she took that fear and used it as motivation to build more babies and protect them. Learning about One for All had made Midoriya's potential all the clearer, and if there was one thing sure to come for the boy, it was All for One himself. So she worked night and day to build more and more babies, striving to ensure his safety, for if he failed, Mei pushed that thought out of her mind. She couldn't afford to fail him, because all Japan, and soon after the entire world would fall beneath the Demon King's heel. Principal Nizu cleared his throat as he began the meeting. The first order of business is, of course, to discuss the possibility of All for One himself returning and its ramifications. All Might, Gran Torino and Sir Night Eye know the most about him, so their insight will be crucial. Mirai, is it possible that the figure you saw in your vision could have been him? Night Eye lowered his head, considering. It is possible. The figure I saw was in a heavy breathing mask, covering the entirety of his head. And that fits with the level of damage that Toshinori did to him in their last encounter. As much as I don't want to admit it, it is entirely possible that he was the one I saw. The Chimera nodded, then asked, what specific abilities did this villain display? That could help to narrow it down if it is not him. I saw the villain's arm grow massive, like muscular. But as to what quirk he used multiple for sure. And what were they? Magnus spoke up, his voice shifting into an eerie mimicry of All for One as he quoted, let's stop dwelling on heroism and start focusing on reality. Spring-like limbs. Kinetic booster times 4. Strength enhancer times 3. Multiplier. Hypertrophy. Rivets. Airwalk. Spear-like bones. The shockwaves until now were simply to wear you out. I knew it would take much more than that to kill you. In order to put you down for good, I'll punch you with the ultimate combination of quirks I have stored up within me right now. Those were the villain's precise words at that moment. Immediately, the ever-looming phantom menace of All for One became not just real, but imminent. Every soul felt the weight of this revelation hit them with the force of one of All Might's smashes. Now, without a doubt, he had survived. And he was returning. When was that, precisely? Gran Torino asked. Mere days after the summer camp. In the timeline you were watching, Midoriya was kidnapped, while in your future, Bakugo was. After an attempted rescue was thwarted by his direct intervention, All Might engaged him in the center of Kamino Ward, destroying most of the surrounding area. Ultimately, All Might did win the day, but he had to use the entirety of One for All's embers to do so. Once again, a stunned silence fell over the room. The angel continued on, saying, but I brought you here to avert what comes next. Knowing that the villains will attack the summer camp, you can plan accordingly, drawing him out and capturing him with comparatively minimal damage. It'll be difficult but doable. The staff nodded in agreement. Night Eye looked as though he was about to speak up, but he knew not to question the angel about the future. After all, he had learned that All Might would survive, when his quirk had predicted his death. And perhaps it was a certainty then, but not now. Young Midoriya's presence didn't only preserve One for All, it renewed his old friend's resolve to be a mentor to his successor in the way that Nana hadn't been able to. Aizawa then reached into his bag, pulling out a copy of the research given to him, written by All for One's personal physician. And what about this? From these research notes, we know that this Nomu from the USJ is not unique. The techniques within are not just borderline, but full-on human experimentation. All for One is actively creating living superweapons. If it was even possible, the atmosphere in the meeting room became even more grim, as Magnus revealed even more. One major fact that you weren't shown as part of this universe was the doctor who told Midoriya who was quirkless. As it transpires, he is both the overseer of Jakku General Hospital and All for One's personal physician. His quirk, life force, is the reason behind All for One's longevity, as his quirk was artificially duplicated and the villain took the original for himself. Is there anything else you have to contribute to this discussion? Let's see. Tamura Shigaraki is really Tenko Shimura, grandson of Nana Shimura. His quirk was stolen at Biartich and replaced by Decay, which is a modified copy of the quirk of the Shai Hasaikai underboss. And of course, as the faculty already knew, Aoyama was the mole within Class 1A, gaining naval laser in exchange to cure his quirklessness. To say that the meeting room was a chaotic babble of noise in which nothing could be distinguished was an immense understatement. It took half an hour for them to fully calm down and process these revelations. All Might had spent that half hour crying in a corner with Gran Torino over failing his MSDR's grandson. The pros who didn't already know were shocked to hear that there was a definitive traitor within UA, and of course the comment about the Hasaikai did not go unnoticed. So far, the angel had never mentioned anything, even offhandedly, that did not turn out to be important. Hearing that Decay was a copy of Chisaki Kai's quirk, Overhaul, was almost certainly going to be important. Night Eye dreaded to ask, for fear that this meeting would be even further derailed. Eventually, they painstakingly returned to normal operations, crafting complex contingencies to account for every variable they were aware of, planning up until the fight against All for One himself. They were able to hash out every possibility, including using Aoyama to deceive the League, but they decided it was better not to, given that his parents were well within the League's reach, and they were certainly not above cruelty. Once the staff left the meeting room, Magnus walked up to Nizu, dropping off a notebook, whispering, "This contains vital information that goes far beyond what I've told you thus far. I'm talking key pieces of information, including some things about the Todorokis that not even NG suspects. Keep this to yourself, for now. The faculty are already high-strung enough as it is because of me, and you are fully capable of developing any plans beyond what you all discussed today." The principal nodded, putting the surprisingly heavy journal into his vest pocket and walking out, giving no clue what he had. Aoyama was almost entirely alone, quietly speaking with Midoriya in a side room. They were talking about the horrors they had endured being born quirkless. As a show of trust, Midoriya removed his shirt, revealing the countless faded burn scars littering his skin, and revealed just where, and from whom, they had come from. He had already talked to Kaken about this, and he was fine with it, so long as he made sure to stress that the blonde had changed for the better since then. And he had changed. Their relationship was still certainly not healthy by a long shot, but it was getting better. Every day he could see little improvements in Bakugo. Little changes for now, but large enough that he was willing to trust him. True, the scars of their past relationship, figurative and literal, would not entirely fade, but he was willing to move past that if Kaken was. And so far he was. He listened to Aoyama attentively, offering his shoulder as he wept, encouraging him when he froze in fear at the thought of his vengeance. The two formerly quirkless boys spent the evening consoling each other that they weren't worthless. Their lives had meaning, they were heroes in training, they would defeat All for One and make life better for everyone, especially for the quirkless of the world. For as long as those without quirks existed, they would be there to protect and shield them from the hate of those who didn't understand. When Yagi knocked on the door and came in, he offered his shoulder for them to cry on, for he was there to comfort them. As the two boys wept, he consoled them, speaking about his own hopes and dreams, and telling them how honored he was to be their teacher, their guide and role model. "Young Aoyama, I swear on my life, and on everything I hold dear, I will save you and your family. You will become a great hero, and I will help you on that path. I would move the heavens to help you, just as I have already done for young Midoriya." Aoyama's breath hitched, and he dissolved into even deeper sobs. Nizu was intrigued by all that he saw within this notebook. It was even more detailed than the notes of young Midoriya's counterpart, detailing every possible relevant facet of every event and person of interest in their future. In such a small volume was recorded the future in its infinite majesty, as it had been before they had come here. The past was recorded in equal detail, explaining the backstories and motivations of almost every person of interest. For a mastermind such as himself, this was a figurative and literal gift from the heavens. Even just skimming the pages had given him so much knowledge of both past and future that his quirk was briefly overwhelmed. It took him actual hours to pore over it, which given his reading speed was quite absurd. But the single fact that made it so difficult to read, for almost anyone else, was the font size. Each letter was the size of a grain of dust. The only other person here who could actually read it was... He jumped up, startled. It seems he would need to put the book under security after all. Young Hatsum would be unstoppable if she found it. As the audience filtered in, they wondered what they would see today. They had only just finished seeing the aftermath of the USJ a few days ago, before the students had started training in the gym to further develop their skills. In that time, the faculty of UA as well as the other pros had worked together to create tentative plans for the future with the information they now had. Particularly, their plans centered around dealing with the infamous menace that was All for One, who was the true leader of the league, even though his apprentice was its face. Nizu smiled. He may have been entrusted with that notebook full of spoilers, but seeing the alternate future himself would better help to contextualize the information. Nobody other than All Might and Recovery Girl were aware in the slightest that he had it, and the two of them had been sworn to secrecy about it. As the screen turned on, he focused intently on what he saw. Morning lessons moved to the gym. Izuku stood to the side with Uraraka and Ida, his father in front of the group of students. He fidgeted nervously. Dad wasn't used to working with so many people at once. So, we're just gonna do a basic introduction today. Most of the times you see me will be in one-on-one sessions, however, today is all about getting to know each other and giving me a look at your quirks so I can start looking into ways to push them. Katsuki, Dad said, pointing to Kaken. Your quirk is strong. Think you can break Izuku's shield? Kaken grinned, already stepping into the circle. I'll smash it to bits, uncle. Then I'll smash Deku's stupid face in. Dad sighed, massaging the bridge of his nose. Just breaking the shield will be fine. Izuku frowned. Hey Kaken, just break the shield, okay? Don't look at me like that, Kaken, he squealed. Immediately, the students saw the immense benefits of quirk counseling. While they had all figured out the basics of their quirk years ago, the insights of another person could be crucial in pushing their limits. They remembered Midoriya-san mentioning giving Bakugo pointers in creating bigger explosions and shuddered. He was already terrifyingly capable as it was. Of course, they were slightly distracted by Midoriya's father's physique. Even knowing that he had once been All for One, they were entirely unprepared for his good looks. Suddenly, the source of their classmates' particular blend of handsomeness and adorableness was made clear. He had inherited the best parts of both his mother and father, including their personalities. Nizu, of course, used the efficacy of Midoriya Sr. as further evidence of why a dedicated quirk counselor would be a good idea. Most of the homeroom teachers were qualified in quirk counseling, but having a staff member to specialize in that would help students extremely well. He had already made plans to do this, but the further evidence made it all the more urgent. Everyone, both students and teachers, were slightly disturbed by the unbridled excitement that Bakugo's counterpart was displaying, not entirely sure that he wouldn't attack Midoriya. Kaken growled and rubbed his hands together before placing both of them flush against the shield. He lit up his quirk. Nothing. Oh, F this. Kaken screeched. He took several steps away before he turned back to Izuku. Die nerd, he called, propelling himself forward, his explosions now carrying more momentum. He did this 3 times. On the 4th time, a long crack worked its way up the shield. Oh hell yeah. Here we go, he cried and exploded on Izuku again. Silence. The fact that this stolen quirk now had an increased backlash was concerning to the teachers. So far, only a few of them had realized exactly why this was, but the number was growing. What they were more concerned about was the inevitable fallout when the full truth was revealed, as lies had a tendency to be discovered. And Midoriya's counterpart had woven quite the complex web of lies and half-truths to conceal one for all and all for one from his classmates and his teachers alike. What the students were more focused on was the attraction that Midoriya was so blatantly feeling towards Todoroki. Describing his right side as literally angelic made his crush so obvious that even Shoto himself could see it, as sheltered as he was. Though he was blindsided slightly by something else Midoriya had thought. The idea that someone could find his scar attractive was completely unexpected, radically changing his worldview. What was it about Midoriya that kept changing his worldview? First his fire, now his scars. When Midoriya started to flirt back, everyone froze for a moment, not expecting something like that from the resident cinnamon roll. Even Hatsum was shocked, and she barely knew him outside of his support item requests. But Todoroki did not react as they expected. Suddenly he was pinned to the wall. Todoroki had him trapped, 2 hands on either side of his face against the wall. He stared down at him with such intensity that Izuku felt his stomach flip. This felt like something out of a manga. How many quirks do you have right now? He asked. If I find out it's some secret 4th quirk that's making my body do these things, I'm going to kill you, Todoroki said, but since you've been honest with me so far I'm inclined to believe you on this. Sorry, he pulled back. Let's get you to recovery, girl, you must be in pain. He grabbed Izuku by the shoulder gently and pushed him down the hall. That, while initially confusing and quite RSNG to some of the female spectators, turned out to explain quite a lot about Todoroki. His argument with Recovery Girl made far more sense now. He was in love, and he didn't know it. Ashido cooed in adoration, loving the innocence that the pretty boy had revealed. Stupid boy, Recovery Girl said, kissing both of his arms, you're lucky these were hairline fractures. She sighed and shook her head. Honestly, you're just as bad as All Might. If I didn't know your father, I'd say you were his son. She turned to Todoroki. Thank you for bringing him here. Izuku was too tired to think about her words more deeply than that. He shrugged before laying back in bed. He was out in seconds. The confirmation that Todoroki was only sick as in lovesick made Ashido giggle. If he was so ignorant of how love felt, then what horrors could his past hide? Once again, the dad might theory was brought up. Magnus actually spoke up here, saying, at the sports festival, Shoto actually got Midoriya alone and, get this, asked if he was All Might's secret love child. The scarred honor student blushed, and the students chuckled. But All Might spoke up and changed everything. I would love it if he was, but sadly he is not. While Midoriya himself had been told this before, that had been in a whisper. With the entire audience being able to hear this compliment, the reaction was quite different. Monoma had started to grumble about favoritism, while most of the other students were ecstatic. Midoriya himself was blushing furiously. A few hours and a decent nap later found Izuku waiting outside of the gym changing areas for Uraraka and Ida. He was already back in his school uniform, his tie hanging untied around his neck. He'd sent a text to Dad explaining he'd just gotten a few hairline fractures, but he was all fixed up now after a kiss and a power nap. He laughed. Sure, Ida-kun. The three of them set off for lunch together. So, Ida-kun, you want to be a hero because of your brother, right? Yes. I'm following in his footsteps, Ida said proudly. What about you, Midoriya-kun? And I'm trying to be a hero because of All Might. Another hero people can rely on no matter what and not worry about. He turned to Uraraka, who looked like she was trying to stay out of the conversation. Why do you want to be a hero, Uraraka-san? She squeaked and blushed. Oh, well, it sounds so lame in comparison to you too, she said, pushing her fingertips together, but, well, I want to be a hero for the money. The sudden revelation of her motivation made Uraraka flush red in embarrassment, and the others looked at her questioningly. They were about to ask her, when Kendo suggested that they continue watching the screen, as the other Uraraka was likely about to explain. Everyone nodded at that, and focused back on the screen, allowing Achiko to bury her head in shame as her secrets were revealed. I mean, I guess it's more than that. My parents have a construction company, but it's been doing badly lately. She trailed off. I told them I would work for them and use my quirk to help so they could sell off some of the machinery, but they didn't want that for me. So I decided I was going to become a wealthy hero so I could provide for them. Young Izuku. All Might's grand voice came from around the bend of the hall. He poked his head around the corner, holding up a homemade bento wrapped in an All Might branded handkerchief. Will you eat lunch with me? He asked and batted his eyelashes. Izuku and Uraraka both erupted into laughter. He sounds like a schoolgirl, she cried. Hearing her selfless motivation made all the confusion fade away. Here was a true heroine, working to make things better for others, starting with her own family. Everyone, even Bakugo, to a degree, acknowledged that it was a fine reason to become a hero. Even in the other theater, the pros acknowledged that it was far better than some existing pros. Midoriya tried to ignore the traitorous thoughts of his other self, while Achiko listened to them rapturously. While she knew her hopes were foolish, the possibility of him liking her back was too tantalizing to resist. All Might's sudden appearance, and the proposition of eating lunch with him surprised everyone. And Uraraka's reaction was shared by many in the audience, the symbol of peace indeed sounding like a shy schoolgirl. What's up, Yagi-san? He asked quietly, following All Might to his office. He smiled and shook his head. Those are very kind words, Hisashi, but you and I both know it's true. We're going to have to face the reality of a world without All Might. Izuku, I gave you my power not just to inherit it alone, but because I know you can be to the world what I am someday. You're going to be the next symbol of peace. I know it, and so does your father. Todoroki's absolute refusal to use his fire made many of them look nervous. He had mentioned that he hated his old man, but to go that far implied that the situation was far more grave than they had suspected. In the other theater, Endeavor huffed in exasperation. When would his masterpiece accept his destiny? All Might calling Midoriya the next symbol of peace so blatantly triggered Bakugo's anger. "A nerd. I'm going to be on top, not you. Even if you're Mr. Chosen One, I'll be number one." Midoriya responded casually, "It's partly a popularity contest, Kaken. And as Tsu said, you'll probably never be that popular." Immediately, Kirishima, Kaminari and Tetsu ganged up on the blonde, restraining and comforting him as he recovered from the unexpected savagery Mito had just inflicted on him. Every hair on Izuku's body stood up. He looked at his father, who only nodded. Yagi continued, "Everyone will be looking to the sports festival to see the future of heroics. I want you to use this sports festival to shout out to the world. I want you to stride onto the field and tell them with all your might that I am here. Because you are. You're 15 years old and already you're a hero. My hero, so show the rest of the world that same man that I know you are." Yagi knew how to push all his "make Izuku cry" buttons. He nodded, tears streaming down his face. "I will All Might. I promise. I'm gonna do everything I can to win and tell everyone they don't need to worry. I'm here. Just don't hurt yourself too badly trying to tell them," Dad laughed. "Now eat, I see you two haven't touched any of this food," he ordered. Izuku smiled softly, whipping his tears away, and began to eat his lunch. Idly, Bakugo thought about just how many buttons made the nerd cry. It was frankly ridiculous. Before he had accepted that he actually was quirkless, he had thought that his quirk had something to do with crying. But when he was 3, he had seen Auntie Inko's tears, and that wasn't part of her quirk at all. Eventually, he had to admit that Izuku was quirkless. And yes, he took it the wrong way. But he was working to repair their damaged relationship, piece by piece. Kaken made a teeth noise as he walked past Izuku, holding his backpack lazily on one shoulder. "They're checking out the competition. We're the ones who survived actual villains, so they want to see what makes us tick before the big battle." Round face. He glared at the crowd. "But it won't make a FING difference for any of you, so back the F up extras." "Shinso Hitoshi," he said. "Shinsukuin." Izuku let the name roll off his tongue. "I'll give you one better. A declaration of friendship. You make it to the hero course and we're going to become great friends." Shinso was quite enthused that the other Midoriya was being so friendly to him. While he knew that there wasn't an empty spot in his version of 1A, he knew that he would certainly be welcome in the hero course. Bakugo was smirking, commenting on how much like Midoriya it was to respond to a declaration of war with an offer of friendship. Magnus nodded sagely, thinking of Todoroki and Midoriya's fight at the sports festival. An icy cold hand pushed Izuku out of the way. Kaken squawked, cursing loudly as Todoroki squeezed in between himself and Kaken. To stand in front of Shinso. "Our class is full," he growled before he glared at the crowd. "Better move before I make you," he said coolly. The crowd parted as he passed through them. "What the F, man?" Shinso mumbled. Once Shoto's jealousy manifested, Ashido audibly squealed. Jiro flinched away, her sensitive ears not dealing well with the sudden noise. Bakugo gestured with his hand as if to say, "Case in point," and he was right. Todoroki's counterpart may not be challenging him at that moment, but Midoriya was trying desperately to befriend him. Shinso and the students of 1B nodded at his counterpart's complete confusion. The power of the living cinnamon roll that was Midoriya was not to be questioned. He didn't play by normal rules, that was for sure. Trying to be his rival would make you inevitably his friend instead. Only villains seemed to be completely immune to his friendly charms, and he had other, more potent ways of dealing with them. The beginning of the school's sports festival had most of the viewing audience excited. Students and teachers were excited to see the matches and observe their progress, while the pros in the other theater would be watching to potentially scout out interns. Endeavor was also watching for another reason. He wanted to see whether Shoto would finally cave and accept his destiny. Knowing that everyone was practically salivating at the thought of the sports festival, Magnus turned on the screen and began the chapter. The 2 weeks went by faster than Izuku could anticipate. He spent all his free time training, mostly with Yagi. Laps around the school, weightlifting at the gym, martial arts classes, and quirk training were all he knew for that time. It was a given that Izuku, under no circumstances, would be using all for one during the festival. This was not a life-or-death scenario. Aizawa Yagi, as well as his father, had each approached him over the week to reiterate this. No all for one at the sports festival. He was left gawking at the door. A speech? A speech? He hated public speaking with a passion that rivaled his love for heroics. What was he gonna do? He opened the door to the waiting room, hearing but unable to listen as his classmates talked animatedly about the upcoming events. Wordlessly he sat down, staring at his hands in his lap. The stipulation that he wasn't allowed to use his father's quirk at the sports festival made perfect sense. It wasn't a life-or-death situation like the USJ had been, so making sure he held that back was logical. Not to mention that it would draw unwanted attention, both from the league and from the public. But the idea that Midoriya would have to be the one to give the speech was surprising. The green-haired boy looked violently ill at the idea, but he wasn't nearly as bad as his counterpart. It seemed that the fact that it was his counterpart who had to give the speech was helping him deal with the fear of public speaking, as he knew that he didn't need to. Nizu quietly took a note of this, planning to help Midoriya get used to public speaking. Though he was plenty charming in ordinary conversation, he certainly struggled giving speeches. And given that he had the burden of succeeding All Might, that was something he would have to get very good at. Interestingly, in your future, it was Bakugo who gave the speech at the sports festival. That combined with his general behavior kicked off quite a lot of major events in future, Magnus commented. Bakugo looked proud for a moment, knowing exactly what his other self would have said, but then his mood darkened as the implications registered. Izuku looked up at her, panicked. What the F am I going to do, Uraraka-san? He asked, grabbing her by the shoulders and shaking her lightly. I'm afraid of public speaking. I can't give a speech, I'll die. But Kaken, Izuku said, a brief feeling of calm washing over him. He'd never turned down an opportunity to antagonize Kaken. I'm gonna be the winner though. And as expected, he exploded. F off, you shitty nerd. See if I help you again. Bakugo looked vindicated for a brief moment, before Midoriya's answer left him scowling, muttering curse words under his breath. Still, he was slightly proud of the little sheet. He could certainly go toe-to-toe with him in verbal spars just like he could in the real ones. That is precisely what Bakugo said at the sports festival. I believe his reasoning was to make people come at him more fiercely so he'd be more challenged. Magnus said. Midoriya nodded, replying, sounds like Kaken, alright. Deku-kun, I got it. Uraraka said. Just pretend you're talking to me and Ida-kun when you give your speech, she told him. You talk to us just fine, so just try and hype us up. You'll do great. What was he going to say? He could go for something short and sweet like, plus ultra, but that felt a little generic. If he had the time he'd be writing a speech about 10 minutes long, that rat b. Aizawa probably did this on purpose just so Izuku wouldn't have a super long speech. Oh, mean teacher. He definitely made the right call in doing this and Izuku couldn't stay mad but still. What would his dad say? I must admit, young Uraraka, your logic is correct. Your classmate is quite charismatic in normal conversation, as Mr. Ida just said. If he were to act as if he was encouraging you too, I think he would be a wonderful speaker. Nizu said, Uraraka and Ida nodding in acknowledgement. Ida looked especially happy to be acknowledged by the principal. Teacher's pet, thought Kaminari. At the accusation that Aizawa had intentionally concealed this fact, Eraserhead nodded, confirming that that was something he would do. As he was walking out, he was stopped. Midoriya, Izuku glanced back. Todoroki approached him. Before we go out there, I have something I want to say, he said. If you look at us objectively as we stand, I think I'm stronger than you. But you're the one with all might in his corner. He tilted his head. I also know you think we're friends, but I want you to remember what I said last time we faced each other. Midoriya, I'm going to win today. And if that means I have to take you down, so be it. Izuku felt his entire face heat up, but a grin made its way onto his face. He was going to mop the stadium floor with that pretty face of his. The exchange between the two boys was making Ishido start to melt under the pressure. When Midoriya said, follow the green rabbit, she had giggled. But when Roki made his reply, she shuddered in pleasure. She had not expected such a husky voice from him during that interaction at all. As she melted into her seat, she thought that now she could finally die in peace after hearing that glorious sound. Midoriya and Todoroki were both blushing profusely after that blatantly sexually charged interaction. Neither of them was able to look anywhere remotely close to each other, out of absolute embarrassment. Freshman class of the heroics department. 1. Present Mick's voice boomed through the entire stadium, and Izuku walked toward the front of the pack. He looked around the field. Oh God, it was packed. So many people. He was going to have to talk in front of all of them? Class 1B. Not to mention all of the people in his own grade. Present Mike kept naming off the classes as they made it to the center of the field, near the small stage they prepared. "Hey there, kiddos." Midnight waved from the stage, her voice amplified by the microphone. "You're all looking so young and fresh and just hyped up to go. Gets me excited." She smiled at them, though it gave Izuku no feeling of comfort. "I'm going to be your chief referee this year, freshman," she explained. "So let's get this thing started with a speech from your year's representative. Midoriya Izuku." Izuku swallowed hard, his shaking legs barely carrying him up to the stage. Each step up felt like he was inching closer to his doom. Finally, he stood in front of the microphone, his eyes wide as he stared into the massive crowd. He couldn't do this. He wanted to hide, to cry. What would his father do? "Just pretend you're talking to me and Ida when you give your speech. I want you to stride onto the field and tell them with all your might that I am here." He could do this. He had to do this. "I, and everyone behind me, have something we want to show today," he said. "Every single one of us has something to prove. I can't say if we'll all be successful in that, but I know for me personally, we're the future of heroics. In just a few years, we'll be hitting the scenes as pro-heroes, taking on the mantle of keeping the peace. Some of us have already had to start shouldering that burden, but it's one we'll take with a smile. The sports festival is about showing the world what's to come. We all have something we want to say today, myself included." He closed his eyes and inhaled. Then he smiled as brightly as he could manage. "I am here," he said before pointing over his shoulder with his thumb. "Actually, I'd like to amend that. We are here." "Thank you." He gave a short bow. "Cheers." Not just from the crowd but his classmates. He turned and walked down the steps, feeling 1,000,000 times lighter than when he walked up there. Uraraka and Ida grabbed him once he was on the ground, both of them congratulating him on his speech. Izuku felt like he might be sick though. "Amazing speech by our representative, and with those glowing words, let's get right to our first event." Midnight yelled, pointing to the large screen in the field. It lit up showing a wheel of various events. It spun round and round before it stopped. "It looks like it's going to be the obstacle race," she cheered. "All 11 classes will partake in a race around the stadium, stretching nearly 4 kilometers. Anything goes so long as you stay on the track that starts." She points to a gate. Everyone in the theater was nodding approvingly. Midoriya had not just said that he was there, but that the future of heroics was here. Monoma looked at him, eyes filling with tears yet unshed. Beside him, Shinso was standing, looking much the same way. As the two boys approached, they opened their arms, embracing Midoriya. "You saw my potential and told me I could be a hero," said Shinso reverentially. Monoma tearfully said, "You saw me as an equal, even with my quirk." Midoriya turned and looked to Aoyama, and as expected, he too was crying silently. He said nothing, but he didn't need to. Already he knew that he had saved the once quirkless blonde's heart. Now it was a task of saving his family from the menace of All for One. All Might looked on approvingly, seeing that he had chosen correctly. In Midoriya, he had seen a gentle soul who would fight on behalf of others and seek to uplift them. He could see now that Midoriya wasn't going to be a symbol of peace in the way he had been. Yagi had been a singular pillar that had held Japan up, but he had done so alone for the most part. Young Midoriya was more so a symbol of hope, that no matter how bad things looked, they could become better. A lighthouse of sorts guiding others out of misery and into happiness, inspiring all those who called themselves heroes to stand with him. As Izuku lined up in the hallway with everyone else, he could feel his blood pumping, his quirks firing, just begging to be used. He was going to crush this. Izuku jumped, his legs quivering from the backlash. Had he lost control of that jump? Whatever. It didn't matter, he didn't think he broke anything. He kicked off from the 0-pointer, jumping again toward the ground. Before he hit the track though, he laid out his hands, shield forming from them. Shield took the impact, allowing Izuku to roll and keep moving. Not getting rid of him that easily. Todoroki. He was still a few yards off from him, but Izuku was gaining and fast. Nizu was laughing manically. He had not expected young Todoroki to be so cunning as to freeze the bots while they were off balance. That was a very clever move, which proved that he was going to be a much more effective hero than his father. After all, if he could pull this kind of move off with just his ice, adding fire would make him almost unstoppable. Shoto looked at what his other self had done with obvious pride. He was thinking much the same thing as the principal had been thinking, though he was quite a bit more bitter, given the tension between him and his father. He could hear people pushing through behind them. Kaken's blasts, and Siro's tape, What he could have sworn was Kirishima pushing through the metal of the zero-pointer. He had to keep moving or people were going to catch up to him. The cheers of the crowd met his ears. He passed through the gates. Izuku was first. He was here. Bakugo was catatonic, seething with rage as Deku literally used him as a FING stepping stone. Shoto was surprised, but not quite as angry as Bakugo was. The sheer cunning of using pull to slingshot forward was genius, and then using a low percentage of 1 for all to send the two back into the minefield was equally brilliant. Magnus quickly confirmed that, had they not come here, Midoriya would have pulled off essentially the same move, launching himself on a sheet of metal using one of the mines rather than using pull. Nizu confirmed that he would definitely be changing the first two events of the sports festival, given that they were being shown something that had certainly been a possibility going forward. In the box, sitting next to Toshinori, Hisashi was screaming. He'd stood out of his chair, cheering so loudly his voice started to sound hoarse. "That's my son." He turned to Toshinori, grabbing his hands tightly. "That's our boy. He did great. I was worried over nothing," Toshinori laughed. "He's really doing this. That's my boy Izzy." "Let's not get too ahead of ourselves," he said, pulling Hisashi back down. "Izuku's not out of the woods yet, Hisashi." Midoriya was overwhelmed by the sheer love and adoration that his father and Yagi were showing him. He had made them proud, and would continue to make them proud. Human cavalry battle. 10 million points. I look forward to it. And with that, Ida left. It was surprising at first that Ida didn't choose to team up with the rest of the Deku squad, but his reasoning made sense. Midoriya's understanding made Ida relax, as for a moment he had feared this would end their friendship. He realized now how foolish that was. Izuku turned to Uraraka. "We need to find someone who's fast or dash." He was cut off by his arm being grabbed tightly, almost knocking him over. Izuku looked to Uraraka for help, though she looked murderous. Scary. "I a dash," he started. "I'm sorry, but who are you?" he asked the girl. "It's me," cried Hatsum, ecstatic that she was finally being shown. Though she was also extremely flattered that Midoriya seemed to think she was pretty. Uraraka's expression was not quite as severe as her counterpart's was, though it was still pretty scary. She grinned. "I'm Hatsum Mei, support corps student." Right, the support kids, they were allowed to bring in support items so long as they made them themselves. "So what's our strategy?" she asked. When it was almost time, they got into position. As planned, Izuku was in front, with Hatsum on his back, piggyback style, with all three bands fastened to her forehead. She tied herself to him, then Uraraka to herself, before eagerly throwing her arms around his neck and wrapping her legs around his chest. He blushed, but at least she was secure. Uraraka was in the back, jetpack and boots on and ready to go. She made Izuku and Hatsum weightless, but Izuku kept his feet firmly on the ground until it was time for liftoff. The plan was brilliant in its simplicity. As each part was revealed, Hatsum's brain began to whiz faster and faster, the green genius's cunning becoming increasingly evident. If she wasn't attracted to Midoriya before, she certainly was now. Uraraka was glad that she was such a crucial part of the plan, but she saw the look in Hatsum's eyes. She knew that look, and she did not like it one bit. "We'll jump as soon as she says go," he said, crouching into position. She grinned. "Why, I thought you'd never ask." From her belt, she pulled out a small gun, one shot, 10 million. "When I say lower your shield." When the sheer simple brilliance of the plan revealed itself to the students, immediately they understood. Pull worked on small objects, including headbands. Shield would ward off any attempts to steal his headbands. But they were intrigued by whatever Hatsum had planned, wondering how it would affect them. Izuku nodded, activating full cowling with his shield. He needed it to last another barrage of Todoroki's team's attacks. They came back. More ice, more jet-fueled kicks, and more electricity. Once his feet touched the ground, pain stabbed him in the side of the head. Just like at the USA. A deep, velvety voice spoke. "I'll be taking that headband now, rabbit." Ice suddenly encapsulated his feet. They were stuck to the ground. Todoroki's team was hot on their trail, Ida leading the charge. The murderous gleam in Todoroki's eyes was honestly a bit. Secretary Izuku had no time to think and threw up his shield to tank the hit. When the net revealed itself, immediately, Yaoyorozu, Todoroki, Kaminari and Ida blanched. They realized exactly what that was for, and as their counterparts sizzled, they groaned. The sudden dulcet tones of one Shoto Todoroki immediately caught their attention. Mina groaned, not yet recovered from the flirting earlier. A huge crack ran down his shield. One more good hit and it'd shatter, taking his arms with it. Then they'd be doomed. He'd have to stun them. Kaminari wasn't using his electricity, too scared for another metal net. Not that Hatsum had another shot. He'd have to go for a punch. Izuku upped one for all to 8%. His body groaned in pain, but it was enough to break his feet from the ice. He jumped, dropping shield. Izuku smiled brightly, the three of them cheering as they untangled themselves from each other and the wire they'd used to bind themselves together. As the girls cheered, now complimenting each other for their hard work in the cavalry battle, Izuku's eyes found Todoroki, who was away from his group. They'd gotten third place and would be moving on to the finals, but Todoroki looked miserable, staring at his left hand. His eyes met Izuku's. Todoroki gave a slight JRK of his head, a silent, "Follow me." Well, they did have an hour before the finals. Without another word, Izuku slipped away from the girls, following Todoroki into the unknown. As soon as Todoroki's fire sprang forth, everyone leaned forward, interested to see it in action. But when he stopped himself from using it, they were confused. Magnus stepped forward and quietly began to talk to him. After a short conversation, he straightened up and spoke, his voice booming throughout the theater. The next chapter will dive into some of Shoto's trauma. The teachers will definitely be watching this to add to their case against Endeavor, but I have asked him as to whether or not to let you students see this. He has said yes, but please don't comment on any of it. It's all very painful for him, so please don't talk during that time. His expression lightened as he continued, also, going forward, there is a little thing that I will be omitting, scenes of personal intimacy, unless they have specific relevance to the future. You will only see hints of those things, and only when they coincide with important events. Aizawa's face hardened at that, disliking the obvious implications of this, but glad that at the very least they wouldn't be exposed to such things. He didn't want to think about what his students did behind closed doors, so long as everyone consented and nobody got PRGNT. All Might spoke up next, ordering the students to go take a break before the next chapter started in about a half hour. Everyone in the viewing audience was tense now. Endeavor and Shoto were nervous as to how specifically the others would react to such familial trauma, while everyone else was fearful of how bad it could be. Not a single tear was spared for the number 2 hero. Even if he was powerful and competent, he was an a-hole and, potentially, a child-abusing sack of shit. The only one who cared about Endeavor's reputation, in the end, was Endeavor himself. Shoto walked quickly, only glancing behind him to make sure Midoriya was still following. He was. Shoto found an empty hall on the ground floor of the stadium, far enough away from all the commotion so they wouldn't be interrupted. He leaned on the wall across from Midoriya, staring at him. He watched his reaction. Midoriya's eyes widened. I do. Oh, Todoroki I dash. Immediately, pandemonium erupted in the theater, as everyone understood exactly what Todoroki was talking about. Even the students had heard horror stories of cruel people using them to create powerful quirks. Every day, they counted their blessings that their parents hadn't been forced to do so or tried to force them into one. No one involved other than the perpetrator was ever anything other than a victim. Todoroki's hybrid quirk made an uncomfortable amount of sense now. Nizu whispered in Endeavor's ear, and the hero slumped. He knew that with such overwhelming evidence, there was nothing he could do against the Chimera hero. He only hoped that his family was spared from the fallout. As much of a terrible father as he was, he still did care for his children, in some small way. He didn't want pity. Shoto put a hand up, stopping Midoriya in his tracks. He's a BSTRD of the worst kind. He picked my mother out of her happy life and forced her to marry him. For times he made her have a child until he made me. Half hot, half cold, he said. Talking about this was tearing him apart down the line that separated him into two. Then he trained me my entire life and forged me into his tool so that I'd be the next number 1 hero and usurp that title from All Might, he growled out. In my memories, my mom is always crying. He brought his hand up to the scar on his face. She said my left side was ugly, and then she poured boiling water over it. No one dared to say a word. This was far worse than they had thought. 3 children unwanted and unloved by their father was bad enough, but the abuse was horrifying. To think that they had lauded him as a great hero while he acted like a villain to his wife and kids behind closed doors. And, of course, the pros were aware of an even greater tragedy, the death of his firstborn, Tuya. How much had he suffered in the past? Was his goal in training there to reclaim his father's love? Endeavor had reported his son had died from his own fire, but the horrid possibility that he could have killed the boy himself was entirely possible given Enji's temper. As much as they didn't want to think about it, it was an unfortunate possibility. Midoriya was quiet. He didn't move. His wide green eyes stayed glued to Shudo's face. He watched as they grew damp. Todoroki, that's awful, he said. We can tell my dad, or All Might. We can get you out of the house and away from Dash. Shudo closed the gap, now crowding in Midoriya's space. He ignored the racing of his heart. Use your quirk on me and take the fire that belongs to my father. He said, you can have it or give it away. I don't care, but please just take it. Shoto nodded vigorously at his other self's declaration. He may feel differently about his fire, but he still wished to become a hero that would prevent this kind of evil from happening ever again. As much as he once would have delighted in losing his fire, now he saw its value as a tool for heroism. His mother had told him that it was all right for him to be a hero, and that's what he wanted to be, but not because his old man wanted him to do it. Shoto wanted it for himself, to become a strong hero who saves kids from terrible parents so that the horrors of his past are never repeated. The revelation that Todoroki hated his fire so strongly made Shinso feel a sense of kinship. In a way, Todoroki saw his fire as villainous, like he had once seen his own quirk. But both of them were determined to prove they could be heroes despite that. They would be better than anyone had thought they would be. Midoriya's mouth turned into a small O shape. He looked away, his eyes downcast. Todoroki-kun, I don't think that will work, he said. He could see the light of understanding take place in Midoriya's eyes. He still looked near tears. Listen, you're going to be a great hero. I know that no matter what happens after today, you're going to save a lot of people, Todoroki-kun. I get your reasons for wanting to win without your fire side. But I'll be honest with you, he paused contemplating, I think you're just handicapping yourself. I get why you want to reject your fire, but what if there's an emergency that your fire could fix? Would you simply ignore it out of pride? The explanation that half hot half cold was one quirk rather than two made sense. So far as they knew, the only way to have more than one was either one for all or all for one, and neither of them were involved. Not to mention that quirk science did not work that way. Children usually inherited some mixture of their parents' quirks. Hearing that Endeavor had put his wife into a mental hospital and kept her there for years was disgusting. While it was good to know that she was away from him and receiving treatment for her traumas, it was certainly quite scummy to pay to keep her there. The Todoroki family was obviously more broken than they had feared, if this was how Enji treated his wife. Midoriya's point to Todoroki made eminent sense. If he had fire, and needed it desperately, it would be idiotic not to use it, even out of spite for a shitty parent. Even if he was to focus on using his ice, he'd need to rely on his fire to regulate his temperature in longer fights. And ice wouldn't be effective against an ice or snow villain, so his fire would definitely see some use. Listen, I get where you're coming from. Believe me, way more than you understand. But you were born with that quirk. You've decided to be a hero. You owe it to not just yourself, but to every person who you'll take a vow to protect, to use every ounce of yourself to keep them safe. You think I like using my quirk? He asked with a dark look covering his face. I don't. I hate my quirk. I wish I didn't have it, but I'm still going to use it. Quirks don't make heroes, Todoroki-kun. Hearts do. Shudo watched as Midoriya walked away. He'd show him. He'd take him down without his father's power. He'd do it, even if it tore him apart or ruined that pretty face Midoriya had. He was going to win. That quote resonated deeply with everyone there, as some deep part of them acknowledged that Midoriya was right. He and All Might may have been born quirkless, but they had proven themselves to have the heart of a true hero, and thus earned the power of one for all. It was reassuring to those who doubted the power or the heroism of their quirks. To Aoyama, who had been born quirkless, it was a confirmation that he was worthy, and he could be redeemed. Aizawa leaned into him and asked in a whisper, "Do you want to reveal yourself yet, or do you want to wait?" Aoyama paused for a moment before whispering back, "At the next break for students, I'll let them know. I'll need Midoriya with me. He's the only one who will definitely stand by me." Soon, he would be able to finally come clean to his classmates. Having to conceal what he had done to them, while claiming to be their friend, was agonizing. Here, beyond the limits of all for one's vision, he was safe to reveal his true nature to his classmates without fear of reprisal. Izuku was so angry. He was so angry with Endeavor. He had half a mind to sneak up on that flame-faced a-hole and steal his fire so he'd never be able to hurt Todoroki ever again. He was angry with himself for thinking that. He was angry with himself because there was nothing he could do to help. If only he were stronger. Better. He needed to be able to do something. He looked up, blinking. What's up, Dad? Great job. I'm so proud of you. Young Midoriya, a little piece of advice, began All Might. Don't try to take care of Endeavor. We pro-heroes are already busy setting up a case against him on young Todoroki's behalf. I know that I said that meddling when you don't need to is the essence of being a hero, but trust that we have this handled. If he won his first battle against Shinso, he'd be going against Todoroki. That was of course, if Zero didn't beat Todoroki first. Who was he kidding? Poor Zero didn't stand a chance against Todoroki. His ice was an impressive force all on its own, and unless Zero was very fast he'd be going down. Great job so far, he said, you're really making a splash. If you win the tournament, I think that will be the first time a student has come in first place in all 3 events since me. This reveal was extremely surprising and not at all surprising all at once. While it seemed obvious that All Might would have won all 3 events in his sports festival, it was also ludicrous for him to be able to say that with a straight face. He was, after all, still a first year in high school, and not yet the symbol of peace he would soon become. Bakugo seemed to salivate at the possibility of such a showing. The opportunities that would afford him as a hero were limitless. Many of the other students seemed interested in trying to pull something similar off, though given Mr. Chosen One would be participating, it would be difficult. You really think I can do it? He asked. I remember, Izuku smiled. I am here, he yelled into the hall. Yes, you are. All Might shook his head fondly in mock exasperation as his successor's counterpart wailed on screen. As much as the waterworks could be a little irritating, the deep empathy and compassion of his successor was quite inspiring. Young Midoriya would become a fine hero indeed. Izuku walked up the steps into the ring. The crowd was roaring. Shinso took his place across from him. This should be simple. Just don't talk. Easy, right? Just don't talk. I win, Shinso said with a grin. Walk out of the ring. Shinso was apologizing profusely, just as Midoriya was trying to calm him down. But the noise was drowned out by Ishido suddenly shouting, Shut up, boys, something's happening. And as they turned, they saw a confounding sight. Izuku's body turned on its own, like a puppet on a string, forcing him to the edge of the ring. But Izuku couldn't see that. Instead, he was staring down a long hallway where 8 people seemed to be standing. He couldn't see any of their features. They were whispering, but their voices felt so close. Comforting. He could feel the phantom breath on his neck. He talked, that's a shame. He's strong. I don't like him. That BSDRD's child. He's using my quirk. He knew them. Izuku wasn't sure how, but he knew who these people were. Their names were on the tip of his tongue. We should help. That one was a woman's voice. It was soft. He liked it. It was the next voice, however, that would stick with him for the rest of his life. Soft and deep. Almost like his father's. Here you go, nephew. One for all gathered in his fingers of his hand. He flexed them, wind pressure exploding around him. His fingers throbbed in pain, but the trance was broken. He gripped his wrist, stopping where he stood, right on the edge of the arena. He'd snapped out of it just in time. What the hell had that been? Who were those people? And very trusting, Shinso smirked and gave his hair a ruffle. What in the hell was that? Monoma asked, completely confused. A few seats away, Kaminari, equally clueless, looked to Midoriya for answers. The vestiges, All Might murmured, quietly explaining to Aizawa and young Midoriya. Nizu and Recovery Girl in the other theater had had no need for explanation, as Yagi had told them what little he knew about them long ago. Recovery Girl's office was starting to feel like a second home. With his pointer and middle finger bandaged up tightly, she stood in front of him, wagging her own finger in his face. I've told you once, I've told you 1,000 times. If you keep injuring your hands, they're going to become unusable, she yelled. This right hand especially, she said. One more big break and it'll at the very least end up looking mangled. It could even be unusable. And you too. She rounded on Yagi and Dad, who'd met him in her office. Control your son. He waved to them both and went off to find his seat. The next match was going to be Todoroki versus Zero, and he didn't want to miss it. With that fully explained, everyone was now fully caught up. Tokoyami was looking at Midoriya with a sense of reverence, amazed that this absolute cinnamon rolls quirk was literally haunted. Revelry in the dark, indeed. Shudo was livid. Today was just getting worse and worse and worse. First his failure in the race, then his crushing defeat in the cavalry battle, that awful embarrassing trauma dump on Midoriya, And now a word from the Talking on Fire trash can that was his SPRM donor. Without his permission his mind supplied a thought of Midoriya on his knees, sitting on top of his bedroom's futon completely naked, with bunny ears and a bunny tail calling him Shochan. Fire nearly burst from his left side again. The sudden burst of power from Todoroki was surprising, but the teachers fortunately had already caught on to the reason behind it. They were quickly able to explain to their students how he had jumped in power so suddenly. Shoto idly agreed how wonderful it would be to have friends close enough to have a nickname for him. He had never had close friends or really any friends. His father had pushed him to the breaking point and passed it on several occasions, in order to ensure his masterpiece lived up to his expectations. The boy was surprised by the surprisingly hot turn his counterpart's thoughts turned, but he couldn't deny that really worked for him. The first rounds were over. Izuku was moving on to the next round. So was Todoroki. Izuku had to admit he was scared of the power Todoroki had displayed. He had no idea his quirk was that strong. If he didn't have a plan, he was going to get decimated in one hit like Zero did. He needed to be smart like Uraraka. And Todoroki-kun isn't you, he said, so, even if he kicks my butt today, and in a few years he climbs the ranks and becomes the #1 hero, which he's got a real shot at by the way. He's so strong. And he's got a good heart, Todoroki is going to be a great hero. Point is, even if he surpasses All Might, you still will never have. You'll always be second-rate. Izuku put his hands in his pockets and turned his back on Endeavor. As he turned the corner, Izuku looked over his shoulder. Endeavor hadn't moved, stuck to the spot he stood as if frozen in shock. Izuku called back to him, "That's all." The exact moment that Endeavor came into frame, Shoto immediately tensed. But when Midoriya began praising him and trash-talking his father, he relaxed. Soon, several of the students were shouting out insults. "Get out of here, garbage incinerator man, this isn't a landfill." Hagakure shouted. "Your brightness is tacky and unwelcome here," informed Aoyama. "Return to the pit, fiendish cur," commanded Tokoyami, dark shadow pulsing ominously as his host's anger rose. Shoto breathed out a sigh of relief. He should have known that his classmates would side with him. But still, for some reason he had expected them to back his piece of shit father. Hearing his classmates give him grief made those doubts fade away. After about a minute of sheet-talking endeavor, which ended with Aoyama shouting, "Your flair will never make up for the grime you hide underneath," the audience was restored to ordered by a cough from Aizawa. As rowdy as they were being, they knew better than to mess with their homeroom teacher. Because of this, they were able to witness the glory that was Midoriya's counterpart surgically hitting Endeavor's biggest insecurity, his most vulnerable weak point, with the perfect insult. The #2 hero was left speechless by a high schooler, who called him second-rate to his face. And of course, the fact that Ida wasn't castigating Midoriya for doing so was proof of how terrible Todoroki's father was. In fact, he was actually joining in, and though he wasn't using profanity, the utter contempt in his voice was palpable. Shoto had had nothing to worry about. Both his classmates and his teachers had backed him up. His father would be taken to justice. He smiled tearfully, his face a picture of absolute triumph as the fall of his abuser was set into stone. The viewing audience had taken a short break as a result of the sudden need for the UA faculty, as well as the top heroes, to find some way to get justice for the Todoroki children without causing a panic. Endeavor was not part of that conversation in the slightest, and the students had taken to the task of keeping him away from Todoroki with a fierceness that was mildly terrifying. Monoma and Midoriya were central to their efforts, as Midoriya's grasp of one for all was good enough for him to be able to keep the two separated, while Monoma was carrying one of Aizawa-sensei's hairs that had been given before the faculty had left for their meeting. Having it on his person meant that he could continually refresh his access to erasure. The fact that it also doubled as quirk training for copy was quite ingenious. Tenya was not part of the efforts, as it turned out his brother Tensei was one of the many pros in the other theater. And they were not the only ones. Hatsum had walked into the industrial tech lab to find one of her idols, the one and only David Shield, personal friend of All Mights and founder of I-Island, working there with his daughter. They were there for reasons they did not yet know, though apparently Magnus had said it was important going forward. Hatsum didn't mind at all, as more support item engineers was always a good thing, especially ones who were in the know about One for All. Eventually, though, the meeting of the pros adjourned, and the two separate groups returned to their individual theaters. Shoto was the first student to enter the theater, while Endeavor was let into his theater quite late, nearly being the last to enter. This was done intentionally to prevent father and son from interacting with each other. Then, they began to watch, excited for the sports festival's primary event. Izuku stood across the ring from Todoroki, his encounter with Endeavor still fresh in his mind. He was going to show that smug BSRD what a great kid he had, and that Todoroki was strong in spite of him, not because of him. Todoroki looked as ready as Izuku felt. Which honestly is very. This might be one of the most important fights of his life. It didn't matter if he won or lost the actual fight now. His goal has shifted. Then Todoroki smiled. It was strained, his face was bloody from his broken nose. It must hurt. Fire exploded from his left side. You're insane, Todoroki said. He was so enthralling to look at, covered in the glow from his own flames. It was blinding. Don't blame me for what happens next. Izuku only grinned. Shoto gasped as the full context of this revelation, which Magnus had told him about earlier, fully washed over him. He had already figured it out from that conversation, but those precise words had an electrifying effect on him. He knew exactly how that would affect his counterpart, and was unfazed seeing his other self use his fire and ice as one. The other students, and even the pros in the other theater gaped. How could someone so smart do something so foolish? Even if it was to save Shoto's heart and mind, the kind of beating he would incur would be so catastrophic. It seemed that the saga of Broken Bones Midoriya would continue. Just a few moments prior, Shoto's face hurt. He was so cold. His nose was broken and his ice was freezing him faster than it had ever before. Midoriya was beating him to a pulp and his ice was doing almost nothing to him. No matter how much he threw his way, it was shattered. Midoriya must have a higher pain tolerance than he thought. Fire burst from his left side. He was smiling. You're insane, Shoto told him, standing properly. Don't blame me for what happens next. Midoriya bared his teeth in a maniacal grin. It was as attractive as it was unnerving. As they saw Shoto's perspective of this realization, they saw his mind process everything. The memory of his mother saying it was okay for him to be a hero, okay for him to use his fire was seen flickering through his mind. When Shoto finally realized that not a single part of him was Endeavor, they smiled. He finally understood the truth. Ashido, as well as the rest of the students, were also captivated by Todoroki's view of Midoriya. Even as he lay bruised and battered because of his own quirk, he looked adorable, precious, appealing, beatific, holy and sacred. Every word for beauty applied to him, for in his love-tinted perspective, nothing in creation compared to Midoriya at that moment. The other boy conjured his shield. It crackled with energy as he rushed in for the attack. Shoto exploded, fire and ice pouring from his body at a rate he didn't know was possible. Distantly he heard Midnight scream, "They'll kill each other." But Shoto pressed on. He couldn't stop now if he wanted to. His body was moving on its own to show Midoriya what he wrought upon himself. To use this fire. So that's what's been wrong with him. He wasn't ill. Midoriya didn't have a quirk to make his body act up. He liked him. Shoto liked him. At his counterpart's description of the sensation of his fire and ice mingling together, Todoroki nodded. He hadn't used them together very much even in training, but it always felt exhilarating, as if it was meant to be. Which it was now that he thought about it. He had spent so long ignoring his fire that he had forgotten that it could be used for good. Using his power to the fullest was exhilarating. On some level, he now understood Bakugo a little better. The blonde was, at least in part, confident because of the sheer power of his quirk. But when his counterpart finally realized what he really felt about Midoriya, Shoto blushed. Bakugo snarked, "Welcome to the club, Icy Hot. There's a whole bunch of you chucklefucks out here." Most of the students present, minus Bakugo, obviously, blushed, particularly Uraraka. Shoto sat outside of Recovery Girl's office on the floor. He leaned against the wall, his face now clean and bandaged. He'd get proper healing later, after the tournament. Meanwhile Midoriya was in surgery. He'd practically turned his arms into soup while fighting Shoto. Why did he do that? Selfishly though, it made him feel warm on the inside. Midoriya-san frowned. Aizu is hurt pretty badly already. Though that's mostly his own fault. You're fighting Ida next, since the support girl conceded. Honestly Todoroki, it's your call. Don't worry about your father, I'll handle him if you decide you want us to pull you. We can even say it was me that made the call if you want. At Hatsum's questioning gaze, Magnus elaborated. Hatsum's round with Ida was, effectively, a freebie. She used it as advertising space, where you both used some of her babies, and she would show them off. It was quite embarrassing for you, Ida, and got her quite a lot of offers. Though, I'm thinking Nizu won't allow that when the time comes. Of course, All Might, Midoriya and the pros were silently conferring, until Midoriya asked a simple question. Magnus, is it possible that the quirks my counterpart took are becoming stronger because of One for All? The angel smiled. That is precisely the reason. All for One as a quirk does not empower quirks, it merely allows the user to transfer and store them. But when exposed to the power stockpile of One for All, both the power of the quirk and its backlash increases. That will be explained in the next chapter, though. Midoriya smiled in thanks, but the angel wasn't done. There is another thing I need to tell you about in advance too. You will also inherit the quirks of the 2nd through the 7th users at some point, and their power and backlash have grown alongside One for All. The first to manifest should be Black Whip, the quirk of the 5th user. In the stunned silence, the sound of the continued video echoed unrivaled. But what's your professional opinion? Shudo's face turned red, fire sparking up his left side as he sputtered. Midoriya-san just laughed good-naturedly. Once again, Shoto couldn't help but feel envious of Midoriya for having such a good father in his life. But this time, the feeling was not nearly as strong as before. He now knew that his classmates had his back, as well as his teachers and even his senpais. The big three had come and talked to him during the break, and they had promised to help look out for him. It was very kind of them to offer. Mirio especially reminded him both of Midoriya and of All Might. He just had that kind of sunny personality that put you right at ease. I'm serious, All Might Hisashi began, looking up at his friend. He stood across from him in his muscled form, too far out in the open to risk deflating. Izuku's intuition about Todoroki was 100% correct, he said. The kid is obviously being abused at home. A look passed onto All Might's face for a moment. His brows furrowed. I see. I think I know what you're getting at. But I'll have to look into a few things as well to be sure. He crossed his arms in thought. This quick discussion reflected the difficulties that the pros had had in concocting a plan. Even though Endeavor seemed to not be willing to interfere, or at least it appeared that way, they would face quite a lot of difficulties regardless. And the truth of the hero industry was that, at its heart, it could be vicious and cutthroat, like Bakugo. Because they were both government workers and celebrities, much of the time they were subject to harsh criticism, regardless of whether or not they deserved it. Someone was stomping towards them. Hisashi glanced to the side, and from around the bend came the very topic of conversation. Endeavor. He was tall, broad, and if Hisashi were being objective, he'd be inclined to say he was good-looking. Or at least he would be if he didn't keep his face on fire. Hisashi turned to face him, meeting his gaze. Endeavor came right up to them. Move, Endeavor growled in a low voice. He couldn't remember a lot of the details, but he remembered the abuse he as the elder brother had endured to keep Yoichi safe. The firefight between the two hothead fathers was a long time coming. Even without his quirks, the former All for One could still be intimidating when he needed to be. But the mention of All for One's own father as another abuser gave them pause. What they knew of the Shigaraki family dynamic was only the later stages of the relationship between Yoichi and Hisashi. Everything else was entirely new to them. Could All for One have been abused in similar ways to Shoto? That was a disturbing thought, as it made the already quite serious concept of child abuse even more horrifying, if it could lead to powerful villains motivated to use their quirks for evil. Quietly, Magnus wondered how they would take the truth about Tamura Shigaraki. Probably not well. Hisashi, please. All Might whispered in his ear. Hisashi was too angry to even appreciate being held like this. He thrashed in All Might's grip, fire threatening to fall out of his mouth. Smoke poured from his teeth. It was mildly embarrassing. He hadn't lost control of a quirk since he was a teenager. Hisashi walked right into his space, getting up on his toes to get into his face. He was going to put this FING abuser in his place. What will you do, Endeavor? Beat me up too? Endeavor's eyes grew wide. That's right, Theho. Hisashi wasn't about to play around. Try it, he growled as more smoke left his lips. Unlike children, I punch back. He focused every fiber of his being into making sure Endeavor understood that Midoriya Hisashi was not to be f'd with. He leaned back as well, settling back onto his feet. He smirked up at him. I'm going to the boys. Goodbye, Endeavor, he said and turned on his heel. He grabbed All Might by the hand and pulled him off, leaving Endeavor in the dust. In the other theater, Endeavor was speechless. Hisashi, like Izuku, had gone for one of his weak spots. But what the father had done was far worse. He hadn't aimed for the vulnerable stomach. He went right for the jugular. Rather than taunt him and call him second-rate like his son had, he had demonstrated that he knew exactly what Enji was at home, and that terrified him. Even if he wouldn't release such information to the public for Shoto's sake, the possibility was terrifying. The fact that he had been all for one was contributing to his terror. True, Hisashi was a far better man than that villain had ever been, but his morals made him more dangerous, if anything. He was an ancient genius on or near Nisa's level, and Enji had thoroughly set him off. There was no limit to what he could accomplish. He looked at the screen unblinking, hoping that the man did not walk out of the screen to torment him personally. Izuku's entire body ached. It wasn't an unfamiliar feeling though. He grumbled, trying to push himself up, but found his arms had been bound and casted in front of his body. Sitting up would have to wait. Instead, he settled for opening his eyes. The room was bright. Too bright for his tastes. Where was he? What happened? Kaken won by default? Izuku finished. Oh man, he must be said. He had to be forcibly restrained, Todoroki said, a ghost of a smile on his lips. It was very funny. After soundly defeating Midoriya with your flames in your future, you then proceeded to not use them against Bakugo in the finals. That led to you inevitably losing, and Bakugo winning an incomplete victory. He was furious that they called him the winner when he hadn't forced you to use your flames and Midoriya had. Though the restraints made him look like a wild dog and drew the league's attention, Magnus explained, drawing the attention and humor of the audience, until the league was mentioned. Nizu frowned, knowing precisely what he meant from perusing the notebook he had been given, but not wishing to draw attention to it. He needed the staff and the students to be observant of the little details now so that they could strategize for later. Izuku sighed deeply. I'll fight him later this week. Let him take out some aggression on me. Once the casts come off, I mean. Is that why you fight him? Todoroki asked. So he has an outlet? No, that's not the main reason, Izuku said. I do genuinely like our street fights. Kaken's fighting style is intense and it's a great workout. I mean, don't get me wrong, the fact he's a lot calmer after a fight helps a lot. It's like walking a dog, but in this case the dog is a person, and that person is also my childhood best friend. They don't have the healthiest relationship, Dad deadpanned. I'm working on it. Kaken sighed in relief, his ego soothed. The other audience members, including Midoriya, looked highly disturbed with their odd relationship, agreeing with Hisashi. Something occurred to Izuku. Wait, if the festival is over, how come you're still here? He asked Todoroki. You said you dropped out. Oh god, what about your dad? Todoroki did something Izuku had never seen him do before, at least not this close, and this sure it was happening. He blushed. His entire face flushed to the point Izuku was shocked his scar and hair hadn't caught on fire. His eyes flicked to Izuku for a brief second before he whispered, I'm fine. I figured it out. Thank you for your concern. Let's never speak of this again. Ashido was going to tease Todoroki about this, when he drily reminded her about the pot and the kettle. Slightly embarrassed at being called out so matter-of-factly, she shut her mouth and faced front. Recovery Girl laughed loudly. Todoroki only flushed deeper, placing his face in his hands. Finally, she turned to Dad. He's awake now, so you're welcome to take him home for the weekend. She looked back at Izuku. Come see me early Monday morning, and we'll get you healed up the rest of the way. Be gentle with yourself. No training this weekend. I've already told off All Might. With that, she left them, chuckling lowly all the while. No, Todoroki is staying the weekend? He asked. He couldn't have this pretty boy in his house. His room was an embarrassing shrine. And Todoroki would have to sleep in there on the guest futon. That's usually where Kaken slept when he spent the night, so of course Todoroki would be sleeping in his room. Oh god, sheet damn it, how was he supposed to sleep with Todoroki in the same room with him and, oh god, the All Might endorsed lotion. How could he look at Todoroki and the All Might lotion together in the same room? Both Midoriya and Todoroki were blushing, the plethora of unwanted information overwhelming them. Said object of Izuku's lotion-fueled affections frowned. If it'll be too much trouble, I don't have to dash. Yeah, I have a lot of them actually. Like 15 pages dedicated to your quirk alone actually. You probably have a lot of weird and crazy applications for your quirk since it's so versatile. It's the kind that once I start writing about it I just can't stop. In the other theater, David and Melissa Shield raised their eyebrows, intent on finding his notebooks. If All Might's successor was so prolific in quirk analysis, they needed those notes. Fortunately, Mei Hatsum had already been planning a heist and was willing to join them. Dad stood, a smile playing on his face. I'm gonna go find All Might, he said. I'll meet you two by the car in like a half hour, okay? Todoroki didn't say anything after that. He just pulled Izuku deeper into the hug, his arms tightening around him. He could get used to this. Hagakure cooed and sighed at the adorableness of her classmates. They were so perfect for each other. She looked at Ashido and found her staring at Midoriya. Typical. As cute as he just wasn't her type. She was more interested in Ojiro, anyway. Now that the drama of the sports festival was over, the audience were relieved that, at least for the moment, they would have relative peace. They could relax for a little while before anything major happened. At least they hoped so. They looked at the screen expectantly as it began to start. Izuku kicked off his shoes in the front entrance of the house, Todoroki following right behind him. It was so weird having him in his house. It was also weird seeing Todoroki in normal street clothes. His fashion was rather basic, but Izuku had the feeling he didn't get the chance to do a lot of his own clothes shopping. Not that he had just room to talk though. When he wasn't in his school uniform, he only wore stupid t-shirts and basketball shorts. That I really like All Might, Izuku defended. Shoto's extremely accurate description of Midoriya's bedroom made everyone guffaw in unrestrained laughter. By their Midoriya's embarrassment, he was no less enthusiastic about All Might. Bakugo was not laughing nearly as much as the others. He had known just how fanatical the nerd was about All Might since they were kids. Though he did appreciate Peppermint Hair calling it a store, it definitely made him laugh. All Might was only slightly disturbed by the sheer fanboy power of his successor. He had known that he was an elite fanboy, but to see his face plastered all over his room was concerning. At the very least, his other self's presence in young Midoriya's life had made sure that his room wasn't entirely a shrine to him. He could see merch of Best Jeanist, Hawks and Mirko prominently, but there were more heroes there, buried underneath his image. Perhaps he should try to find something of Nana's to give to Midoriya. Yagi firmly believed the boy deserved it, and would treasure it more than he did his All Might merch. I can tell, Todoroki said before sighing and unrolling the futon. It's nice. Sweet that you admire him so much. He hesitated a second. I like All Might a lot too. But I was never allowed to buy anything related to him. Izuku nodded. Yeah, that makes sense, he said, sitting on his bed. I didn't know you liked All Might. He's my favorite hero, Todoroki said. I mean, how can he not be? Right? Izuku asked with wide eyes. Sure, everyone liked All Might, he was number one for a reason. He's so kind and he always saves people with a smile. He's the type that when you see him you just get filled with hope and know that everything is going to be just fine. He's the kind of hero I want to be. Todoroki sat on the bed next to him. I like him because you can tell, especially after meeting him in person, that he just genuinely wants to help. That he would do this even if he couldn't have the money or the fame. That's what I want. To help. He looked over to Izuku. If it means anything, Midoriya, he bit his lip, I think you're going to be that kind of hero like All Might someday. Boys. Dad called from the hall. Food. Coming, Dad. Izuku said, and stood up and waited for Todoroki to follow. They sat together across from his dad at the kitchen table. Dad served them both. The idea of Endeavor being salty enough to ban anything All Might related from his household was just sad. As much as Bakugo could understand, he found it pathetic. Katsuki wasn't a fool, though. He could see his similarities to Endeavor, and he knew that if he didn't change, he would walk that same path. Clearly, being number one wasn't just about beating villains and solving cases. All Might's popularity was clearly the determining factor that kept him on top. And the nerd had charisma in spades, so he was unlikely to take the top spot, with his current attitude. He resolved to make a change in himself. As awesome as he knew he couldn't be a good hero without being able to be gentle and soft when needed. And he would be Dmed if Izuku. Goddammit, he had gone so long without a slip. He would be Dmed if Izuku surpassed him. Katsuki vowed that even with one for all in the nerd's corner, he would be number one at the end of the day. Still, the nerd wouldn't go down without a fight. Though that wasn't really a problem for him, if anything he looked forward to it. That was one thing that had already changed. His relationship with the Chosen One had gotten somewhat better. Not much in the grand scheme of things, but they were always working on it. It's nothing special, but please eat. You two had a very long day, he said before his phone rang in his pocket. He pulled it out with a sigh. I better take this, he said. You two eat, I'll be gone for a while, he answered. Hello, Midoriya speaking. Yes, hello, Endeavor. Yes, he's fine. Yes, of course. Yes, Will you shut up and listen to me? He asked, leaving the kitchen, his voice fading before Izuku heard him step outside the apartment entirely. Todoroki shifted next to him uncomfortably in front of him. I'm sorry if I'm a burden. He blushed slightly, curling up on the couch. Thanks, he said. Everyone in the audience, in both theaters actually, groaned when Endeavor called Hisashi. They were completely fed up with his nonsense interfering with Shoto's happiness. However, while they were focused on that, they were completely blindsided by the rather NTMT sight of Todoroki feeding Midoriya. Most of the students were blushing at the sight, even those not attracted to Midoriya. Even if they weren't interested in the cinnamon roll boy, such an NTMT and domestic sight was far too private for them to feel comfortable. Magnus seemed to anticipate Ida making a statement regarding the personal intimacy rule he had put into place after the 11th chapter and nipped the question in the bud. I know what you're going to say, Ida, but what I meant when I said personal intimacy, I meant SXL stuff, as in actual section. Any relationship stuff that does not involve SEC acts will be shown. And that adorable little display was not exactly SXL. He then corrected himself, as Midoriya's counterpart seemed to be enjoying what Todoroki was doing. Though that is pushing it, I'll let it slide. As the boys transitioned to the living room to watch a movie, the conversation about Midoriya's mother stirred up his feeling. He briefly started crying at the reminder that his wonderful mother was dead there. Uraraka, Ida, and, surprisingly, Kaken moved to comfort him. And even more surprisingly, no insults were involved. Todoroki grabbed the remote before sitting next to Izuku. His back was straight, his posture stiff. We have a shrine in my older brother's old room, he said after a long pause. Sometimes my dad locks himself inside it. Your brother died? He asked softly. I'm sorry. Izuku smiled softly and knocked their shoulders together. We're in your corner, Todoroki-kun. The mention of Tuya Todoroki caused the pros to shudder, and Enji to start openly weeping. He knew that he was not a good father in the slightest, but he regarded Tuya's death as the greatest of his failures. Of course, the pros around him, suspecting that he had had some involvement in his son's death, were not fooled by what could easily be crocodile tears. The only one among them who knew they were real was, ironically, Nizu. As much as he was lacking in emotional intelligence, he knew for certain that Tuya was not as dead as he seemed. Shoto glared at anyone who tried to ask what happened to Tuya, and the message was quickly understood. As much as he didn't know his older brother, he was somewhat protective over his legacy. He didn't want to get into such a heavy topic at the moment, and he didn't know how they'd react. So he decided that he would talk to them about it between chapters. Izuku was dead on his feet. He hadn't realized how tired he was when he crawled into bed. He laid flat on his back, attempting to kick his blanket over him. Todoroki was sitting on his futon next to the bed. Night, he said before he turned over as well. When Todoroki talked about feeling so energized in bed, Ashido commented, that happens when you're sharing a bed with someone you're crushing on. Todoroki blushed and responded, noted. Thank you, Ashido, before turning back to the screen, trying desperately to hide his blush. Many of the girls cooed at the thought of Midori being a sleep hugger, and some of the boys also thought of how adorable it would be. Of course, Todoroki was among them and Bakugo was most certainly not. He was fully aware that the nerds slept like that from sleepovers when they were 3. It could be extremely annoying at times, especially when he had needed to use the bathroom at night. Shudo was having a crisis. Apparently a gay crisis. Was he even gay? He liked Midoriya, that's for sure. Ever since his revelation earlier today at the sports festival where he realized he was attracted to Midoriya, he's suddenly found that the boy has taken a permanent hold in his thoughts. It's been all-consuming. Though to be fair, in rapid succession he fought him, knocked him out, hurt him so badly to the point where he needed surgery, and had a long talk with his father. Said father then went to bat to get Shudo away from his own probably very sad father since he dropped from the festival, spent the day in his home, hand-fed him, watched movies in his living room, and now he was laying on his bedroom floor. Wait, why do I like that? He mumbled aloud. That doesn't seem normal. When Todoroki thought of Bakugo, and not telling him that he was right, the explosive Pomeranian, yes, I called him that because I'm out of the firing line, immediately snarked, too bad, icy hot. Found out anyways. The revelation that he couldn't remember what a kiss felt like added yet another little bit of evidence to the Endeavor Esikas pile, which was far past molehill and rapidly approaching mountain status. But that thought led to thoughts of kissing Midoriya, and then to more carnal acts. Again, the image of a bunny Midoriya appeared, which confused most of the audience. Well, who cared about that anyway? It was an exciting prospect nonetheless. So yes, he was reasonably sure he'd like to have SEC with Midoriya. Or at the very least just look at his naked body. Maybe touch it. He'd cross that bridge when he came to it. Oh shit, Shudo was gay. Well, that's fine. Endeavor would hate that. Not because Endeavor hated gay people, but because that meant Shudo couldn't take a wife with a strong quirk to produce better heroes. Not that he was going to do that anyway. Shudo didn't want children. At all. He honestly didn't like kids and therefore would be a terrible father. Plus, no child deserved to have a father that didn't love them. So no kids. So Shudo was gay, and he wanted to date Midoriya? He could ask him out on a date. That's what people did, right? No, wait, there was usually a confession first, wasn't there? A romantic sunlit moment where you say how much you like the object of your affection and they either accept you or turn you down. Oh shit, what would happen if he got turned down? Would it make things weird? Would Midoriya stop talking to him? He just got him as a friend today and he was already attached. He couldn't lose Midoriya. Oh no, he couldn't confess unless he was certain his confession would be accepted. How could he figure that out? He supposed he'd have to see if Midoriya was even attracted to men. Then if Midoriya was attracted to him, he'd also have to make sure he didn't currently have a romantic partner. As well as if Midoriya was even searching for a romantic partner. They were just in high school after all. Midoriya could just want to focus on his studies. He was rather one-track-minded, and very clearly zeroed in on becoming a hero. He had investigations to make. As Shudo worked his way through discovering his sexuality, Endeavor listened with a keen ear. I would never stand in the way of your happiness, son. Not anymore. I don't deserve to call myself your father. You deserve much better than me, he thought, musing sadly about his life. The other students of 1A blushed slightly as Todoroki appraised their looks. While the girls did briefly lament the fact that Shoto was gay, which he had immediately confirmed, they accepted him without hesitation, both Midoriya and Kaminari welcoming him into the community with open arms. Even Bakugo nodded politely in appreciation. Was he gay? That was an interesting fact. Shudo woke up the next morning feeling more well-rested than he had in weeks. He sat up slowly, yawning as he went to grab his phone. His eyes widened. It was already almost. He looked to the bed behind him, only to find it empty. Midoriya was up and had elected to let him sleep in. This was much later than Endeavor let him sleep. He only slept late when the BSTRD was out of town. He stood and reached into the overnight bag Fumi had packed him, grabbing his fresh clothes. He put on deodorant, brushed his hair, and threw on his clean clothes. Want me to feed you again? Shudo asked before he could stop himself. Midoriya blushed deeply but did give a curt nod. His father coughed into his hand. Well, I'm gonna go make a phone call, he said, grabbing his own plate that he'd just finished making and promptly leaving the room. Midoriya himself was blushing even deeper than before, mumbling under his breath. Shudo pet his head, simply grabbing a bite of food from Midoriya's plate. He didn't seem to be paying attention. He brought the bite up to his mouth. Open, he ordered. That caught his attention. The blush now covered his entire face as he obediently opened his mouth. Say thank you. Thank you, Midoriya said, his voice hoarse. He jumped in his chair, looking away and mumbling again. Well, that's new. Gonna have to Google DOMs later. He jerked his attention back to Shudo. Sorry, thank you. Shudo blinked several times, as his stomach rolled at his reaction. His heart rate increased, his own face flushing slightly as well as pooling heat in his, well, that's new indeed. Eraserhead spoke up from the back of the theater. Of course I would let you use a laptop. If I made you use pen and paper with broken arms, Chio would kill me or worse, cut off my coffee supply. And by the way, that goes for all of you. If you actually have a good reason to use a laptop instead, I won't stop you. The sudden return of the defeating scene caused many students to be embarrassed, but the ending of the scene was what really surprised them. At the suggestion that Midoriya liked taking orders in the bedroom, most of them turned their heads to him. Unfortunately, answers were not forthcoming, as the moment Todoroki's counterpart had given him orders, he had fainted. Of course, the implications of this were not something they needed or wanted to acknowledge. As a result, they all silently agreed to never speak of this again. Todoroki was interested, however. He hadn't even considered that stuff like that was a possibility. He'd have to look it up at some point. But not right now. First, he had to explain why and how Tia died. And boy, he really wasn't looking forward to that conversation. Everyone was desperately trying to forget the image of Todoroki and sweet, innocent Midoriya in a dom-sub relationship. It came as no surprise that everyone quickly agreed to move on to something less squicky in the next chapter. Hopefully, there wouldn't be as much SXL tension in that one. Izuku sat on the cool grass, his legs crossed, a notebook open in his lap. He furiously wrote as his father talked to Todoroki a few yards away. Izuku felt weird about the entire thing. Todoroki's quirk was acting up, and he was pretty sure it was entirely his fault. Dad hadn't outright said it, but it happened after he took half hot half cold. Not to mention back at the USJ, when he had briefly had erasure, he was able to erase several people's quirks at once. Plus there was pull. Pull was stronger now than it had ever been. His version of All for One undoubtedly made Quirk stronger. He didn't think it always had though. So why was it doing this now? As a kid, the only quirk he ever used was pull, and it had always just been pull. He could pull objects towards his hands as long as he had the physical strength to do so normally. But now, he could pull objects heavier than what he could normally. He'd initially chalked that up to being because of One for All, and using them in tandem made his physical strength stronger. He didn't exactly have a frame of reference for how S.H.I.E.L.D.'s original owner used it since he didn't have a lot of time to study it, but he knew he'd been able to break it pretty easily. There was also the matter of backlash. Overuse of pull gave him headaches, even as a kid, but they were worse now. One for All broke his bones. S.H.I.E.L.D. rebounded on him once it shattered. He was pretty sure that didn't happen to its original owner. Now Todoroki's ice and fire were much stronger than they were before, but they took a larger toll on his body. So it seemed that his All for One didn't just make the quirk itself more powerful, but more volatile as well. That was Izuku's hunch anyway. Why he wasn't quite sure. His best guess was One for All having something to do with it. It was a stockpiling quirk. Then again, so was All for One. Had they mingled in some way? Only time would tell. He should have a talk with All Might. The previous users had quirks, right? All Might was the only quirkless user, so the users before him must have had something similar happen to them as well, right? Either way, this only made All for One even more dangerous to use. He'd have no idea how stealing a quirk would affect him, even if he saw it in use. That question was something that both the pros and the students were struggling to explain. Even though their Midoriya didn't have All for One, it was still a valid question. In the unlikely situation that the villain was able to recover the quirk for his own, they would need to know the consequences of this. One for All being the cause made sense, as it was a power stockpiling quirk. Exposure to it would easily explain the improved power, but the increased drawbacks were more difficult to explain. "All right, Todoroki," his father said, drawing Izuku from his thoughts. They stood in an empty field, nothing but wide open space all around them. "Why don't you try and make me some ice? You had much more control over it yesterday during your fight with Aizu." Todoroki nodded, holding out his right hand. "I've always had much more precision with my right side," he said, and formed a line of ice spikes along the ground. They were decently sized, almost as tall as Izuku was. "That's more than I meant to make," he said softly. Dad put a gentle hand on his shoulder. "That's okay. Are the shapes at least what you intended them to be?" he asked. "Just bigger." He nodded, humming in thought. "That's not a big issue then. Think of it this way, before you probably had a limited amount of ice you could make before your body starts to freeze over and you have to start compensating with your left." He rubbed his chin. "Did you find that your body was freezing faster or at the same pace?" Izuku cut in. "Definitely faster. Todoroki-kun used to not freeze that fast before. He froze an entire building without much trouble. But it was only a few, granted massive ice blasts before the frost started gathering on him." "Gotcha," Dad said. "Perhaps it's more like a water tap? You turn on the tap and out comes a little bit of water or a lot of water. Eventually, it starts to break the tap, however. The difference now being that the amount of water coming from the tap has increased in pressure. Like turning it a quarter of the way used to get only so much water, but now turning it that same quarter of the way is producing much more water than it used to, breaking the tap faster. So in theory, you'll be able to produce a lot more ice at once, but you'll have to get a lot better at counterbalancing it with your fire to prevent you from freezing yourself, as well as get a better feel for your ice control so you're not overproducing. Your quirk already needed you to be disciplined in its control, but it's only going to get harder now." This way of explaining the quirk was extremely helpful for Shudo. Standing up, he called forth both his ice and his fire, slowly dialing up the power but not doing anything with it. He nodded and confirmed that Midoriya-san was right on the money. Even without the sudden enhancements to his quirks, it was still an accurate way of visualizing his power. In a way, it was quite similar to the hydroelectric dam metaphor that Hatsum had suggested for One for All. Todoroki looked down at his right hand. DSPLN, huh? He asked. His dad nodded. Unfortunately, the only way to get better is to just practice. But you're a smart kid, and your control was already at a pro's level before, so I don't think it'll take you too long. We'll probably have to adjust the regulator HRNS that was a part of your costume too though, maybe get a whole new one made for you. We'll run some tests today to see the temperatures you can withstand in both directions and try to have that ready by the time your internship start. My costume will need an entire rework actually, Todoroki said. It's not fireproof. I didn't think it would be necessary. I see now that it is. Dad smiled. Sure. We'll start some of that paperwork this weekend. You wanting to change the design now is a good time. He pulled out his own notebook. The ice isn't the real problem, that will just take some control. I think if we do some weekly quirk training on top of what you're doing in class and your personal training, you should be able to get a handle on your ice pretty quickly. How is your control of your fire? Decent. Not as good as my ice. Let's get working on that then, he said. The admission that Todoroki's control of his ice was already professional level earned many appraising looks, as they remembered the way that the honor student was able to freeze an entire building. And of course, the memory of his first costume led to Toru offering to help design his costume. She was, in spite of her invisibility, one of the best at design. This was a natural consequence of her quirk and bubbly personality. She knew what looked good and got attention through experience. And naturally, the support course would help out by making it fireproof, which was only made more important now that he was willing to use his fire. Izuku wrote down his notes on Todoroki's quirk as they worked. He was quite timid about using his left side. Izuku didn't blame him one bit for it either. He really wanted to smash Endeavor's face in. It was becoming more and more obvious that his initial impression of Todoroki was entirely inaccurate. He wasn't stuck up, he just was awkward and not the best at receiving positive interactions. In actuality, Todoroki was clearly a kind and giving soul who'd been traumatized deeply. He would never forgive Endeavor for doing that to him. He sighed, looking up from his notes as Todoroki sent another blast of fire from his left hand. The heat of it was intense, even from where Izuku sat on the ground. Ding, even Todoroki's fire was pretty. It was like a rainbow of colors. Close to his skin the flames were blue, and pushing from him with such force that they looked like a gas stovetop or a torch. Hot and controlled. The further away, the brighter the fire became. Flowing from blue, to white, to yellow, to orange and finally red. They also became more wild the further they got from his body. Izuku could watch it all day long. Hearing the horrid truth laid out like that infuriated everyone present, save for Endeavor. He had no leg to stand on, so he had wisely chosen to keep silent and out of attack range. But soon, the anger was replaced by wonder at the myriad colors of flame emanating from Shoto. Even he was awestruck, pride for his son entering his heart. Shoto was blushing as Midoriya's counterpart stared at him so blatantly on screen. He wasn't used to that kind of attention from anyone, especially not from cute boys. When they finished, Todoroki looked tired. Dad put a hand on his shoulder and smiled brightly at him. That was some really great work. Just a few hours and your progress is already impressive. Good job, Todoroki. He grabbed his notebooks. I'm gonna go get the car and make a phone call, he said before waving to them. Meet you by the front doors. Izuku jumped up and waved before going to Todoroki's side, offering him a smile just a bright. You are amazing, he said. Your fire is so cool. I can't believe your fire is that hot. It's way hotter than even Endeavor can make. Really? How can you tell? Oh, it's blue. I mean, all fires are hot. Typically a candle's average heat is around 1000 degrees, but blue fire is a lot hotter. It's usually burning at around 2500 to 3000 degrees, Izuku said, so you're like 3 times as hot as your dad. I'm hot, huh? Todoroki asked, the ghost of a smirk on his lips. Izuku blushed lightly. Was this flirting? It was so hard to tell with Todoroki. Izuku was pretty sure Todoroki wasn't straight. Call it a hunch, or maybe his gaydar, but he really didn't give off any straight vibes at all. But that was just gut instincts. He could be totally off base, and besides, even if he was Kerr, who was to say he liked Izuku in that way? He supposed there really only was one way to find out. I mean, yeah you are, he said simply, shoving his bandaged hands into his pockets, trying to sound as casual as possible. I think you're cool too. Todoroki's face flushed. I mean, that is my quirk. Hot and cool. The unintentional flirting drew everyone's attention. Ashido was giggling at every one of Midori's sentences, knowing that they were popular pickup lines. Seeing these two innocent little boys flirting gave her life, and she could watch them all day. Midoriya was crimson red with embarrassment as his quirk analysis devolved into almost confessing his crush on Todoroki. When his thoughts were broadcast, Uraraka looked at Todoroki, seeing that he had ice spikes and sparks in his hair. Obviously, he was more affected by the flirting than he wanted to show. The two boys seemed to have a crush on each other. She wondered whether it would be a good idea to confess her feelings to Deku-kun. And she was starting to feel a slight attraction to Todoroki, though it was mostly a feeling of kinship because they liked the same boy. He chuckled, locking his elbow with Todoroki's. "It's not just your quirk, Todoroki-kun," he said, pulling him along. "So ya like katsudon?" he asked, suching the subject. "It's fine," Todoroki mumbled. "Is that all that place serves?" "No. I think they have other stuff. Stews and soba dash. Cold soba?" "I think so," Izuku said, leading him back towards the car. "I like cold soba," he said softly. Izuku looked up at him with a smile. "Yeah, good to know. Dad and I both have crippling addictions to katsudon. Yagi-san makes fun of us for it, but he likes it almost as much now." He hummed in response. "Yagi-san is your dad's boyfriend, right?" "They aren't dating," Izuku cried. He did not want that image in his head at all. "They're friends. Very good friends. Nothing more. If they were dating, they'd tell me, I think." "Maybe your dad is dating All Might," he said. "If he did that, it would make All Might your dad. Stepdad but dash." "Stop it," Izuku whined. Midoriya sighed in adoration of Akira's katsudon. What he wouldn't give for some katsudon right now. When Todoroki admitted his love of soba, he nodded, understanding his love for the noodles. They were delicious, even if he greatly preferred his katsudon. The recurring Yagi Hisashi accusation having come up once again, Midoriya sighed in exasperation. "I have told you several times, they are not dating." Nobody was convinced, but nonetheless they turned back to the screen. Akira's dark and dingy dining room was one of Izuku's favorite places in the world. It was a bit dirty, parts of the floor were sticky, some of the booths had tears in them, and the tables had ring stains from the glasses and the bowls. But to him, it was heaven. Todoroki looked around, his nose scrunching in displeasure. "Are you sure this place is sanitary?" he asked Izuku quietly as they sat down. They slid into a booth together. Dad sat across from them, each of them holding a bowl of their food. Izuku smiled, holding up his fork. "I promise, we've been eating here for years without an issue. Akira-san is the best of the best." Todoroki didn't seem convinced. "I'm trusting you on this," he said, before breaking apart his chopsticks. He looked down at his soba. Izuku even had to admit it looked good. He watched as he wrapped the noodles around his chopsticks and took a bite. Todoroki's mismatched eyes widened. "This is the best soba I've ever had in my life," he said, his voice monotone. Though most of the audience was unsure about the look of Akira's, those in the know were visibly salivating. Both Kaken and Izuku were clearly imagining their favorite meals, nostalgia making the food taste even more divine. Seeing Todoroki's reaction to the soba drew the attention of the others in the audience. If Shoto Todoroki, apparent soba connoisseur, adored Akira's soba, then it must be good sheet. "Told ya," Izuku said, getting a bite of katsudon on his fork. "Delicious. Let me try. I've never gotten anything from here but the katsudon. You should try some of mine too." Dad smirked at him from over his own chopstick full of katsudon. Izuku ignored him. Instead, he watched as Todoroki lifted his chopsticks full of noodles up to Izuku's lips. He happily took the bite offered. It was good. Not as good as his katsudon, of course, but not too shabby. He held up his fork for Todoroki, watching as he took the bite off the fork. That's pretty good too." I should have guessed you'd be here." A voice called from the entrance of the room. Izuku glanced up. Yagi was walking towards their booth. He was dressed simply, his clothes hanging off his skeletal body. "It's Saturday after all." "Hey Tosh," Dad greeted, moving over in the booth to make room for him. "What are you doing here?" "It's Saturday," Yagi said again. He also held a bowl of katsudon. Old habits die hard. He smiled before looking across the table at Todoroki. "You must be a friend of Izuku's. What is your name?" What an odd set of circumstances. Izuku took another bite of food to prevent himself from laughing at the absurdity of the situation. Yagi knew exactly who Todoroki was, he was his teacher. But here he was, having to pretend to learn his name. Between the three of them and all their secrets, it was hard to keep everything straight. The audience was laughing as well. They were fully aware of the irony of the situation. By this point, they had interacted with each other a few times as teacher and student. But that was in the form of All Might, symbol of peace. The Shoto on screen wasn't aware of his true form, so he was the only one there unaware of the irony. But his counterpart in the theater was entirely aware of the truth, and he was finding it hard to stave off the urge to laugh. I'm Todoroki Shudo, he said, and you are? Yagi Tashinori. The boyfriend, Todoroki whispered. Izuku kicked the side of his leg. It's nice to meet you. You as well, young Todoroki, he smiled. This was so weird. Izuku met his father's eyes across the table. Izuku raised an eyebrow at him. Dad gave a curt nod, his eyes flicking to Yagi before going back to Izuku. He agreed. The four of them sat in the tiny booth in mostly silence. The only noise was Todoroki slurping on his soba. So anything else we need to do today, Dad? He asked. Dad nodded, mostly paperwork. Your internships aren't too far off, so if either of you want to change your hero costumes, we have to have those forms in by Monday. Right now we know we need to make Todoroki's fireproof. I think the order is gonna go to the same person who made Izuku's costume. Did you want to keep the same design? Unless stated otherwise, they'll probably change it up, he explained. Todoroki finished his current bite of soba with another slurp. Actually, I do want to change it. I think I'll need shorter sleeves. They got in my way at the USJ. I think I'd like it if it were blue. Blue? Dad asked. Sure, what color blue? Bright, he decided. Sorta like an All Might blue? Yagi choked on his katsudan. I actually really admire All Might. I wouldn't want my costume to be too similar, but I figure blue would be a good way to sort of call back to him. His face flushed slightly. No one was surprised that Todoroki looked up to All Might. They already knew that he hated his old man, so it was no surprise that he wouldn't want to imitate him. All Might was, in many ways, a role model for a lot of them, particularly Midoriya and Bakugo. It made sense that the same would be true for Shoto, since he had been traumatized repeatedly from such a young age. Hagakure took note of the fact that he wanted an All Might blue as part of his new costume and nodded to Shoto. Maybe she could play up the duality aspect of his quirk and his appearance, like having cold colors on his fire side and warm on his ice side. He might enjoy that, as it was a subtle dig at his cold-hearted old man. That was so sweet. Izuku placed a hand on his arm. Todoroki-kun. I'm sure All Might would be flattered. Yagi nodded in agreement, a smile on his face. Blue, shorter sleeves, a new temperature regulator. Anything else? Dad asked, writing all of it down in one of his notebooks. Yes, Todoroki said very seriously. Izuku needs to add a rabbit tail to his. Izuku choked on his food. He coughed, his head snapping to look at his friend. I'm sorry, what? A ghost of a smirk appeared on Todoroki's lips again. I told you at the sports festival. If I beat you, you were going to add the tail to your costume. Besides, it wouldn't be out of place. He took another large bite of soba. You already look like a rabbit anyway. May as well lean into it. Dad and Yagi both laughed. To Izuku's horror, his father wrote that down. No, wait, hold on. I never agreed to that. Do you know how humiliating that would be? Dad helped stop writing thud. Midoriya was surprised that his father would sell him out so easily. Truly, he was a villain for letting Todoroki do that to him. Even if it would help him be more popular with kids, he was putting his foot down. Shoto was extremely smug. He wasn't about to let the little rabbit escape their little bet. And if he thought it cute, that was his business. Midoriya was sleeping in his bed. Shoto thought he looked peaceful, the way his hair fell into his face. Shoto had the urge to get up and push the hair from his face, but he couldn't bring himself to. He shouldn't touch Midoriya like that. He turned on the futon, looking back up at the ceiling. He couldn't sleep. He felt restless. It wasn't Midoriya being here that made it hard. It was just that he couldn't shake this feeling of guilt. He felt like he should be home. Would Endeavor be mad? Would Shoto face more punishment for being here for so long? His legs were tingling. Shoto couldn't lay here. He got up from his futon and left the room. The Midoriya apartment was dark. Shoto walked down the hall to the living room, all the while feeling as if the guilt inside of him would overtake him at any moment. He sat down on the couch in the low light bleeding in from the kitchen. He took a deep breath in through his nose, trying to calm his nerves. The entire apartment smelled like Midoriya. Like apples and vanilla shampoo and maybe something musty? It wasn't bad. It was almost relaxing. Should be soothing. Why couldn't he just relax? No matter what he tried to convince himself of, Shudo just couldn't calm down. Was he so broken that he couldn't relax like his peers? He couldn't shake this feeling of dread and fear. He felt dizzy, cloudy. Shudo had to focus his mind before he got overwhelmed. Oddly enough, using a technique his father taught him. He closed his eyes and held a deep breath in, then exhaled. Find 5 things in the room. He looked ahead. There was their TV, not very large and somewhat old. They had rows of DVDs, most of them hero-related. There were pictures on the walls, family photos. There was a green throw blanket on the love seat. The insight into Shoto's fears of retaliation from his father stoked the further ire of his teachers and the other students. Kaminari and Yamamo reassured him that they would never let Endeavor get away with something like that. And even though there wasn't much they could do personally, the fact that the teachers could soothe his fears. And Midoriya's mother's shine. His eyes wandered to it. Slowly, Shudo stood from the couch and moved to kneel in front of it. Midoriya's mother was appealing. Long green hair and wide green eyes. Her face was round. She looked like her son in almost every way. Shudo thought about his own mother. He'd been avoiding her since that happened. Would seeing her be good for either of them? Midoriya didn't have that choice though. Did he? Shudo would bet that Midoriya would give anything to see his mother. To talk to her and hug her. He looked down at his lap. He had to see his mother. He was accepting the parts of himself that he pushed aside. Hopefully she would too. Todoroki? A deep voice broke him out of his thoughts. He whipped his head around. Midoriya-san stood in the hallway. His hair looked rumpled from sleep, and he wore a faded All Might t-shirt with old sweat breathes. He was rubbing his eyes sleepily, and standing there like that, it was suddenly very clear that Midoriya and his father were related. I'm sorry if I woke you up, Midoriya-san, Shudo said softly. I couldn't sleep. Midoriya-san shook his head. That's okay. Do you want to talk about it? He turned on a lamp in the room before coming over to Shudo and getting on his knees next to him. I understand if you don't. Shudo bit his lip. Could he trust Midoriya-san? He certainly trusted Midoriya. The Midoriya who had, at great personal risk, sacrificed a lot just to help Shudo. He looked up at him. Sharp red eyes bore into him. Shudo felt a sense of comfort, relief just being here with him. I feel guilty, he confessed. I don't deserve to be here. Unlike his son, Midoriya-san's face betrayed nothing. He was a wall. I understand, he said finally. Todoroki, can I confide in you? He asked, leaning towards him. Sure. I'm going to ask you not to tell Izuku about this. He doesn't know. It's not that he can't, but talking about this is very painful. And he is the type to fixate. I don't want him to worry about me. He's always had so much on his plate. Can you promise me you won't? He nodded. That I promise. What could Hisashi be about to say? Obviously, it couldn't be that he had been a villain, as Aizu was well aware of that. The similarities between father and son became even more apparent when he asked Shoto to keep this talk secret, for Izuku's sake. Both of them seemed to have a bit of a self-sacrificing streak, which made Aizawa groan. He had hoped it wasn't genetic and had been relieved to discover that Midoriya and Yagi weren't related. Now it transpired that he was just as self-sacrificing as his son was. He hoped that none of Midoriya's children became heroes before he retired from UA. Midoriya-san bit his lip. I was abused as a kid. Shudo's eyes widened. What? Yeah, he said, my father was an abusive piece of shit. And my mother was a drug addict, so she was no help. I was the oldest by 8 years. And my little brother Yoichi was so young. I got the brunt of the abuse. Just like him and Tuya. 8 years. I'm sorry. He shrugged. It's done, not much I can do and no need to dwell on it. When I was 16, I packed up everything I had, took Yoichi and walked out. We never looked back. He hesitated. I don't know why, but they never came after us. So it was just me and Yoichi. I raised him. We were close. Are you still close to him? No, Midoriya-san sighed. He died. A long time ago. I don't like talking about it. He was barely 19. Shudo looked down at his hands. I'm sorry. Midoriya-san reached over and rubbed his back. I'm not telling you this for pity. I'm telling you this because, Todoroki, I know what you're feeling. That sensation that you're never safe. That you can't ever put your guard down. Being hurt by the people that are supposed to protect you. It's the kind of trauma that stays with you forever. So I want you to know that you'll always be safe with me. You'll be safe with Izuku. You'll be safe in our home. He wanted to cry. He didn't, but damn it did he want to. Instead, he slowly leaned his head into Midoriya-san's shoulder. Thank you. They stayed like that for a long time. As Shudo crawled under the covers of his futon later that night, he felt safer than he could ever remember feeling. All Might and Midoriya were looking contemplatively. It was obvious that this was something that had happened to All for One in his past, so the real Midoriya Hisashi wouldn't have been abused. But this recontextualized how they thought of the villain. The fearsome demon lord, Japan's embodiment of evil, had been abused as a kid. That fact made them uneasy. Part of them felt sympathy for him, as they were born quirkless in a quirk-majority world and had suffered for it. But at the same time, he was still the All for One, the quirk thief, the man who killed Nana and was leading the League of Villains behind the scenes. At the very least, the words that Hisashi spoke soothed Shudo. Both versions of him, as it turned out. He walked up to Midoriya and hugged him tightly, thanking him for saving his heart from endeavor. Sunday had passed without any issues. It was a simple day spent doing some minor training, eating good food, and continuing Todoroki's pop culture education with some movies. But Monday morning soon descended upon them. Izuku stood in front of the mirror in the bathroom, his curly hair still damp as he finished freshening up. His tie sat untied around his neck, as usual. Todoroki appeared in the doorway, already ready to go for the day. They were alone in the house, as Dad had gone in early for some one-on-one court counseling sessions. You ready? Just about, he said before leaving his hair be. Let's give this one more go. He fumbled with his tie. It was worse than normal. His fingers just weren't nimble enough for this. Normally Dad fixed it, but he wasn't there. Damn it, he mumbled. A warm hand and a cold hand swooped down, shooing his hands away. He watched as Todoroki easily fixed his tie, smoothing it down his chest. He was close enough that Izuku could smell that faint campfire scent that most fire quirk users had. It was nice. Soothing even. There, he said, don't hesitate to ask for help. Do you have your laptop with you? For taking notes. I packed it already, Izuku said, blushing faintly. Good. Todoroki didn't move. Instead, he was now fixing the lapels on Izuku's school jacket. I'd hate to see you suffer without reason. He pulled back. We should get going. We'll miss the train. Back to Izuku, looking like he was mulling over something. Thank you. You and your father. Staying with you this weekend has been. I'm sad it's over. I don't want to go back to him. Midoriya failing to do his tie properly drew laughs from everyone present. Even Midoriya himself laughed slightly. He was used to being unable to tie it properly, and he didn't find it something to be ashamed of. It was important to find humor where you could, when you were suffering. And when he had been quirkless, he had suffered greatly. Todoroki's admission that he wasn't ready to return to Endeavor pulled at everyone's heartstrings. They knew exactly why this was, and their fury flared for a moment just thinking about it. In the other theater, Endeavor felt a sudden sense of coming doom, but could not place its source. Izuku's heart shattered. It's gonna be okay, he said softly. He grabbed Todoroki by the arm. You won't have to be there for much longer. I know you said you didn't want help, but Dad is already looking into options. We think we can convince Endeavor to let you stay here more. Under the pretense of quirk training at least. Thank you, Todoroki said stiffly. We should go. Right? Izuku nodded and followed him out of the bathroom. Todoroki was such a kind soul. It was probably the thing Izuku liked most about him. Not only was he so pretty, but he was also strong and smart and just sweet in his own weird little way. It was endearing. Plus, spending the weekend with him just cemented how well their personalities mashed up. Izuku could talk endlessly, but it seemed Todoroki could listen just as endlessly. Izuku could almost make him smile. Todoroki could certainly make Izuku smile. He just wanted to get closer and closer. He was a special person for sure. The more Izuku thought about it, the more he knew the truth. He didn't just think Todoroki was attractive. He liked him. He could see himself dating Todoroki. It was something he'd been clearly dancing around in his head, but now it had materialized so firmly in his mind. He wanted to date Todoroki. The only question now is how? He'd figure it out. Maybe he'd just grow a pair and ask him out on a date. But what if he got rejected? Todoroki would just pull away again, leaving him friendless. No, Izuku couldn't do that to him. How awful and traumatizing would it be to realize the only friend you had simply wanted to date you? He couldn't risk anything without being sure. He was pretty sure Todoroki wasn't straight, once again, just on vibes alone. He was also sure he was having an effect on him, but that didn't mean Todoroki liked him romantically. He had investigations to make. The sheer care that Midoriya was showing in balancing his feelings with his friendship drew the admiration of everyone watching. Tsu commented that it was a very heroic mindset to have, making sure that Todoroki was okay, to general approval. Bakugo offered to help with asking Todoroki out, but was shouted down by Jiro, considering that his fiery personality might actually scare Roki off. He conceded the point, but continued suggesting ways for Midoriya to ask Todoroki out, causing their blushes to slowly grow. Izuku and Todoroki both trudged up the stairs toward Ue. The train ride had been a complete disaster. Everyone on the train had recognized Todoroki from the festival, and he himself had also received a lot of attention. They had been practically mobbed with well wishes and praise. While it was nice, it was also a lot to handle before 9 a.m. on a Monday. They should have just woken up early and driven to school with Dad. They shared Izuku's umbrella as they made their way from the gates to the shoe lockers. "Are you sure you don't want me to walk you to Recovery Girl?" Todoroki asked as Izuku shook the water off his umbrella. "I'll be fine. I can make it there and back before class starts. I'm mostly healed, so I shouldn't be too tired today." "We don't have hero studies either," he said, finding his locker and quickly opening it. He slipped off his red sneakers, grabbing his school shoes. "But thanks." He heard the door open again and looked over his shoulder to see who it was. "Good morning, Todoroki-kun, Midoriya-kun," Ida called, entering the locker room. He was wearing a gray raincoat and pulled his hood down as he greeted them. "I'm glad to see you both. How was your weekend?" Izuku blinked. Didn't Ida's brother get hurt? Not to mention, Ida hadn't even opened any of his texts the whole weekend. He was shocked to see him at school at all. "Hey Ida-kun," he said, "are you okay?" Ida only smiled, though it didn't quite reach his eyes. "Perfectly fine. Thank you for asking. Sorry, I must have scared you." "No need to worry. Everything is just fine," Ida said quickly, exchanging his shoes and putting his coat away. "Well, I must get to class. I'll see you both there," he said, and practically ran from the room. Todoroki looked at Izuku. "I don't know much about Ida or social interactions, but that was odd, wasn't it?" "Yeah," Izuku said, his eyes still on the door Ida had just fled through. "It was. Ida really looks up to his brother. There's no way he's okay. He's probably just putting on a brave face. I'll try to talk to him later," he said, looking back up at Todoroki. "I'll see you in class, Todoroki-kun." "Oh." He smiled, remembering something. "Do you want to have lunch with me, Uraraka, and Ida? I don't think I really have a choice, do I?" Izuku grinned and reached up to pat his head. "Good boy." Upon realizing what he just did, he blushed and ran out of the locker room to go get healed by Recovery Girl. The idea that something had happened to Tensei made Ida's jaw drop. He had been wondering at his counterpart's behavior, but that explained it. The adorableness of Todoroki and Midoriya briefly distracted him along with the rest of the class, before the fact that his dear brother had been wounded returned to the forefront of their thoughts. What had happened? They had to know, so they began the next chapter. Everyone was intrigued by Ida's behavior at the end of the previous chapter, particularly once it had been mentioned that his brother Tensei had been injured. They jumped immediately into the chapter as soon as they had finished the previous one. Izuku sat at his desk, rubbing his right hand gently. It didn't look great. Recovery Girl hadn't lied when she had said his hand would be mangled. He now had 2 massive scars on the back of his hand, and the fingers were crooked. He flexed them and saw that he didn't have nearly as much flexibility in his hand as he used to, clumsiness aside. She'd given him a few stretches to help gain some mobility back, but it probably wouldn't come back right away. Kaken sat in front of him, unusually quiet. Probably still said from the festival. Izuku leaned forward, poking his back. "Hey Kaken," he said softly, "sorry about the sports festival. That blows, winning by default. Wanna fight after school?" Kaken whipped his head around to glare at him. "I don't need you to fight me to cheer me up, nerd," he growled. "Who said it was to cheer you up?" Izuku said, "I asked because I just spent my whole weekend watching someone else train while my bones were broken. I'm itching for a fight. Please, Kaken." He batted his eyelashes. "I want to get beat up. I'm begging here." "Fine. I'll kick the sheet out of you, happy?" "Thank you, Kaken," he smiled brightly. He leaned back in his chair as the bell rang. Aizawa pulled himself up from his normal morning nap spot behind his desk. He finally had his bandages off, and the only mark from the harrowing battle at the USJ was a new scar below one of his eyes. "Morning," he said simply. "We're having a special lesson today." Izuku cringed. He hoped it wasn't anything strenuous. His arms were still sore. Oh well, plus ultra, right? We're going to be discussing code names. Never mind. Hell yeah. You're all going to be doing your first round of internships next week, so it's important you have a code name or at least a working one for your time there, he said. So before we start, let's go over who got offers. The casualness with which this Midoriya begged Bakugo to beat his but was, as always, extremely unsettling. They knew that while their relationship wasn't healthy in the slightest, this iteration was just wrong. In so many ways. When Aizawa mentioned yet another special lesson, the student stiffened, about to protest given that Mito's arms were still healing. But when he revealed what they were going to be doing, they immediately got pumped up. He had the projector turn on, showing a list of the students and their internship offers. Todoroki and Kaken had the highest amount by a pretty large margin, but Izuku, he didn't do too badly at all. 213 offers? Oh man, he had so much research he was going to have to do. He'd have to make a spreadsheet and graphs and analyses and… Usually it's a lot more spread out but, Aizawa said, cutting off Izuku's spiraling thoughts. It was a bit shocking that Todoroki got so many offers. But then again, despite dropping out midway, his display of power and control must have really left an impact. Not to mention his father was the number 2 hero. Suck-ups. Izuku jolted as he remembered something. Hero agencies were allowed to make 2 bids for students. Maybe they had one in common. The rest of you can pick from a list of 40 agencies that have a deal with the school, he said, holding up a list. But back to the topic at hand. Code names. The gentle click-clack of heels made Izuku turn to the door. Midnight strode in, a smirk on her lips. The names you pick today could very well be what you're known as to the world for the rest of your lives. Midnight is here to evaluate your hero names and make sure they're good, he said. I'm not the best at this kind of stuff, so listen to her. He sunk back down behind his desk. Wake me after you're done. She grinned at Aizawa, then turned to address the class. I'll give you all 15 minutes, she said as she passed everyone a whiteboard and marker. Then we'll present them to each other. Izuku stared down at his whiteboard. This was something he'd been thinking about since he was a little kid. He remembered being 4, wearing an All Might onesie and pretending to save his mother from the bad guys. Funny, he could still remember the sound of her voice. Oh, help me. Help me, hero. She pretended to cry. He had a list of hero names in his first notebook. All of them were distinctly All Might inspired. They were very stupid and cheesy too. Mighty Boy, Small Might, All Might Jr., Captain All Might, you get the idea. Definitely not any of those. Aside from the fact they were all super childish and would result in him never being taken seriously, he really couldn't afford to have any more links between himself and All Might. Aizawa groaned upon hearing that Kiyama would be teaching this one. As much as he agreed with his counterpart, letting her be in a room with hormonal teenagers was a recipe for disaster. Particularly when that class included Mineta, who was infamous in the hero course for his perversity, despite only being there for less than a week thus far. Magnus spoke up then. Present Mike would like to confirm that Aizawa is not good with codenames. In fact, he claims credit for naming him Eraserhead, though I'm going to need confirmation on that. Shota groaned again, as Mike embarrassed him again. At the list of cheesy hero names, most of the class began discussing similar names they had had, mostly references to their quirks or their favorite heroes, which was mostly All Might. Of course, they quickly settled down, wanting to see what names their counterparts chose. After he took pull, he considered names relating to that, as well as a secret hint at All for One. He had thought of names like Thief and Rogue and Swipe, but they were a bit too villain-sounding for his tastes. Izuku wanted to be a bright and cheery hero. The kind that made you smile and filled you with hope. His villain quirk be mad. Maybe something silly? His hero costume apparently looked like a rabbit, so maybe something with that? Everyone liked rabbits. But there was Mirko to consider. He didn't want to be too similar to her. He sighed, laying his head on his desk. Quit your whining, Deku, Kaken snapped. He shot up in his seat. You're a genius, Kaken, he said. I kind of like Deku. It sounds like, I can, you know? He could. That's it. A never-give-up kind of vibe. He thought he was quirkless. He'd been bullied. He lost his mother. His father was a supervillain, technically. He had his evil quirk. He worked tirelessly to clean that beach. Everything in Izuku's life he worked for it. He never gave up, never gave in. Things were hard and he had to make some shitty calls. But he could. I can. He wrote the name on his whiteboard, satisfied. Time's up. Midnight called. Who wants to go first? Aoyama's hand shot up. Sure, come on up, kiddo, she said. He stood and walked to the front of the room holding his whiteboard to his chest tightly. I shall be. He took a deep breath and spun around his board. I cannot stop twinkling. Izuku snorted into his hand. He couldn't help it. It was so. But very on brand for Aoyama. Aoyama's eyes flicked to Izuku. They narrowed slightly before he looked back forward. Izuku flushed, trying to stifle his laughter. That was very rude of him. He'd apologize later. That's not too bad, Midnight said. Why not drop the I and shorten it to can't stop twinkling? She asked. Yes, that's perfect, he said happily. Everyone looked at Midoriya, confused that he would think of his quirk as villainous after meeting Shinso. While All for One definitely could be used villainously, it could also be a very heroic quirk, if used right. Taking away someone's powers if they misuse them was a game-changing ability for any hero to have, and to be able to do so permanently would effectively eliminate most villains as threats. Uraraka's eyes widened as she realized what her friend was going to pick. So, too did Midoriya, though he couldn't be happier with his choice. Bakugo huffed but said nothing. He knew better than to mock the nerd right then. After all, he was turning an insult into a hero name, a promise to save others. And if he said anything less than supportive, his classmates would be furious. And while his quirk was formidable, he doubted he could take on the entire class quirkless, as Eraser would prevent him from using it. Nobody was surprised in the slightest by Aoyama's choice, and he was amazed that Midnight allowed it, even shortened as it was. But he could also see the cry for help that it was. I cannot stop twinkling. That could hint towards him being All for One's mole, a desperate attempt to get the pros to realize. But he had been too subtle, and they hadn't realized. Soon, though, he would be able to come clean to his classmates. Ashido shot out of her chair. Me, she cried, running up to the front of the... I'm gonna be everyone's favorite heroine, the alien queen, she said, flipping her board around. Izuku grinned. He loved Alien. Ridley was one of his favorite protagonists. I think that might be a bit too violent sounding, Midnight said. Maybe try again? Ashido's shoulders slumped as she sat back down. Alien Queen was a great name in Izuku's opinion, but what can you do? He glanced around and saw many of his classmates frowning at their boards. Can I go next, Karo? Tsu asked, holding up her hand. Once Midnight nodded, she approached the front. I've had this name in mind since I was in elementary school, Karo, she said and flipped it around. The rainy season hero, Froppy. It was perfect. And so very Tsu. Midnight clapped her hands together. That's adorable, nice and friendly. I think that name is gonna be a great hit. Good job, Tsu. Man, I'm fired up. Can I go next? Kirishima asked before running up. I'm going to be Red Riot. Is that a reference to Crimson Riot? Midnight asked. He nodded. Yeah. He's a little retro, but his manly and chivalrous spirit is exactly the image I want. She nods. I see. Well, if you're going to call back to his name, you must know that you'll be carrying the pressure that comes with it. Kirishima grinned, pumping a fist into the air. I can handle it. Good. Then I think Red Riot will fit you just fine, she said with a smile. Ashido smiled sadly as her first attempt was rejected, but given it was a reference to xenomorphs, she couldn't really blame Midnight. Alien was a pretty violent movie series, and she didn't want that reputation to follow her. Everyone loved Tsu's choice, and she was quickly glomped by Uraraka, Ida, and Midoriya. Kirishima's choice was blatantly obvious, given that he was an open Crimson Riot fanboy, and his determination to live up to his idol was admirable. Izuku glanced forward to Kaken. The name on his board was, oh god, King Explosion Murder. He killed his laughter the second he felt it, and leaned forward. Kaken, you know Midnight isn't going to accept that name, he said. You're a hero, you shouldn't have murder in your codename. He snarled, turning his head back to him and whispering, mind your business, Deku. It's a great name. I doubt you could come up with a better one. Actually. His eyes flicked to Kirishima. I think I have one for you. Dynamite. But might like All Might. It's cool and it calls back to All Might but in a pretty subtle way. Kaken gaped at him over his shoulder. I hate that I like that. Damn it, Deku, I don't want to be called something you named me. Izuku smiled. Come on, we'll match. But can I go? He asked Midnight before walking up to the front. Midnight nodded and made a space for him in the front. He stood and looked at his classmates. I really struggled with my hero name, he said. I wanted to have the never give up kind of vibe. And I realized I had the perfect name all along. He turned his board around to the class. Whoa, Midoriya, are you sure? Kirishima asked. I thought that was an insult? He smiled brighter. It stopped bothering me a long time ago. I take it as a term of endearment, but recently someone changed the way I thought about it altogether. It sounds like I can be a hero, right? So, call me Deku. He looked over at Kaken. He looked shocked before he made a tease noise. Fine, damn it. He walked up to the front, holding his board, erasing what was on it, and writing something else. We can match. He showed his name. I'll be Dynamite. Midnight cooed and ruffled both of their heads. Those names are great. I approve. Though I don't see how they match. Izuku looked up at her. We named each other. She squealed. Oh, you young boys are so cute. She pulled them both into her chest for a hug. Izuku squeaked as Kaken thrashed in her arms. Friends, adorable. The confirmation that Bakugo had, in fact, immediately gravitated towards King Explosion Murder made everyone groan, as Magnus' revelation was confirmed. But when Midoriya proposed the other name, everyone sat up. That was a good idea for a name. Even Bakugo seemed to like it, as he would be subtly connected to All Might while having his own identity. And when Midoriya revealed his codename to be what once had been an insult, everyone cooed in adoration. Uraraka was blushing deeply, but Midoriya was firm and resolute about his choice. After all, he could be a hero. And what was more heroic than turning an insult into a promise to help others? Shota groaned when Midnight embraced the two. Stuff like this was exactly why he had been apprehensive about this. Mineta's eyes were still glued to her chest as they had been at the start of the lesson, but he was furiously shaking, likely grumbling about Bakugo and Midoriya. It seemed that he would definitely need further attitude adjustment before the restraints could come off, for the girls' safety and comfort. Lunchtime came. Izuku packed up his stuff, his list of offers for internships in his hand. He still wanted to make a spreadsheet, but he did actually have a few heroes he was already considering. Oddly enough, Mirko was one of them. He'd always admired her fighting style. Once he was ready, he approached Todoroki's desk. Ready to go? He looked up and nodded, standing next to Izuku. So, who do you think you're going to intern with? I made my mind up already. I'm going to do it with my father. Izuku's body went cold. He grabbed Todoroki by the sleeve of his jacket, forcing him down so Izuku could whisper into his ear. Are you insane? He asked softly. Why would you do that? Todoroki took his hand gently. I know, but I think it's something I have to do. He's a piece of garbage, but he's still the number 2 hero for a reason. My fire might be my own, but his works the same way. If I want to be able to control it, especially since my quirk is. You know, he trailed off. He's my best bet. I can't afford to hurt anyone again, he said quietly and looked down at the hand he was holding. Izuku's mangled right hand. I seriously hurt you. You didn't dash. But I did. Maybe not with my quirks, but with my hang-ups. Had I not been so reluctant to use my quirk in the first place, this wouldn't have happened. He dropped his hand and sighed a little. Besides, he'd probably find some way to force me into it. I'd rather go into it with my head held high than be dragged into it by force. They began to walk towards the door where Uraraka and Ida stood waiting. Did I see your points? I still don't like it. The audience was generally against Shoto being anywhere near Endeavor, but they had to agree that he had a point. The boy's fire may be his own, but it worked the same way as Endeavor's. And his help would be extremely valuable, even if he was a piece of shit. He was the number 2 hero, and his help could be a valuable springboard to launch his career. But at least this way, Shoto wouldn't be forced into working with his SPRM donor, as he went willingly. Even so, neither the students nor the pros like this. Oh, Todoroki-kun, are you eating with us? Uraraka asked, stars in her eyes. He sighed. I am, he said softly before smirking a little. It's quite a shame. Uraraka laughed at that. Sick. The Deku squad gains a new member. She wrapped one of her arms around his, and her other around Ida. Izuku smiled and grabbed Todoroki's free arm. Let's go get lunch, Deku squad. Izuku laughed at her enthusiasm. So why is it the Deku squad? He asked. We could be the Casquid or the Ida squad. Deku-kun, you're the leader, so the squad has to be named after you. She smiled brightly. By the way. She flushed and looked down at her feet. You really named yourself Deku because of what I said? He blinked at the change in her demeanor. Oh, yeah. While I stopped disliking the name years ago, you made me actively like being called Deku, he said, so yeah, of course I made it my hero name. I think it's great. It really does suit you. It's not as cool as Uravity though. That's like a perfect name, he said seriously. She only blushed deeper before addressing the other two boys. Hey, how come you two just went with your given names? Todoroki shrugged. Shudo has the kanji for burning and freezing in it, he said. So it's a pun. Izuku said. It might fly over the heads of some people, but it's cute. You think my name is cute? He asked, eyes wide. No. I mean yeah, but I meant it's cute that you went the pun route for your code name, he said quickly, a blush clear across his own face. He looked away. Oh, I do genuinely like my given name. For a long time, it was the only thing I had that was completely mine. Uraraka squeezed Todoroki's arm. I bet it's hard having such a famous dad, she said, or a famous brother. She looked up at Ida. Living in their shadows can't be easy. I think it's sweet you guys want to use your first names. Ida's face hardened. I'm not sure if I'll keep Tenya. I just can't think of another name I'd like to use yet. So it's a placeholder? Uraraka asked. They'd reached the lunchroom, now heading toward the lunch line. For now, Ida said quietly, I'll just be Tenya. As Shoto explained why he had used his first name as a code name, many of those in the audience began suggesting other ideas, like Frostburn or Pyrafrost. Bakugo suggested Hellfrost, but due to its similarity to Endeavor's Hellflame, it was rejected. Shoto took their ideas into consideration and turned back to the screen. Ida was wondering what had happened to Tensei that had caused him to be so stiff. He had been noticeably more strict that morning and unwilling to talk about anything related to him. Ingenium was wondering the same thing about himself. What could make Tenya so disturbed so as to make him even more rigid than usual? They knew he had gotten injured, but stuff like that happened all the time. What could have happened to shake him so much? The end of the day finally arrived, and Izuku was itching for a fight. He needed a good workout after doing nothing all weekend but watching someone else train. Not that he didn't like that, of course, but he was getting antsy. A few burns and scrapes would really fire him back up. He was still so weak. If he was going to be a hero who could save everyone, he needed more training. He went to leave the classroom, opening the door, only to find himself at eye level with All Might's chest. Young Izuku, he cried. Please come with me, his voice quivered. Izuku quickly left the room, shutting the door behind him. You okay, All Might? You seem nervous, he said, walking side by side with him down the hall. Yes, well. He swallowed thickly. You received a last-second offer for your internship next week. His name is Gran Torino. He blinked. Gran Torino. I've never heard of him. Is he an underground hero? No, nothing like that. He's retired, he said. He actually used to work here at UA. He was my homeroom teacher. Izuku squeaked. All Might's teacher? Oh, this had to be good. He was grinning already. Though All Might looked a bit spooked, which he didn't understand. He also knows about One for All. He was my predecessor's friend. I'm certain he recognized One for All when you used it at the sports festival. That's probably why he's reaching out. Izuku hummed in thought. Do you think I should train with him? Honestly, I do, All Might said, but it will be difficult. Gran Torino scares the hell out of me. But I think he can help you get past your 5% block. This revelation shocked most of the audience, including Midoriya. To hear that All Might's homeroom teacher was still alive and had extended an offer to One for All's 9th user was surprising. But what surprised most of the audience was how terrified All Might seemed about him. Sorahiko Torino smiled, as his old student finally remembered that he was still alive. It was about time the Zi got in contact. He looked forward to training the boy, even if he was All for One's son. If anything, that was all the more reason to help him. He was smart, talented, and driven to be a hero. Certainly he would become a major thorn in the league's side, and if his suspicions were correct, in his father's side. Izuku had been stuck at 5% of One for All's power for months. He could briefly go beyond it, but it caused huge amounts of pain whenever he did so. Wait, All Might, if he knows about One for All and your mentor, doesn't that mean he knows about All for One? He asked. I doubt he'd want to train me if he knew who I really was. That gave All Might pause. Honestly not sure how he'll react to that, he said. We have his contact information since he reached out through the school, so I can contact him and tell him about your situation. We can trust him with this information, and I'm fairly certain he's still going to want to meet you at the very least. He might have some answers about why All for One has started affecting the other quirks you take. They hadn't had a chance to really talk about that. I'm guessing that means you don't know why? Izuku asked. I have some hunches, he explained, but nothing concrete. Gran might know more, All Might said. I'll give him a call. So, if he still wants to take you on, will you do it? Izuku bit his lip. Would he? It would be helpful to have someone he could be honest about his quirks with. And the prospect of breaking through his 5% block was enough to make him excited. Additionally, he might be able to help Izuku with All for One as well. I'll do it. If Gran Torino will have me, I'll be there. Magnus spoke up, confirming that Gran Torino was, indeed, in the other theater, and very anxious to meet the next wielder of One for All. Yagi shivered, memories of his training flashing before his eyes. As much as he was grateful to the elderly man for helping train him, the lasting trauma of the training still haunted him. Izuku's face collided forcefully with the unforgiving concrete, the resulting smack resonating loudly. His arm was pinned behind his back in a painful manner, causing him to whine in pain as muffled as it was. A knee pressed firmly into the small of his back, while another hand gripped his hair, yanking his face up before forcing it back into the ground. I yield, he cried, his voice muffled by the ground. Using his free hand, he hit the ground 3 times. Kaken got off him only to sit next to him on the ground. Izuku turned onto his back, sighing deeply. They'd gone 4 rounds. Izuku had won the first 2 of them, but Kaken destroyed him in the latter 2. He breathed before he slowly raised himself to a sitting position. Kaken was breathing as well, lifting the bottom of his tank top to his face to wipe away the sweat. Izuku's eyes trailed to the exposed skin. Kaken was very good looking, but he found it just didn't excite him like it used to. Man, you hit hard, he whined. You could have broken my nose. Shut up, Deku. Don't challenge me to fight if you can't take it. He put his shirt down and climbed to his feet. One more. We're tied, so whoever wins the next one is the winner. Izuku nodded. Gimme a sec, he said, gently rubbing his face. My body is so sore. Kaken rolled his eyes. Maybe if you stopped breaking your FING bones all the time you wouldn't have the joints of an old man. Can't help it. My quirks are all too self-destructive, he said. Sweet of you to care though. He smiled up at him. Who said I cared? I was just telling you the obvious, he said, smacking Izuku in the back of the head. Hurry up, I got plans after this. Shitty hair is meeting me for studying. Izuku looked up at that, a grin making its way across his face. You've been hanging out with him a lot, huh? He asked, slowly standing up. I'm glad you're making friends other than me. We're not dash. Izuku cut him off. Kirishima-kun is such a nice guy too. I hope you aren't being as mean to him as you are to me. He grinned. Maybe you needed a sunshine boy to tame you all this time. Who's next, Kaminari-kun? Kaken punched him in the arm. Probably deserved that. Will you shut the F up? I'm not friends with that idiot. He just needs help studying because he's stupid and I don't hate him like I do the rest of those FING extras. Kirishima was smiling. He had indeed gotten closer to the blonde, and their relationship was definitely quite friendly. Not in the same way that he and Midoriya were, God forbid they would be that dysfunctional, but he was close with him. Kaminari was also a good mutual friend of theirs, though he mostly hung out with Mineta. Bakugo disliked Mineta intensely, both because of his cowardice and his open perverseness. Bakugo was many things, very few of them nice, but one of them was respectful of women's dignity. But that was pretty serious coming from Kaken. He may as well have just declared Kirishima his best friend. He was almost jealous. You really like him, don't you? Then, Kaken did something Izuku wasn't sure he'd ever seen him do. He blushed. Not a light blush, but a dark red that dusted across his nose. He averted his eyes and clenched his fists. No way. No way. Izuku squealed, jumping to him and wrapping his arms around him like a koala. You like him? He asked. I didn't know you even liked guys, Kaken. Shut up. Kaken yelled, pushing him off and kicking him in the shin. It's not, I don't, he's nice, okay? Also, he glared. How dare you assume I'm straight? I'm not a het beach like you, a-hole. Izuku blinked. What? He supposed this was a great time to bring it up. Kaken, I'm bisexual. That seemed to stop Kaken in his tracks. He blinked several times. Really? I'm gay, he said simply. You're bi? How the F, did I not know that? He shrugged. I didn't know you were gay, so. Guess that's not what we usually think about when we're together, he said. Well, now you know. And now I know. We're just 2 guys. 2 guys who spend all our free time on top of each other. Kaken punched him again. Gross. Don't say it like that. I wouldn't date you if you were the last man on Earth. You're like an annoying little brother, Disgusting. I wouldn't date you either, he said. He pointedly did not think about the All Might lotion. Just thought it was funny is all. He punched Kaken's arm, getting the conversation back on track. So, Kirishima-kun, huh? I get it. He's super hot. Don't you even think about it. Hey, I wouldn't go after him, especially if you like him. That's not cool. Besides, I have my eye elsewhere, Izuku said. Kirishima-kun is nice, but I'm more into the pretty type. Round face. Kaken asked before a thought dawned on his face. Oh shit, please don't tell me you have a hard-on for half and half. Izuku only blushed. God damn it, he sighed, rubbing his face hard. You two are gonna make such an annoying couple. Who said we'd get together? I don't even know if he likes guys. Kaken moved his hands, giving Izuku a look. Okay fine, he probably likes guys, but who said he likes me? You're joking, right? He asked. You're actually joking. Please tell me you're joking. Kaken watched his face closely before he sighed. Holy F dash, for a nerd you are so effing dense. Wait, does he like me? What do you know, Kaken? Kaken. The revelation that Catch Bakubro was gay electrified Kirishima, and the obvious feelings of closeness that the blonde had made him feel butterflies in his stomach. He turned towards Bakugo, who though blushing, was still looking at him. Silently, they agreed that after this, they would have a long talk. Other Midoriya's teasing suggestion that they were attracted to each other disgusted both boys. They had shared the same bathtub when they were 2. They were raised together, practically cousins. It was such a foul idea. When Kaken suggested that Todoroki wasn't as straight as Aizu thought, everyone in the theater nodded solemnly. They already knew as much from his own thoughts in the last chapter, but it was pretty obvious from their past behavior. Todoroki was hiding his face, trying desperately not to be noticed, especially by Midoriya. Izuku had barely kicked off his shoes when his phone started ringing. He fished it out of his backpack and quickly accepted the call when he saw Yagi's name on the caller ID. Hey, Izuku said. Well, I told him everything. Yagi said, well, your father and I did. Hey Aizu. His father called through the phone. And he still wants to take you on. He didn't say much about how he felt about it. All he said was, doesn't matter who the kid's father is or what his original quirk is. And just that you were the 9th user, Yagi continued. Izuku's mouth hung open slightly. He still wanted to take him on? Well, he supposed, don't look a gift horse in the mouth. Alright. Guess I'm interning with Gran Torino then. Yeah. Yagi said softly, good luck kid. You're going to need it. Tosh, you okay? You're shaking. I'm fine. Well, gotta go kiddo. Your dad and I still have work. Prepare yourself. They hung up. Prepare himself? What the hell did that mean? Why was Yagi so afraid of this guy? Izuku shook his head. It didn't matter. Gran Torino was the way forward, so that's where he was going to go. No matter what was thrown at him. He had to. He didn't care if this guy screamed at him just for being all for one son, or beat the hell out of him. He could take it. He would take anything if it meant getting stronger. He had to. Honestly, he didn't really have a choice when it came to his future. Not anymore. He'd chosen to take the mantle of one for all. So he would walk forward and weather any storm that came with it. It was like Todoroki said, I'd rather go into it with my head held high than be dragged into it by force. Yagi wished his successor well. After all, both he and his counterpart would soon have the mixed experience of learning under Gran Torino. Soon, he would understand exactly why he was so scared of the old man. He had forgotten about his mentor simply through the effort needed to repress his time under him. Gran Torino was nodding in approval. He was enjoying the suffering that Yagi was enduring, having not introduced him to the boy earlier. But that would change soon. He looked forward to the 9th user, given that he was intelligent in a way that the ZYGT just hadn't been. He wouldn't have to beat knowledge into his skull nearly as hard, given the mind of the person he was teaching. And even if he really was his son, he would take him on regardless. Everyone was interested to see how the kids' internships would go, especially those from UA. The students involved were looking forward to their internships, and the faculty knew that they desperately needed the kinds of skills they would be able to learn there. Not to mention having more hands on deck during such an unstable time was helpful. The Ida brothers, however, were anxious. They could tell that the way Tenya's counterpart had been behaving was unusual. What that could mean was surely nothing good, given how Midoriya's counterpart had thought that something about Tensei was the reason. They were anxious to discover the reason behind Tenya's behavior, so they could avoid it. Because they could tell that it was not good in the slightest. The week flew by. Next thing he knew, he was standing on the train platform with the rest of his classmates, all holding their bags and hero suitcases for the next week. He just received the fixed version yesterday, and he was very excited to try it on. Uraraka had just departed for Gunhead's agency, leaving Izuku to stand with Todoroki and Ida. All week, he'd been trying to talk to Ida about what happened. With that, Ida left, leaving Izuku and Todoroki alone on the platform. In the prose theater, Tensei's jaw had dropped. That explained everything. His little brother adored him, and learning that a villain had paralyzed him would break his heart. And given how strongly Tenya felt about following the rules of law and decency, it wasn't a stretch to think that he might go after Stain in revenge. Tenya's heart stopped beating for a moment. The thought of his noble, wonderful, brave, heroic brother so grievously wounded was heartbreaking. And he felt his heart stir with primal fury. But even as stricken with grief as he was, he could recognize that what his other self was doing was not just, was not right. This was vigilantism, acting out of revenge rather than selflessness. He could easily get himself killed. Maybe he's right, Izuku said softly. It's his family, so dash. Todoroki nodded. I know. Same to you. That's my train. I'll see you next week, Midoriya, he said, and with a small wave, he left for his train. Izuku smiled back at him, watching his form walk away. His heart felt light. Same to you. Immediately Tensei and Tenya began to text each other, sending messages of comfort to each other. Then Tensei switched to talking with his fellow pros about what could be done to avoid this outcome. Principal Nizu proposed that, at least for now, they wait and see regarding Stain. Knowing Midoriya's luck, something would inevitably happen. This other future would inevitably have an encounter with him, and they could use their foreknowledge to bring him in. Aizawa made Tenya swear never to do something so completely foolish. He then reminded the students that, of course, the pros would be using their information to prevent Ingenium from being attacked, along with other things that would be happening in the future. So far, nothing major would need to be changed, but that was only because there was little they could change. The sports festival was just about the only thing they were actively changing in future, and that was only to ensure that the students didn't have a leg up because of foreknowledge. Other than that, nothing had happened since the USJ that they would feel the need to change. At least so far. Midoriya was his #1 problem child for a goddamn reason. Between his heroic instincts, excessive selflessness and the luck of the DMED, he was practically guaranteed to go toe-to-toe with Stain soon. And he knew that there was little he could do to stop that. Izuku looked down at the GPS on his phone, then back up at the building before him. It was in shambles. This was Gran Torino's hero agency? There had to be a mistake. Sure, the guy had been in retirement until now, but this was way too run down to even be considered a house in the first place. He went to knock on the door but found it slightly ajar. He frowned, pushing it open. Hello, he called into the room. Izuku nodded and took his briefcase into the bathroom. He began to pull it out of the case and noticed it was slightly altered. It was pretty similar to what it had been before, but the base was not black. Instead, it was a very dark green. It could easily be mistaken for black in the right lighting. The green panels and elbow and knee pads were brighter. His metal soles to his shoes were lighter and also darker toned, seemingly made of a new alloy to help him move faster. His fingerless gloves were thicker and more reinforced to help keep his arms safe. At first, they were scared that Gran Torino was actually dead, but when Midoriya realized that he had just slipped on ketchup while making lunch, they were relieved. That was by far the better outcome, compared to being attacked by villains again. Though they were confused slightly at how this man was All Might's mentor. Yagi chuckled, remembering Gran doing the same thing to him. It certainly helped improve the time his brain took to reboot after insane things, and in a life-or-death situation, that could be crucial. Though he was impressed to see young Midoriya noticing the little clues to the fact he was performing. That was not something he had noticed for quite a while, once he was already quite used to the man. When Midoriya called him out, the students, minus Midoriya, Yaoyorozu and Todoroki, were shocked to see him drop the act, with only those three having realized he was faking. He decided to take pity on them. He did that quite often with me. Helped me get used to dealing with bizarre things. If you can deal with nonsense easily, you won't be rattled as easily. And that can come in handy when you're in a precarious situation. The other students seemed to understand more easily after he said that. He grunted as he remembered just how hard his mentor had literally beaten common sense into him. The updated costume drew everyone's attention, as Hatsum audibly approved, much happier that he was protecting his arms. It seemed that, at least for now, the saga of Broken Bones Midoriya was over. The biggest change, however, was on the back. Gran Torino grinned. Let's see it all. I want to know all the tricks hiding in that fur of yours, rabbit. Izuku flushed. I lost a bet, apparently. We're not talking about the tail. The sight of Midoriya with the rabbit tail did briefly result in a small fire, as Todoroki lost control of his flame for a split second. Fortunately, Yaoyorozu was able to create a fire extinguisher to put it out before it started to spread. When the impromptu combat exercise began, the return of the odd migraines drew many interested looks, and All Might began to think. Magnus had briefly mentioned that young Midoriya would acquire the quirks of the other past users of One for All. Was this perhaps one of them? He knew for sure that this was not Nana's quirk, as this one had nothing to do with levitation. He only knew of 2 other users' quirks for sure, the first which was the basis of One for All, and the 6th, a smoke-based quirk. And he only knew of the latter because Nana had been the 6th successor. When Gran Torino taunted Izuku, everyone flushed red. He did indeed look like a rabbit in that outfit, something that Todoroki was struggling with very much, but the most prominent question was what kind of training the elderly pro was doing. He obviously hit very hard, but why was he so feared by all? Gran Torino began to bounce around the room again. He was so fast Izuku couldn't track him. But his mystery headache could apparently. Pain flashed in his right temple, and he instinctively summoned Shield, blocking the hit. Gran Torino simply bounced off it, back to the walls. More pain, throbbing between his eyes. He blocked that hit as well, more pain behind him. He turned, a right hook ready, pain in his left and another hit. Izuku was sent to the ground with a groan of pain. It's a quirk. It belonged to the 4th user of One for All, he said simply. Though why you have it I can't say. One for All is a mysterious quirk. And mixing it with its brother quirk. Well, it's bound to have some crazy reactions. The confirmation that Midoriya was inheriting the quirks of past users garnered interested looks. Aizawa and the other pros were glad that the problem child was getting such a helpful quirk so soon. And none too soon, if Eraser's suspicions were correct. Maybe powering up the other quirks introduced to it. Izuku asked. Pain flooded the left side of his head. He threw up his shield as Gran Torino collided with it. Enough thinking, boy, he yelled. You still haven't impressed me yet. Right. This power has the potential to do great things, good and bad. It's good to see that you are being careful, young Midoriya, praised Ken-sensei. Many of them had forgotten his presence, but he had been there for quite a while, relying mostly on Eraserhead to keep his kids in check. He may not enjoy that 1A had overshadowed his kids, but he was certainly happy they had survived and learned from the experience. It was one of the unfortunate consequences of how they split students into classes that made 1A stronger than 1B every year. As powerful as blood control is, it wouldn't stop someone's quirk in the way Erasure could. So the students with stronger and more volatile quirks were watched by Aizawa, while he managed the others, helping to unlock their full potential. One of his greatest students was Mirio Togata, who through hard work and perseverance turned permeation from an effectively useless quirk into a very powerful one. Best Genist was a similar story, as Fiber MSDR's power came from practiced skill in using it. He had used those stories as examples in the past to motivate his students, and it had worked splendidly. Initially, he had been furious at 1A, like Monoma had been. But once he remembered that these were kids, he focused on what was important. And in getting to know them, he realized that they were just like his own students. He had seen the eerie resemblance between Tetsu and Kirishima and had investigated. As it transpired, they were second cousins, sharing a great-grandfather and great-grandmother. Kirishima's grandfather had married into a family with strength-enhancing and earth quirks, while his brother married into one with metal quirks. 2 generations later, the 2 boys were born, with effectively the same quirk, but with different limitations. So far, they had no idea, but he could not wait to tell them. Already they were very close together and telling them would surely cement their bond even further. Tashinori felt like he was going to be sick. Tsukachi had just left his office, and what he said had left Tashinori reeling. No, it had been the result of some sort of awful experiment. Left brain dead, a simple puppet of strength meant to be a container for multiple quirks. Quirks he must have gotten from a quirk that gives quirks. Tashinori sat in the nearest chair. I'm so sorry, he said. The pros were fully aware of all this, after the derailed meeting they had had after they finished the USJ arc. But the students were only now discovering this, and it sickened them. Realizing now just what depths the League was not just capable of, but clearly actively doing was horrific. The villain they had seen, Nomu, was an experiment created by All for One. From skimming through the research notes, Aizawa had realized that there were many Nomu, created by All for One's doctor, and it was entirely possible that Kurogiri was one as well. Magnus resolved to tell him and Hisashi during the next interlude. They deserved it. And it was far better than Nizu revealing the notebook, which would cause them to jump the gun. They weren't supposed to know about that until they went back. What? Toshinori, no, it's not your fault. If anything, it's mine. I'm the supervillain here. Hisashi moved around the desk, kneeling in front of him. One of his warm hands lay over Toshinori's long and skeletal ones. Hisashi leaned into his hand. It's okay. We both thought he was gone. I won't lie. I'm terrified of what he'll do once he learns about Aizu. Even more so if he were to figure out he was his son, he sighed. I hate to say it, but he is just as much Izuku's father as I am. Not true, Toshinori said. You were the one who raised him. The one who comforted his nightmares, fed him, taught him, loved him. You are his father, Midoriya Hisashi. All for One might share his DNA, but that is meaningless when it comes to family ties. The smile Hisashi gave him made his heart stop for a moment. Midoriya was haunted by many things he had seen and heard today. The truth about the Nomu, the certainty of All for One's survival, the damage he had sustained. But nothing could compete with the look his father gave Yagi. He was both reassured by their loving gaze and disgusted by it. The fact that it was his father and All Might, the two people closest to his heart other than Mom, was what soothed him. It was the nature of the look that nearly made him lose his lunch. As much as he appreciated All Might thinking of him like a son, he wasn't prepared to see a reality where he actually was Yagi's stepson. And certainly not prepared to see him with his father in that way. It was so bright and yet so soft. He held Toshinori's hand to his face gently. You're his family too, you know that, right? He asked. Toshinori didn't know what to say. His voice failed him. Hisashi he broke off. He felt warm. A deep warmth in the pit of his stomach. You're his dad too. You're mine. Those words felt heavy, but they made him happier than he'd been in years. We're going to be okay, he said. Even if he's out there. You, me and I, we're going to stick together. None of us have to take him on alone. He was right. Hisashi usually was. They would face this together. As a family. So he is your father, Shoto deadpanned. You lied to me, Midoriya. As Midoriya argued his case, everyone laughed, happy to have a reason to laugh and feel better after what they had learned. By nightfall, Izuku felt like his body had been put through a meat grinder. He was sore from the kicks, his brain felt like it was melting, and his nose hadn't stopped bleeding. Gran Torino had kept him on his toes, making him SWs back and forth between all his different quirks. It made everything hurt. He texted them back and forth for a while. All of them throwing out theories. Mixing All for One and One for All definitely had some strange outcomes. At the reminder of the vestiges, Midoriya sat up and immediately began asking Shinso to try using his quirk during the next break. After securing a promise from the purple-haired insomniac, he sat back down, scribbling frantically. He stopped briefly, blushing as he heard Todoroki's approval of the bunny tail. His embarrassment doubled as he heard his flirtatious reply, and he buried his head in his notebook. He dutifully wrote down all of the potential ideas for why One for All was working the way it was, though it certainly wasn't as true for him, given that he didn't have All for One like his counterpart did. Even All Might, another user who had been quirkless, hadn't had access to the quirks of his predecessors. Was it because the power of One for All had gotten strong enough to allow its user to manifest them? He had only seen them appear at the sports festival, but it was possible that he acquired the necessary level of power before that. Maybe even at the entrance exam, shortly after he got the quirk. Kaminari looked at Midoriya, envious of such brainpower and processing speed. He wished that his mind was at least half as bright and half as fast. But unfortunately, his quirk made that impossible for him. So far as the doctors knew, his quirk wasn't just affecting his mind once he hit his wattage limit, but that was when it was at its worst. He wished them both good night, getting ready to lay back down on the couch for shut-eye when his phone beeped one last time. Another message from Todoroki. I look forward to it. Rabbit. Izuku felt his entire face heat up. He pulled his phone close to his chest, a small squeal of delight breaking through his lips. This had to be flirting. It had to be, right? Oh God, would Todoroki call him Bunny in person? He didn't think he'd be able to handle that. He could barely handle it in text form. Maybe if they were alone? Eventually, he drifted to sleep, smiling. Ashido and Hagakure were giggling as they watched the exchange between the two boys. Obviously, they found their developing relationship cute. Not that Izuku minded. Todoroki was a very kind person, once you got to know him well enough. And he was handsome as well, which didn't hurt. Shoto, however, looked slightly embarrassed at having his personal conversations watched, even if they weren't technically his. Koda, however, had come up to him and started talking quietly with him, and soon Shoto's embarrassment faded. He deflected another kick. It hurt. He wished he were stronger. This was so frustrating. Gran Torino bounced off the walls, nearly crashing into Izuku again. He used full cowling to dodge, throwing himself over the couch. Gran rushed him, and Izuku actually managed to graze his cheek with the sole of his shoe. One for All on the other hand. It was All Might's quirk. Something he'd been entrusted with. A gift. Something he couldn't afford to F up. He'd already destroyed his arms with it, so he wasn't off to a great start. One for All hurts him. It hurts to use even at 5% sometimes. But it was so important. Izuku starts, how do I trust One for All more? That is a good question, and one I am extremely unqualified to help you with, my boy. You know that I am not nearly as good of a teacher as I am a hero, so I'm afraid I have nothing. All Might boomed, looking contrite. Izuku sat on the couch, watching him. How do you trust a quirk? Was it something he just have to do? He closed his eyes, his mind slipping into the void. All for One was like standing in the center of a black tornado, the swirl of colors around him both appealing and scary. Pole flitted across his cheek, as friendly as a mother's kiss, ever comforting. Shield of course was close by, ready to go. And danger's sense had made itself known. He could feel it now that he was aware. Ever present, yet invisible. And One for All crackled in the air around him. Izuku grinned, letting full cowling down. 10%, he said. Gran smiled widely at him. It was full of teeth, but this time, it filled Izuku with excitement. You are going to be a monster someday. Deku gaped. Was it really that simple? Would simple trust in One for All be all he needed to build up his maximum amount of power? He looked at All Might and saw his answer in the pro's smile. It's not just trusting in One for All, but also allowing your body to get used to it. In a way, it's like weightlifting, you slowly increase how much you can lift, focusing on building up enough muscle to lift what you can before you increase that weight. That's how I think of it. All Might confessed. Kan-sensei looked at Aizawa and asked, are you sure he's not a teacher? 'Cause that sounded like good advice. Aizawa shrugged, looking at All Might with confusion. But then again, he had proven himself to be capable with physical training, so it wasn't too surprising. He shrugged and focused back on the screen, which was showing the next chapter. Magnus spoke up immediately, saying, this chapter will be a more serious one, just like the USJ. You should be able to tell from the title. As the audience turned towards the screen, they could see in blood-red letters, the hero killer, Stain. The previously relaxed mood immediately vanished, as the imminent encounter with the hero killer, a serial murderer who had killed dozens of pro-heroes already, made them fearful of what was to come. Aizawa swore under his breath, unseen by anyone other than All Might because of his capture scarf. He had guessed that Midoriya would get involved, and unfortunately his hunch was right on the money. As for who else would be involved, Ida would certainly be involved in some capacity, given that he was on a revenge kick. Shoto and Enji were patrolling near Hosu, so they could be drawn into the crossfire. This could be terrible, as though Endeavor was a seasoned and skilled pro, even he would struggle to take on Stain with backup. He sighed and focused on the screen, praying with all his might that his students would be okay, and not die during an internship, like his fallen friend Oboro. Hizashi was having the same thoughts in the pros theater, silently begging for them to not be involved. To say Shudo was having a bad week was an understatement. Spending every day with Endeavor, especially after seeing what freedom felt like, was a nightmare. At the very least the training had been easier than it had been in the past. They'd spent most of their nights patrolling in Hosu, and their days back at the Endeavor Agency, a place Shudo didn't actually hate all that much. While his father may be. His employees were good people. Vernon in particular was a kind person, despite her overzealous personality. While on some level he hated how much they revered his father, he also knew that they didn't know. He was pretty sure if word got out about the person his father could be behind closed doors they would straight up quit. His phone had gone off while his father was ranting about something or other. To be perfectly honest, Shudo hadn't been listening. His father was facing away from him, so he chanced a look. A message from Midoriya. An image. He opened the message and nearly dropped his phone. He fumbled for it quietly before grabbing his phone with both hands and bringing it up to his face so close his nose was almost pressed against the glass. Midoriya was wearing his hero costume, clearly in some bathroom. It was a mirror selfie, taken over his shoulder. One of his legs was lifted slightly, making his hip pop out a bit. It made his waist look smaller and his hips look wider. Not to mention his butt. Plump and round. And oh god. Right there, above God's gift to mankind of a butt was it. The thing that would put Todoroki Shudo in the ground. A fluff of green. A little bunny tail. He exhaled steam. His father didn't notice. He promptly saved the image onto his phone. He almost made it into his phone's wallpaper. But then other people could see. He'd die before he let other people see that image. There was a message attached to it. I hope you're happy, JRK. This might be the happiest he's been since before his mom poured boiling water on his face. He clasped his hands together thanking whatever higher power brought him to this point in his life. It was almost worth it. All for one mildly CC picture of Midoriya Izuku's butt. After calming himself he began to draft a reply. He had so many things he could say. The reaction to Shoto's time with Endeavor, and to the care with which the number 2 hero kept his secrets from his employees, was fairly negative. As much as Shoto stood to gain from his father, he could learn just as much if not more from his father didn't do rather than what he did. For instance, he could learn just how important being sociable was as a hero from his father's taciturn nature. But when Midoriya's picture appeared, the students flushed red. That was not a picture they were expecting. Bakugo and some of the other students, including Shoji and Ojiro, were disgusted, while most of the others felt entranced by the image. Mineta was with Bakugo, but of course, bound and gagged as he wasn't able to complain. Though this sight was even more painful than the torment he had endured during the break after the USA. Shoto's reaction was understandable. Most of the class was also crushing on Mido, and those who weren't were still quite familiar with the situation of hiding something risque from their parents' eyes. Though the specifics of this set of circumstances were different, none of them expected stuff like this to happen during a patrol. The pros, fortunately, were spared looking at the image, knowing only by Shoto's reaction what kind of image it was. Endeavor looked torn between furious that Shoto wasn't paying attention, and joy that he had a friend potential romantic interest. As much as he wished for Shoto to be his masterpiece, the child that surpasses All Might in his stead, he did not try to interfere in his son's love life. He had been deeply wounded by Shoto's idea that he would force him into a quirk marriage for a more powerful grandchild. Though he could see where his son had gotten the idea, Enji was still hurt that he thought such things about his father. He would not have gone so far as to arrange a marriage for any of his children. As cruel and ruthless as he had been with his children, he had never intended to force them to marry. Thoughts of his children getting married one day were the furthest thing from his mind, and he only began to think of it recently. Enji had much to atone for, but not meddling in their lives was the first step that he was taking to right those wrongs. His influence and resources would be at their disposal, and they would choose whether or not to forgive him. Even if they abandoned him forever, he would endure, knowing that they were happier. I like the bunny tail. It suits you. Needless to say, he was very distracted the rest of the day. And the day after. And also right now. Shudo and Endeavor were patrolling Hosu for the 3rd evening in a row looking for the hero killer, and the sun was just setting behind the city skyline. Hosu was a nice place. Pretty and quiet, other than the whole thing about the hero killer that could be waiting around any corner. That was until the attack happened. 3 villains had attacked the city, and they were running into the center of it. The description Shudo had heard made his blood go cold. Super strong villains with their brains exposed. It was just like Nomu who'd attacked the USJ. There were more? Was the League of Villains behind this as well? Shudo's thoughts were interrupted by his phone, which he had been holding in his hand. It was a message from Midoriya in the class group chat. His location? Shudo furrowed his brow. Why the hell would he? That was in Hosu. That wasn't far. Midoriya wasn't the type to do this randomly. This was a call for help. Endeavor. Shudo called to his father. He copied the location drop and sent it to his father's phone. Handle the villains and send as many pros as you can to this location, he ordered, already turning on his heel to run away. Shudo, where are you going? His father yelled after him. He shouted back over his shoulder, my friend is in trouble. He was going to save Midoriya. The sudden appearance of multiple villains, possibly Nomus, made their blood run cold. Things only got worse when Midoriya dropped his location without explanation. When Shudo informed Endeavor that something was going on and went to help Midoriya, Aizawa groaned. Now he was sure that Todoroki was going to help fight Stain, but without Endeavor it would be extremely difficult. Midoriya himself was frozen, paralyzed with fear as he dissected every minute detail rapidly. His skin was pale, and he was only barely breathing, too focused on analyzing the situation. Uraraka tried to get his attention so he could get his breathing back to normal, but he wasn't responding to her at all, as if she wasn't even there. Ida cursed, knowing that his counterpart was in Hosu, and would likely be in the middle of the encounter. Being out in public in his hero costume was a lot more embarrassing than Izuku thought it would be. He pulled his hood up farther over his head, his mouth guard already on and covering the bottom half of his face. He felt like people were staring. To be fair, he was dressed up like a green rabbit, so he couldn't blame them. He had to lean into it. He jumped out of the train without hesitation, full cowling activated in his body. The difference made by that 4% extra was amazing. He easily jumped across a few more rooftops until he got closer to where the smoke was, before making his way to the ground. People were screaming and running, and he dodged and weaved through the crowd. Where they were running from must be Site 0. The observation that Tenya Ida wasn't responding immediately after reading a message was another sign that something was up with him. When danger sense flared, though, immediately, they tensed. Something was about to happen. They were proven right within moments, as the train suddenly stopped. A tall, thin creature, remarkably similar to the Nomu from the USJ, busted a hole in the train while simultaneously brutalizing a nearby hero. Gran Torino's sudden departure caused many eyebrows to raise, but when Midoriya disobeyed orders and followed his mentor, Aizawa audibly groaned. It didn't take long to find. A whole block of the city was destroyed, and there was fire, smoke, and heroes everywhere. And to Izuku's horror, there were 2 more Nomu lookalikes as well. This was bad. If they were even a little bit like Nomu from the USJ, the entire city was in grave danger. Tenya! Izuku's eyes snapped to the hero who called the name. That's who Ida is interning with. Where the hell did he run off to at a time like this? Damn it. Tenya! Ida ran off? Straight-laced Ida would never disappear from duty at a time like this. That didn't sound like his friend. Not at all. Why would Hosu? Nomu. League of Villains. The hero killer. Ingenium? He glanced behind him at Ida. Interesting. And I'm not. Izuku asked. Pain was coursing through his head so sharply. Stain wasn't like the villains at the USJ. This was a killer. A real killer. But Izuku felt too angry to be scared. He had to keep him talking, stall for time. He reached behind himself, grabbing his phone. What makes me different from them? Not because I'm a child, right? Ida and I are the same age. I'm actually a month older, he joked. He fumbled in his messages. He was pretty sure he was in the class group chat. He shared his location before pocketing his phone. One of them would get help. Todoroki was nearby, right? This doesn't concern you. Ida yelled again. Please just go. This is my fight. Please, Midoriya. And I said shut up, he yelled back at him, eyes never leaving Stain. A hero's job is putting his nose where it doesn't belong. All Might said that to me once. The thought of Ida running off at the sight of the hero killer definitely tracked, even if it wasn't something he'd normally do. Tenya was running on a revenge mindset, and when he had seen the man who'd maimed his dear brother, he had chased after him. Unfortunately, he was nowhere near capable of taking him down, as he wasn't even at a pro's level quite yet. Aizawa pointedly looked at Midoriya, with absolute and unrestrained fury in his eyes when he saw that he was actively using danger sense to run towards the hero killer. While he appreciated the heroic sentiment, he refused to allow any of his students to suffer a similar fate to his fallen friend Oboro. Though he certainly did appreciate him saving Ida from a worse fate than his brothers. When Midoriya saved Ida, the class rep thanked his friend profusely, apologizing for getting him into this situation. But of course, some of the students were confused. Ojiro asked, why exactly is the League sending Nomus to Hosu? Does it have something to do with Stain? Magnus grimaced, replying, All for One and Kurogiri wanted Tamura to recruit him, but their philosophies were incompatible. Stain wants to eliminate pro heroes who are in it only for the money, so that all pros will be like All Might. But Shigaraki just wants to destroy everything, particularly All Might. And because Stain stabbed him during the meeting and insulted him, Shigaraki decided to release 3 Nomus on Hosu soon after Stain returned there. Yaoyorozu looked to be deep in thought as she said, I guess that would make sense. But why would he attack Ingenium? He's one of the more heroic pros. The angel shrugged, pausing the video as the discussion progressed. He claims that many pros are more so akin to money worshippers, using their popularity and influence for their own benefit rather than being true heroes. And he doesn't know Ingenium in the way that Ida does, so he doesn't know what he's like off the clock. Ida would tell you that Tensei is a model hero and a good man through and through, but even then, Stain wouldn't believe that. After all, Tenya is Tensei's younger brother, and families protect each other. But the Ida family are known for always producing heroes, Shoji said. Wouldn't that sway his perceptions? Not exactly, Ojiro replied thoughtfully. He might see it as just a corrupt family business, where kids are raised to become heroes for profit, instead of what it actually is. Not to mention that since most of the family are or were pros, they have a lot of money. And that might make him think they're less than honest, if they have a lot of it and they're not giving it away. Ida looked furious at these ideas but nodded slowly. He could see how these were possible perspectives for an outsider looking in on his family. Tenya may not like the picture his classmates painted, but it did explain the hero killer's motivations. Once the conversation concluded, Magnus resumed the chapter. The pros in their theater nodded approvingly when they saw Midoriya send his location once he had located the hero killer. Now it was simply a matter of evading him and surviving. Of course, Midoriya hadn't noticed this, nor had he participated in the conversation about Stain's ideas. He heard every word as he wrote in his notebook, writing down everything he knew of the hero killer, especially that his quirk had something to do with paralysis. Being the diligent scholar that he was, he managed to fit an overview of his philosophical outlook on the page opposite the theories about his quirk. Stain grinned, pointing to Izuku. That's exactly why I don't want to kill you. You just said it yourself. You might just make it, he said, so I'll give you one last chance. He pulled out another sword from his back. Run now with your tail tucked between your legs, and let me finish my work. He readied himself for an attack. Fire filled the alleyway. Stain jumped away from Ida as the flames extended over him, reflecting everywhere with appealing colors, red, orange, and yellow that faded into burning hot blue flames. They died as their user stepped into the fray. Relief flooded him. They were saved. Todoroki was here. Midoriya, he said, holding up his phone. He was wearing his new hero costume. Blue, tighter cut, shorter sleeves. It was simple but it looked angelic here in this alley. Maybe because Izuku was just so happy to see him. You really need to send more information at a time like this. I was almost late. The reveal of the name of Stain's quirk and its mechanism startled Midoriya for a second. He erased his earlier theories from moments ago, filling in the basics of what he knew and possible questions regarding its specifics. Everyone watching was briefly horrified when Midoriya's blood fell onto the dagger and disgusted when he liked it. As Stain prepared to end Ida's life, they felt their heart beating double time, fearing that this would be the end for their class rep. Fortunately, Shoto showed up right on time to save the day for both of them. Everyone was relieved, but the real fight was about to begin. Hagakure looked appraisingly at Shoto's costume, before declaring it basic but functional. She then offered to help make a more thematic design fitting his quirk, to which he happily agreed, not having many ideas himself. His eyes quickly scanned the scene. Ida, Midoriya, and an unconscious pro, he was fairly certain it was native, all lay on the ground in front of him. In all his father's briefings, it was disclosed that Stain had some sort of immobilizing quirk. This was proof of that. Endeavor's teachings sprang to mind. Civilians first. Or in this case, the victims. He stepped forward with his right foot. Ice shot out from him. He reminded himself less was more. He didn't want another Zero situation. He pushed Stain further away and used the ice to lift Midoriya and Native up so they would slide down behind him. Please. Ida's voice was soft at his feet. Please stop. Both of you. I inherited my brother's name. I'm the one who has to end this. This is my fight dash. You inherited it, huh? Shudo asked, unleashing another wave of ice. That's funny. The Ingenium I knew never made a face like that. But I guess you have stuff going on behind closed doors in your family too, huh? Endeavor, and some of the other pros looked at Shoto's skills approvingly, though most of them did not like exactly how he had learned them. When Stain's dagger grazed the boy's cheek, they were fearful for a second, but fortunately he was able to prevent the hero killer from getting to it. Tenya and Tensei were both stunned at Shoto's comment, both offended by the insinuation. Tenya already knew how foolish his counterpart was being, but for it to be bad enough for Todoroki to make that assumption was shameful. His actions were truly a dishonor to his family. Ida knew he would have to be better than this, to be a true hero, rather than a petty vigilante. He vowed that he would never allow himself to ever bring such shame upon his family. He would be a true hero, like all his family. His ice was shattered. Ding, those blades are strong. Stain jumped through the shards of ice. Shudo tried to prepare another shot of fire, but 3 throwing knives embedded themselves in his arm. He let out a small grunt of pain, blood spilling onto the floor. Stain had shot himself into the air, and his blade aimed down. Shudo readied himself to counter, but Stain had other plans, going for the unconscious native next to him. He had to stop him. Stain finally stood and gave them a little clap. "You're quite smart," he said to Midoriya. "I like you, so I'll give you this." "You're right. It's blood type. O type in particular doesn't last long, but B, AB, and A are easier." "Any backlash?" Midoriya asked. The hero killer laughed. "None that I've encountered. I'm not sure what my limit is. I never needed to freeze so many people before." Nizu chuckled to himself. Type O blood may be rare among the human population, but fortunately, there were several such heroes. Assembling a group of them and sending them to Hosu would easily allow them to overwhelm the hero killer. Midoriya was dutifully transcribing what he had just learned, knowing that Principal Nizu would be able to come up with a solid plan. He wasn't aware that he already had one, but he was sure that there would be a good one. Though he shuddered at the thought that Stain liked him. Was it because he was so much like All Might? That thought gave him the creeps, as it highlighted similarities between himself and his opponent, mostly their shared adoration of All Might. He never liked thinking about similarities he had with villains. Part of the reason that Shigaraki scared him was that he was in many ways his dark reflection. Where Midoriya loved All Might and became a hero, Shigaraki hated All Might and became a villain. And their shared habits of analysis and strategy made him feel dirty. But, at the very least, he knew that there were many ways he wasn't like Shigaraki. Izuku was kind and compassionate, brave and selfless. Shigaraki was defined entirely by lacking any of those things. Midoriya made a soft humming noise. "That's good to know, thank you. Todoroki-kun, I have a plan." Shudo stood up straighter as if he'd just been shocked. Midoriya's quirk. "You're not going to dash," he cut himself off. It wasn't a bad idea. That would practically win the fight. If Stain didn't have any backlash then. "I'll help. We're going to protect them. Together," he said, "just tell me what you need me to do." He wasn't sure what happened, but the hero killer's eyes widened. He swung his sword, slicing Midoriya across the bridge of his nose, and kicked him in the chest, sending him back. He brought the bloody blade to his lips, his tongue sliding over it. Ida was yelling, but nothing happened. Midoriya was on his feet again, moving just fine. The eminent genius of using all for one against the hero killer instantly made them realize the tide had turned. If Midoriya could touch his face even briefly, the fight was over. Ida breaking free of Blood Curdle proved to be exactly what they needed, distracting Stain long enough for Midoriya to get in close and steal the quirk without the villain's knowledge. Of course, Ida would need to be brought into the circle of trust, but that was a good price to pay in exchange for them not just surviving, but capturing Stain. "What did you do? What did you do?" Stain asked Midoriya, horror on his face. He snarled and came down for another swing. Midoriya put up his hands to summon shield, but it wasn't fast enough. Stain sliced into him, cutting through his costume. Whatever it was made of, however, took most of the hit. He was bleeding, but not deeply. Ida ran again, his leg colliding with Stain's chest. Shudo could hear the crack of his ribs from here. Midoriya held his hand out towards Shudo. The dagger, the one that had cut his cheek and flown past him, landed delicately in Midoriya's waiting hand. He quickly wiped the blood on his sleeve and got to work. Stain and Ida were fighting. Stain had gotten back up, his sword coming down for a swing. It shattered on Ida's shin guard. Shudo was having a hard time moving, the effects of the blood loss making itself known. Midoriya, on the other hand, was not. He threw the dagger. Stain, who'd been so wrapped up in his fight with Ida, couldn't dodge it in time, and it cut his face. Midoriya held out his hand, calling the knife back to him. Midoriya caught the blade and lifted it to his mouth. Stain dropped to the ground. I can't, he struggled, but his body was unable to move. "I can't move." "What?" Midoriya wiped his face, his own blood pouring down his cheek. "Glad to see I can't freeze myself. Thanks for the information on your quirk. You won't be needing it anymore." Now that the fight was definitively over, the pros could breathe easy. Soon Endeavor would be on his way, and so would Gran Torino. Izuku threw the bloody dagger onto the ground. It tasted disgusting. He could feel the hum of blood curdle inside him. That was what the hero killer had called it, right? Now that Stain was out of commission, he could feel the adrenaline fade from his body. Stain laughed. Worrying about me? I'm just a simple and lowly villain. Izuku snorted. So, he asked him, even villains are still people. You deserve to be healthy. Behind bars, don't get me wrong, you need to answer for your crimes. You killed a lot of people. The matter-of-fact way that Midoriya quickly took charge of rescuing Native and keeping Stain contained, even without training, was impressive. And the way that his orders were quickly followed proved how much the two trusted him. Truly, a worthy successor to All Might, if he was able to take charge while still so young. When Midoriya made sure to mention that they would bring him to a hospital, the pros were even more impressed. Most of the lower-ranking heroes forgot that villains were people too, who deserved medical care, even if they had done terrible things. Bakugo was actively taking notes in a separate notebook. After all, if Deku was being praised for this kind of thing, then this was the kind of thing he should be doing. He didn't want to end up like Trash Deaver, permanently the number 2 despite years of effort. I called false heroes. Cool motive, still murder, he said with a laugh. Izuku set him down at the edge of the alley away from Native. You know there are better ways to change the world than murder, right? Ida and Todoroki's eyes widened. Mito dash, Todoroki called, but Izuku stopped hearing him. Talons had wrapped around his chest and he was going up. He froze, struggling in the grip of his captor. He looked up. A Noma had him. Big wings flapped as Izuku went up higher and higher. He looked back down at the ground. He had to get away, he had to get down before he go too high. A sword flew through the air, stabbing Nomu in the leg near Izuku's head. Stain was up, he was moving. He'd managed to cut through the cords they'd binded him with. Hero, he called, jumping into the air. Izuku grabbed the sword, pulling it out and to his lips. The Nomu froze, the grip on him loosening. He broke free. But he was falling to the ground. Suddenly Stain had him, hugging him to his chest. They fell together. Stain landed on his back, rolling them a few times. He'd absorbed most of the shock from the fall. Izuku now lay on top of him, the Nomu a few feet behind them. Kid! Gran Torino called. Izuku looked up. Gran was leading the pack of a small group of pros. All Might looked at Midoriya approvingly and tousled his hair affectionately when he brought up the flaws in the system. If anyone could fix things, it would be young Midoriya, he thought to himself. When Stain revealed his past as a vigilante, Kin-sensei spoke up. Villains are not always out to do terrible things for the sake of it like Shigaraki. Most are using their quirks to survive, or to mold society to their own ideals. They will try to convince you that what they are doing is right or necessary. But they are still hurting people and it is your job to protect people. Remember that. The sudden shock of Midoriya being captured by a Nomu drew everyone's attention. Bakugo looked at Midoriya, looks of dawning horror on their faces. They knew those wings. Midoriya turned to All Might and began speaking in hushed tones, with Bakugo walking over and joining them. And of course, the shock of Stain attacking the Nomu in defense of Midoriya drew everyone's attention once more. Fortunately, it drew blood, and other Midoriya was able to use Blood Curdle to take it down. But Stain caught him and held him close. The audience was tense, Bakugo still in front of All Might and Deku from where he'd been standing and talking with them, his head turned to the screen. Izuku moved to get up, but Stain held him tightly. He sat up, cradling Izuku in his arms, pressing him to his chest with a grip so tight that he couldn't escape. He found he couldn't even activate his quirks. He was frozen in fear. The aura radiating from Stain was palpable. Bloodlust. He had fallen unconscious, standing through the strength of his conviction. Everyone groaned when Stain claimed that Midoriya was an ideal hero. It was like All Might choosing him all over again. Now, those who believed in what Stain said would be hounding him. At the very least, they wouldn't try to hurt him, given that he was Stain's favorite. Endeavor's arrival was unsettling. Even Enji was disturbed at the predatory look he was giving Stain. Was he really that desperate for glory? Yes, thought everyone ever. They waited for Stain to move but were surprised to learn that he had actually fallen unconscious while standing up. That was definitely him that grabbed you, Midoriya, Bakugo said. It was quite jarring to hear him use Izuku's family name, but it made sense. He was trying to change his ways and not say Deku the way he used to. Even to Yagi, though, it was extremely jarring even after so little time knowing young Bakugo. I don't mind if you call me Deku, so long as you're nice about it, Midoriya offered, to which Bakugo shook his head. But you're right, it definitely was him. All Might, what do the staff know about the Nomu? All Might sighed before finally revealing, they were all made by All for One and his personal physician, who is the source of the quirk that has extended the villain's lifespan. We were given access to his research notes, as well as a certain bit of information. He is the director of Jaku General Hospital, and the same doctor who diagnosed you as quirkless, my boy. The ensuing discussion was frenzied and furious, as the possibility that Midoriya hadn't been born quirkless was explored. There was also the possibility that there were far fewer young quirkless people than they thought, and All for One had been stealing many quirks. Regardless, Midoriya was nonetheless quirkless before he had gained one for all, and that was all they needed to know.